You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello, Apex Legends. No, it's not Mid-Miggy or Mad Maggie. It is Lace here at the Esports World Cup. And we're going to hope to take you behind the scenes of the action and see if we can find and spot some wonderful players or even some talent. And look who I found behind the scenes, just wandering around. I think we both had 15-hour flights, so holding our eyes open is near impossible at the moment. But you know what's possible is some Mazer moments. We're with Zach here. How are you feeling today? Wonderful, Zach.
I'm feeling all right. Just a little jet lag, a little tired, but putting it together.
Yeah, that's it. You know, we're just going to have to put together all the pieces. But you know what? You've got to do excellent. I feel like you've got the passion for Esports World Cup. So just chill out today and then have a nice time. And then, you know what? Go and get that bread in the next couple of days. We're going to see you soon. And look who I found. I found Nasky. We got the salute happening here as well. Yeah, we're just going to stand here and hold it loud and proud. Now, I want to ask you a quick question. You going to stand up from your keyboard and walk away and win a match again?
Yes.
You heard it here first. It's a yes from us. So let's go and run away from them now, and we're not going to bother them so much more because they've got themselves some action-packed behind the scenes. And I've spotted two of the tallest talent that I could find here. Genome, I feel like, you know, I've even got shoes on, but you guys, you're puffing up your chest a little bit. But how are you feeling today? We're going in. You had some breakfast. What have you had today?
Like 3 plates. I'm going to suck in my stomach right now because I'm going to be so fat by the end of this show. Like, the breakfast is insane in this hotel.
Okay, so we're going to be rolling him out. Do you want to help me roll him out?
No. I think he's got it covered. At the end of the day, I caught him in the gym last night. So for whatever calorie he's putting on, he's working them off just as quickly in the evening.
Oh, well, then that's excellent. You know what? So the food's been really here at the Esports World Cup. So we've been absolutely devouring everything that we see in our path. But thank you guys for being so tall and talking to me as well. Now you can leave. You could leave. You could leave. They could leave. There we go. Done. We are here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where 40 teams will battle it out in Apex Legends for $2 million. We're going to find out exactly who's going to take away the cash.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jayhawk, and we are behind the scenes at the EWC Media Day. Nags, your former teammate Nasky drops you from the team, you join FaZe, and you actually did better than he did this split. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I had a feeling I wasn't the problem, but I feel like, you know, sometimes when you get dropped, you're that motivation inside you and you want to push on further. So yeah, if you get dropped or whatever, just keep pushing, you know, you can be great as well.
Absolutely, appreciate it. I'm here with new TSM member Zapto. Zap, Imperial Hal, previous IGL of this team, they placed 17th at the previous LAN finals. Meanwhile, they add you. All of a sudden, you guys are top 2 in NA. Do you think that you're better than him? Some are saying he is. Me.
Hey, I mean, I'll let this LAN determine it. I mean, we'll see after this LAN. I think we have a good chance to win it. So.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. If they place better than 17th, I think our question's been answered. We're here with Voltic, coach of Pioneers. Voltic, a lot of people are criticizing your team for being relatively short in real life, but you, on the contrary, a little bit taller than them. How do you feel about these critiques?
I mean, they're not wrong. The lads are definitely a little short, but I feel like the average of the team, I feel like I've raised the bar a little bit. So,
do you think that it's a little bit maybe holding them back, that they can't actually reach the top of the desk that they're going to be playing at on that main stage?
Oh, 100%. I mean, man, it's going to be really annoying having to carry Deeds and, put him in his chair every single game. So, 10 games of that, it's going to be a lot.
All right, appreciate it. Evan, your former teammate Hal has made a so-called super team. How do you feel about that?
This team's pretty good. They're definitely the favorites, but I think we can take them down.
Yeah, but don't you think those guys maybe are just a little overrated? They kind of suck, and you think that you could beat them?
Yeah, I mean, I actually be really surprised if they get top 5. I think we'll see either an early exit in the group stages, or they might get to finals and drop a bomb, maybe get 18th.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Imperial Hal and Falcons will not even make it to the finals lobby. Appreciate it. We're here with Way of Virtus Pro. Way, how you feeling coming into this event?
Feeling good.
And you've got Sharky. I've been told he's IGLing the team now. Has that changed the dynamic of how you guys been playing?
Yeah, it's a lot more structured now.
And then the people want to know, you have a polar bear as your mascot. What bear is your favorite?
Brown bear.
Shocking news, considering the polar bear. We're here with Gent of Kansas City Pioneers. Gent, you're renowned for wearing blue jeans. Will you be wearing them on match day?
I will definitely be wearing them on match day, and yeah.
Do you think that the blue jeans give you some sort of superpower? We know that Verhulst also wears blue jeans while playing. Does it really aid in your performance?
I mean, considering Verhulst uses them as well, I think that's our source of our power, secret source.
There you have it. We're here with Zephyr, one of the talent at EWC. Zephyr, who's going to win this event?
Oh, Falcons. That's it.
We're here with Pricey at the Esports World Cup of Virtus Pro. Pricey, how you feeling about this event?
So far it's been pretty amazing. With all the player lounge is sick, the hotels are sick. Just everything so far has been looking amazing.
And how confident do you feel coming into this event? You guys split one playoffs, great performance. This next LAN, how you feeling?
We had a rough split too. So coming off the back of that, obviously we want to perform a lot stronger. There's been some role switch-ups in the team. So Sharky's IGLing now, and we're just going to see where that takes us.
All right, sounds good. Appreciate it. Don, we're at the EWC. How are you feeling coming into this LAN with your team?
I'm confident. We're here to win, and we're going to win.
And a lot of people are saying this new Team Falcons are a super team. How do you feel about that, and do you think that you're going to beat them?
Yeah, I can't lie. I think that team's dead, innit? We're going to win. It's as simple as that.
Appreciate it. We're here with Reps of TSM. Reps, your namesake, Reps. Big arms. Do you think that you could beat up Waltzy in a fight?
Waltzy's pretty small, I'm not going to lie. So I think I could take him, but, it just depends on the day. Like, maybe one day he hit, a huge arm session and he comes in strong, but, he is pretty small. I think I could take him for sure.
And if this tournament turned into a real-life battle royale and your team had to battle to the death against every other team here, do you think that you'd have the advantage?
Honestly, with me and Evan on the team, with Zap too now instead of Hal, because Hal's he's got the little skinny arms and stuff. True. I think we'd take it, honestly. The only other team that would give us a problem would be Moist, for sure. Or Mizuchi. What is their... I don't know. I don't know what the new name is.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Imperial Hal was holding back TSM.
Welcome back to the lobby. It's Rain Day. I'm here with your favorite Apex Legends pros and coaches in our exclusive Players Lounge. Now, you've seen us hang out for a while in all of our ALGS events from London coming up to Mannheim, but here in Riyadh, we have got a very, very special lounge with some things you might not see, kind of like a ping pong table as well. The battle usually is between two coaches mentally before the game. But right now it's physically. We've actually got a Falcons coach here, Nick. Nick, come here. I just want to ask you a question. I know I'm interrupting your ping pong game. This is just serious focus here. Talk to me about this, man. $2 million added to the circuit for Apex Legends here in Riyadh. What kind of an impact is that just to the scene in your eyes?
Well, hopefully it's a long-term impact. Hopefully it's not something that's going to be, one and done. I know there's plans to keep EWC going for a long time, and it's big for a lot of games, not just Apex. Especially Apex had some trouble with orgs, retaining in the past, had some trouble with prize pools in the past, but this looks like a step in the right direction, and I hope it's something that continues.
Well, I hope that you keep hitting the ball over the net this time around. I know that was a tough couple of struggles.
Interfering with my interview, man. He's making it so I have to get the ball over.
You know what? Don't worry. I'm gonna bother Tom Edge as well. Falcons, obviously, with Imperial Hal, Jen Burton, and of course Zero, are the favorites to take this tournament, and they're currently leading in the EWC standings for the org. But TSM is a team that is going to have to respond. Obviously, Hal, formerly from TSM. Let's talk to the coach, Tom Edge. You know, listen, man. Welcome to the EWC. How does it feel to be here and with TSM as well?
I'm absolutely blessed to be here. I got to say that this is probably the best scenery that we've had since we started doing any of this.
Yeah.
And I am just thoroughly excited to just get the games going and underway, man.
I remember a tweet of yours talking about how you wanted to be in this position as a coach for TSM. Now you're here. What do you want to do? What mark do you want to make here in this tournament?
First place.
First place. That's it.
That's it.
Well, that's a huge moment. I mean, that's something that every team wishes for. You've got the confidence, and I think your guys can do it.
I believe in that too, man. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right?
It's awesome to hear, man. Hey, I'll let you get back to your ping pong game as well. Congratulations and good luck, Coach Talmadge, as well. Now, come over here this way. Check out what we've got going on. We've got a few players sitting around. This is where, while they're taking a break from Apex, they'll actually be able to play other games like FIFA, but even our talent over here. Come here. We've got our talent sitting down and relaxing before they start off. Jayhawk, it's your first official event as a full analyst for Apex Legends here at the EWC. How are you feeling, man? Talk to me about the scenes here at EWC and what you're excited about.
I'm so excited. This is looking like one of the most professional events I've ever been to. This lounge, all the media stuff backstage. I'm so pumped to see the venue later tonight because I think it's going to be fantastic. So I'm having a great time, and I think that the actual gameplay that we're going to see later this week is going to be even better.
Well, one thing, too, that I would say is prediction for this event. You got to give it to me now. It's on camera. Who's taking it?
Listen, my heart wants to say any team except for the super team, the hometown team, but realistically, Team Falcons are probably going to take it. I would actually be shocked if literally anybody else did because of how good they are. They've proven it throughout this entire split. They've been on a historic run, and I think they're going to cap it off here with a win.
Awesome, man. Well, great to have you as well. Look forward to having you on the desk with me this weekend. And, of course, Jayhawk and all of our other casters will be giving you their thoughts. Let's send it back over. That's the lobby here at EWC.
All right, everybody, welcome to Remembering Apex. We've got a little bit of a game set up here for our players. This time we have Team Reject, and we have Dogma, and we have Jung-hee here, ready to take on this challenge, okay? And this is a game that you should be familiar with if you played this as a kid for everybody back home. It's a memory game. We've got the logos of some of our teams here, and they have to try and find matching logos throughout the table to flip up some cards. If they match, they stay face up. If they don't, they go back down. They've got 3 minutes to try and get all of them flipped right side up. So let's get into it. Ready?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh. 2 cards at a time.
Well, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, flip them back. Yes. Perfect.
웨이브. 오케이. 나 이거 찾았어. 하나 찾았어. 하지 마.
Okay. All right. They've got this down. They're flying through this right now.
상호 여기였던 것 같은데. 나비.
And they know all the teams too. They've recognized the logos.
둘이 붙어있다. 한 팀 일단 찾았어. 뭐야?
DSG. Nice.
이거.
3 minutes is going to be too long. I don't even need the 3 minutes.
오케이. 이거. 이거.
KCP.
이거. 페나틱 이거였나?
Oh, nice memory. Good job.
이거. 오케이.
Oh, wow. That was incredibly fast. Good job. That might be close to first place right now. So that was a really, really well done job. Clearly, you guys also knew all of the team logos that you were flipping over. So I think we might have a first place contender right now. But hopefully you guys enjoyed that. That was really fun to watch, considering just how much you dominated. And thank you so much for joining us here on Remembering Apex.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the club championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup club champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Welcome to the Boulevard at Riyadh. My name is Evan Rainday Rayner. I'm joined with my boy Seven, working Apex this week. Seven, it's an exciting time, but this place, so much to do here.
So much to do, man. So many games to explore, and on top of that, you can see teams that are currently fighting for that club championship.
I mean, the club championship is one of the most interesting aspects of this tournament. The fact that the organizations in each game of the 21 games are earning points to ultimately get $7 million if you come out on top. That's huge.
Hear me out. There's currently one team leading that, and it's Team Falcons. Can anybody doubt that team at the moment?
It's a great question. Doubt? Certainly not. And look at us. We're right by the Falcons HQ. This is where you'll see most of the Falcons super team players throughout the week, signing autographs, getting green-flavored slushies, and just spending time with basically some of the biggest esports stars in the world. And the transition in back seven to the fact that Apex Legends has this team. We're talking about 2 teams, in really TSM and Imperial Hal and then Dark Zero, Zero and Jen Burton, who have been the last 4 LAN winners, essentially. They're the only teams outside of APAC North, just in LA, who have been able to raise a trophy. So can anyone beat them? It's possible, but it's gonna be hard to see it happening, especially here on their home turf.
Hear me out. I can't switch my pick, all right? I already picked Team Falcons.
You did.
I did get a nice chance, though, to talk with Timmy.
Yeah.
From Misuchi.
Yep.
And if there was a dark horse out there, he told me he's trying to silence the doubters.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna put that out there. It's a long shot, but you know, if there's a chance.
Well, he better have some good noise canceling earphones if he's trying to silence that level of play, because really Falcons, they are here. They are the favorites for sure. Maybe TSM, maybe a team like Team Liquid Alienware, who are second place overall in the club championship right now. They've got a lot of incentive to win. Teams like DSG too, who need something to prove, who have had rough splits in Apex. Maybe EWC is their moment, but obviously Falcons, they're the home team, and for a good reason.
Oh, you just reminded me of that one. I got a chance to talk to some of the players yesterday too. They're hyped. They speak Spanish. I was speaking Spanish back to them.
That's right.
I'm like, I'm ready.
Vamos, man. They're from Mexico, all hailing from there and representing the country well.
Something that other teams need to keep in mind too is that Team Falcons is in their hometown.
That's
the
right.
crowd's gonna show up. It's gonna get loud in there.
It's gonna be Falcons, and of course, you've heard it from them on social media. You've seen it here. They're the team to beat here in Riyadh. We'll see you back on broadcast. Welcome to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. We have brought 40 of the best teams around the world in Apex Legends to fight for a chance to become a global esports icon. 20 will take the stage today and 1 will go home. However, for the 19 who remain, they will have a chance to fight to lift that trophy on Sunday and maybe just make history. You guys ready to get it started? Yeah! You know what time it is. It's Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. Welcome to the Esports World Cup. We're in Riyadh right now, and it's maybe too easy to say that things are heating up, but I mean it. Competition is fierce as we brought 40 of the best teams from around the world to compete here for a chance at glory, to truly become an esports world icon. And in Apex Legends, well, there's no shortage of players to note about. However, today we're going to be sending 20 teams into competition, and one will go home. If you haven't been following, $2 million are on the line, and today marks the beginning of what could be a journey that changes these players' lives forever. I can't wait to get it started with you, and for those joining us, if you're a little brand new, let's walk you through how our tournament's going to work this time around.
The thrilling spectacle played by the best teams in the world is just around the corner. So it's high time to get a closer look on how exactly the Apex Legends Road to Glory looks like. Everything begins in the group stage, with 2 groups of 20 teams each. Each group plays a total of 10 maps, and trios score points based on eliminations and their placement. After 10 maps are complete, the top 9 squads from each group advance straight to the finals. Teams placed 10th through 19th move to the last chance phase, and the trios that place 20th say goodbye to the tournament. The last chance phase looks quite similar to the group stage. 20 teams play 10 maps and earn points. However, only the best 2 squads make their way to the finals. That means 18 more trios having to pack their bags and say goodbye to the Esports World Cup. That leads us to the finals, which again features 20 teams. And those that got here straight from the groups are awarded some starting points depending on their earlier performance. Here, the match point format mechanic comes into play, where teams must reach a threshold of 60 points to be eligible to win. Once a team reaches the threshold and then wins 1 additional map, they shall be declared the winner. In match point, there is no limit to the number of maps played, and maps will be cycled until a winner is determined. So, who will be immortalized on the Esports World Cup totem? There is only one way to find out, and we will see you there.
So that's how things are going to work this time around. The Esports World Cup introducing some very interesting ways that we will play Apex, and we can't wait to continue to get into it. Obviously, my name is Rainday. I've welcomed you in, but I am not alone. We've got 3 amazing analysts who will be with me all week long to finish out this wonderful tournament. Let's start first with Jayhawk. It's great to have you here. You have been around Apex in stints. This is a full week, though. Your first time. We're so happy to have you here in Riyadh.
Absolutely. I'm so excited. This is one of the biggest Apex tournaments we've ever had, and we've got some cool twists and turns. I'm looking forward to the games that we're about to watch.
It's going to be a great day. Zephyr, you're no stranger to Apex. You join me at the desk at most of our events. We've missed you for the last few weeks, but it's great to have you back.
It's always legendary to get the opportunity to be an analyst alongside the rest of you here, but of course, the opportunity, of course, to see these players advance what might be one of the most incredible opportunities that we've gotten the chance to see outside of some of our main scene is even better.
And of course, Lauren, all the way from Poland now into Riyadh. We are traveling all over the world here with Apex Legends, but this one feels special.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what all of our teams are going to be bringing to the table here today as well. There are going to be storylines of players and teams needing to prove themselves, underdog stories, so much action in store, and like Jayhawk said, lots of twists and turns. I can't wait to get into it.
Well, you 3 are excited. I'm excited as well, and ultimate pros. But guess what? Our pros have something else that is the ultimate prize they'll be hoping to hold onto throughout this tournament. Let's take a look at the keys and how they'll work.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, Each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
I mean, it brings a whole different perspective to winning and losing. It's physical, Lauren, here at Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. And that means something a little bit more. You've got to see your dream get crushed, literally.
Literally, and it is absolutely a unique system here at EWC. Those keys that they're talking about, each of them have a frame, and win or lose, the key and the frame will be separated. Like you said, if they lose, the key is crushed. But if they win, that frame is put on the totem alongside all of the other victors here to be immortalized in EWC history.
And speaking of what they are looking to hoist and be recognized with in terms of their immortal legacy at the Esports World Cup, it's right here, right in front of us, the Esports World Cup, the trophy, the totem that these players will be competing for. And if you get a chance to touch this, you are going to be a individual. Wait, Ben, this is for people who win the tournament.
Oh.
See what you did?
They say winners hoist the trophy, so I mean,
This is why we can't have nice things. Ben, get back over there, okay? I mean, listen, we're going to try to keep Ben away from the trophy until, I can't promise anything, but I know a few players as well. They're going to be just like Ben and trying to get their hands on this thing. Let's talk about Group A and who we have attending. Jayhawk, this is a great overview just through the logos. This basically speaks volumes on the competition that is here at EWC.
Absolutely. We have some powerhouses: Falcons, Liquid, Crazy Raccoon, Twisted Minds. But then on the other side, we've got some teams looking for redemption. Teams like DSG and Aurora didn't have the splits they wanted to have, but this is an opportunity where they can say, we're still the team that you've seen in the past that was dominant.
Those are the kind of stories I really like focusing on as well, Ben. It's not always the teams that have come in performing. Obviously, it's easy to talk Falcons, but the DSGs, who have been in a terrible position, not qualifying for playoffs, losing its Timmy to Mizuchi, who will be playing without them. This is something that I think is very, very important to highlight for those watching at home. But that's not the only group, though. They will be the ones playing today. Tomorrow, Group B will get their turn. 20 teams here representing, again, all around the world. And Lauren, I love the stories that we've got here, from NRG all the way over to some icons in Apex Legends themselves, TSM.
Of course, and TSM is still a force to be reckoned with. I'm sure their entire fandom will be very excited to see them competing here. But like you said, NRG, the only other team to get a match point in Split 2, and Mizuchi, a team you might not recognize, but Waltzy, Timmy,
That's right.
Guild, a squad you absolutely know. They're going to be scary.
Yeah, and I got to point out SSG there as well, a team that I think is one of the best team fighting teams in Apex Legends. They're young, they're hungry. Oh, it's going to be exciting. But you know what's even more exciting? The chance to play at a tournament like this with $2 million on the line. Let's take a look at the journey of how some of our teams got here.
It's time for Apex Legends to join the biggest esports event on the planet. 40 teams are about to battle for their share of a whopping $2 million. So let's meet our contenders. Standings in the Apex Legends Global Series rankings were a defining factor for team invites, and 4 distinct regions fielded their representations. We begin our journey in North America, which is nothing short of packed. A lot of stacked teams came to the Esports World Cup from this neck of the woods, with TSM, Not Moist, and none other than the mighty trio from Team Falcons leading the charge. Jumping over to the EMEA region, some familiar faces decided to climb up the ranks and secure their spots in Riyadh. Most notably Alliance, one of the stronger contenders, and Aurora Gaming, who so far were doing very well online and might try to convert that momentum into an offline victory. Now we venture east, where teams from another 2-stacked region came to blows. First, we visit APAC North with a plethora of trios eager to prove themselves. Here, eyes were drawn to Reject Winity and Crazy Raccoon, as both teams shuffle their rosters. However, one does not simply forget about Fnatic. APAC South was no different when it comes to trios carrying some serious firepower, especially when we talk about Guild Esports or the powerhouse known as Twisted Minds. 32 spots filled, 8 remained. Claimed in the Trial by Fire, also known as the Esports World Cup qualifiers. Here, NRG and Pioneers completed the NA representation, e-xolos Laser and Dragons Esports won in South America, and DMS shined in the EMEA clash. Lastly, Fennel and TIE won the APAC North qualifier, and EVOS Esports came out on top in the South. And now these 40 teams will make history here at the Esports World Cup.
Fighting for a chance to have their key put on that totem in Riyadh to signify becoming the inaugural Apex Legends champion at Esports World Cup. Fantastic scenes here as well. And speaking of fantastic scenes, guys, we've got our players getting here into the venue. This is a special place as well. You saw, if you were here paying attention at the beginning, how big of this Riyadh Boulevard is. It is a spectacle, and the players going through it, yeah, it's a little hot at some times, so he's got some shade going on. I like the mouse pad double usage there. But these players are absolutely ready to go. They're taking care of the hotel that we've had as an experience, one of the nicest we've been in at a venue. And of course, the players are ready now to get down to business. In fact, although 4 of us are here, we've got someone else who's going to be joining our team as well, who's been down with the players as they arrive. Lace, how you doing?
Yo, what's going on, guys? We've got Disguised here. How are we feeling today? You've stepped straight off the bus. I want to ask you, what sets your role apart from other players?
Well, I'm the anchor of my team. So considering everything, we all evolve around each other, but like being the anchor, the only way my job works is they do their job, and the only way their job works, I have to do my job. So it's like, it doesn't really set apart because everyone has to correlate together. Yeah. And that's, I think everyone's important no matter what on the team.
Yes. Designer, you got to do your job. He's not even listening to me. He's set in stone. What do you think, what kind of music do you think he's listening to?
Probably listen to David Goggins. He's, if you know who he is, he's a military man, very motivational man, and I get it.
I love that you know exactly what your teammates have got to listen to. No, anyway, guys, good luck for tonight. I hope you guys smash it. You got it in you, but it's been a pleasure chatting to you, and good luck from Disguise.
Well, it's amazing. We could spend all time focusing on players. We could talk Twisted Minds and their new org representation here. We can talk Crazy Raccoon. Basically, land winners coming back to defend their title, but we have to focus on the home team, Jayhawk. I'm going to leave this one to you. It's Falcons.
Yeah, as you said, we cannot talk about EWC without talking about the hometown heroes, Falcons. This is the 3 greatest players this game has arguably ever seen, all coming together on one team, and they're looking to dominate. We've been calling them a super team. Everyone's calling them a super team, but this is where they actually have to prove it. They've had a historic run through the split, setting kill records, setting point records, but when you're on land, this is when it matters.
And the fact is, this is the first land test, and this is why maybe many could consider this team was created to beat Reject Winity, which is now essentially Crazy Raccoon, at land. They did not like losing that one in LA. Well, we'll find out if they can get the job done here. They've already got a match point finals under their belt. Where did they do it? I think it was World's Edge that they got the win. I don't actually remember, but I do know we'll be using that map in this tournament. We'll also be using Storm Point, which you may not know, because we'll also be using Kings Canyon, Broken Moon, and Olympus. That's right. We have a twist here in terms of our maps that are available for competitive Apex Legends. We normally don't see it. It's 2 for the day, but this time you as a viewer have a chance to influence where these players will play throughout our 3 days here before our match point finals. In Game 5 and in Game 6, you will be in control of which one of the 3 maps, Kings Canyon, Olympus, or Broken Moon, the players will have to switch to. It will be chaotic. You will see tweets from Imperial Hal telling you which ones to pick. You will see Jayhawk messaging, trying to hide it, that he wants Broken Moon. And you will still have to decide for yourself where you're going to send our pros. You are directly involved. This is exciting. And guess what? The voting, it is open now. On X, you could choose map number 5, whether it's Kings Canyon, Broken Moon, or Olympus. And on Twitch, you will have a chance to choose map number 6. So remember, X, Twitter is where we'll start it. Twitch is where we will go for map number 6. You can see they're already voting right here. And, trying to get you trying to get you going all these places. Listen, but at the end of the day, you know how it starts. We go to Storm Point to begin our Apex Legends Esports World Cup. And look at this, baby. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You never seen Storm Point like this, guys. Jayhawk, anything to point out here as we take a look at the map and the landing spots?
Well, as you can see, we've got some contesting happening. No POI draft, and you know I love some contest. And that's big because if you can win these in the group stage, that can set you up for the bracket stage and the finals to get that POI for free.
Well, likes contest, doesn't like contest. I'm with you. Lauren likes some contest as well. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen here? Go to stcpredictions.com and you can have a chance to let us know who you think is going to take the win. We certainly have picked a lot of Falcons on here. This is a team I'd be surprised if they lost because, of course, they are the home team. They are defending the match point finals in their region. Can they do it, though, on a global stage? We're about to find out because the opening ceremony is about to begin at STC Arena. So let's go to the stage and let's kick off the Esports World Cup.
Riyadh, salam alaikum, and to everyone from around the world watching from home, welcome to the Esports World Cup Apex Legends. I'm your host, We the People, alongside the amazing Kiali, and we are honored to be here. We are making history in Riyadh with the first ever Esports World Cup.
120 players from 40 teams have gathered at the STC Arena for a thrilling 4 days competition featuring group stage, a last chance survival, and we have the finals. They are vying for the biggest prize in the Apex Legends history, a staggering $2 million and the incredible prize. Ladies and gentlemen, the players are ready, so let's bring up today's contenders, starting Team Makers.
Evil's Predator.
FaZe Clan.
Red Rams!
Crazy Raccoon!
LG!
Team Falcons!
Ninjas in Pajamas!
GK Esports!
Fennel!
Gaming Gladiators!
Pioneers!
Team Liquid!
Aurora!
Reject Winity!
Twisted Minds!
e-xolos Laser!
GHS Professional!
Disguised!
Guild Esports!
Ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce the second day contenders. Group B, starting Weepo Gaming.
DMS.
TIE.
Blacklist International.
Northception.
LGD Gaming.
Elevate Gaming.
Dragons Esports.
Riddle Order.
How?
Navi.
Virtus Pro.
Heroes.
Exo Clan.
TSM.
Fnatic.
NRG.
Mizuchi.
Space Station Gaming.
Alliance.
It's been a long journey just to reach the base of the mountain, but to climb it, you have to prove your worth. For us some, it's gonna be a long journey. While our top 10 teams will be advanced straight to the finals, the rock bottom will be sent home packing.
From Luminosity to Fnatic to Alliance to your hometown team, the Falcons, months of grinding have got them to this moment in Saudi Arabia. $2 million and a chance to be crowned the first Esports World Cup Apex Legends champions. The stage is set, so get ready because this is the Esports World Cup. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, peeps. We got the Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup as our legends are lined up on stage, ready to go. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with one of my great friends, Genome, and I cannot wait to take you guys through the action.
Absolutely, Vicky. The first 20 teams from Group A will be competing here today. There you can see Guild Esports hailing from APAC South. Of course, recent roster changes for them. There's so much that we can get into here with the Esports World Cup, Vicky. It's been interesting. We've had some meta changes. We've had roster changes, as we've just said. It's gonna be a really exciting weekend, frankly.
With the mid-season patch coming through, obviously with the new splits, seeing so many of these familiar faces that we recognize make their way onto the stage. There's a lot to prove out here for a lot lot of our squads. We could see Team Falcons really going to be able to see what they've got. I mean, we've already seen what they've got previously within the Pro League season, but then to be able to see what they have against the world here with this level of competition is going to be next level.
Exactly. They've never played in a LAN setting with this lineup before, right? This is the first time we're seeing the Zero Hal Jen Burton combo, and yeah, you know, how are they going to go? Will they crumble under pressure? I doubt it, but you never know.
Especially since they have experience playing on a stage like this, which also goes hand in hand with how some of our other competitors feel playing at this degree, with all the light shining in their faces, feeling the pressure from the crowd. Or is it just another day at work for a lot of our competitors out here?
So many teams that, you know, we've seen at the Split 1 playoffs, you know, a little bit ago. And obviously, you know, we've got the results from that to look at and be like, okay, you know, is this a team that's on the up? Did they come through Split 2 and then start playing a bit better? You know, what kind of form are these teams in at the moment? We're about to get a big reality check on that coming into the 10 games that we're going to be playing today. And that's a little bit of a format that's slightly different to what we've seen at LANs before for Apex Legends Esports.
Which will result in saying goodbye to one team already. You saw that beautiful flyby of the trophy with our squads walking onto the stage, holding that trophy themselves, the key to victory that they want to prove. Warming up a little bit, got to get some dance moves in on stage, but it's always so exciting to see what's at stake. The fact that we're already saying goodbye, even though it's one team, that's a lot of pressure just to highlight the squad that will be on the bottom end of the leaderboard at the end of the day.
Something very fearsome on that screen right now. It's controller, Vicky. I don't know if you saw that in the corner there, but well, look, there's Apex pros out there. They have nightmares about that input. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I'm here for it. You already know the bias really coming through, but also being able to see the big screens behind them as we get started. Gino, you mentioned it before, the format change.
Yeah, look, you know, we've got Evo's Predator there. Just wanted to point them out quickly. Their first LAN experience. A team that has been playing and honestly done quite well at certain points in time throughout all of the Apex Legends esports history. And this, you know, they made it through those qualifiers, so brutal. And guess what? It's a very brutal format here at LAN too, so maybe after running that gauntlet, that gives them a little bit of hope and inspiration looking forward to the next 4 days.
Yeah, carrying on some of that momentum, you mentioned some changes here, like you mentioned also earlier before, 10 total games have to be played today as we do start off on Storm Point. I just love how big you can see this map in the background, just highlighting the setting.
It's roughly the size of Storm Point on that screen. It's pretty damn cool. POI's it's life size.
Yeah, so for our first 2 games, we'll be starting off on Storm Point before we transition onto World's Edge for games 3 and 4. And for many fans that have been able to see it on social media, we will have fan choice going in to the following 2 games after World's Edge. So for game 5 and for game 6, the fans at home could vote whether we could see maybe Olympus for the first time, Broken Moon, Kings Canyon, literally the power to the audience out there from home. And then right after that, we'll be able to go back to World's Edge and then end the day on Storm Point once again.
Okay, so if you could push the needle, Vicky, who are you telling the viewers at home to go for? Which map do you want to see in cast?
So I actually did not get the opportunity when I started casting Apex to see how Kings Canyon played out, and obviously with the Kings Canyon changes, I can't wait to see if we do get to have that map in rotation, what that brings, what different compositions we may see, and of course, after the Broken Moon changes, I would love to see some Broken Moon into comp.
Yeah, look, I actually have to agree with you there. They're probably my top 2 as well. I've heard that Olympus can be interesting, though. Certainly not anywhere near as much cover as some of the other maps. Also some POIs that, you know, are very clustered together right from the get-go. And that leads to different styles of play. So, you know, does that mean that the teams have to start running some really funky compositions? I remember, you know, right at the start when teams were like, hey, let's test out Olympus and just see if it's got any, potential as a competitive map. At that point, you know, we see people running like Rampart Newcastle compositions, stuff like this. So I think that's one of the reasons why I am like so pumped to see the viewer choice maps come out.
Man, it's just so many opportunities here, but I want to hear some more from my girl Lace. Let's see what she's got to say.
All right, guys, I'm going to stop you right here. Hello, my Aussie pals. How we doing today? How's it? Very good. Now, how's it feel? I've already just asked your director. Keep walking, guys. We're going to go for a stroll. How's it feel to be the super team?
Honestly, it feels really good. We're ready today. Absolutely smashed the competition.
And I heard that your mum and dad are both here.
Yeah, they're here. They should be here at like 4:30, so it took 20 minutes.
I know Dad usually goes around and hands out little koalas, so I'm really...
Koalas,
Did he bring them?
Yes, he bringing them again.
Yeah, okay, that's absolutely wonderful. But Jen, I wish you the best of luck, and it's so awesome to have your family here as well. Hope we get to chat to them soon. Now, Hal, CEO, how are we feeling today, buddy? You obviously have a massive fan base. Can you tell me a memorable moment from a fan, or maybe an instant where you felt, you know, I can't believe this is what I do?
I think after champs, the last champs we did, or not the last one, but the one that we won 3 in a row, like the 3 games. I don't know, like I've never heard a crowd be that loud before after we won 3 in a row. So, like, I don't know, every time I hear the crowds like screaming or anything like that, like it gives me like a surreal feeling of like, you know, this is my life, and like I have to be grateful for it, right? So.
And absolutely, and you do it with style as well, man. So absolutely brilliant to you. And another quick question: how's it being with 2 Australians? It's pretty awful, hey?
They're not awful, they're wild, but I have to deal with this guy sometimes, so it's all right.
Awesome. Pleasure talking to you, Hal. Thank you. Zero, you're not going anywhere. Hey, buddy, how we doing today? I'm really good. I want to definitely ask you, what has been the most exciting part of being at the Esports World Cup for you so far?
Definitely Falcons being based here and all their fans here, like massive expectations from them. Like we're at that HQ around the corner yesterday, and there was like hundreds of fans screaming for us, walking out with our CEO. Yeah. Just being in front of them, like hopefully bring it home for them in their home city.
And what about every single caster basically picking the Falcons to win?
I mean, they're just right, aren't they? They're just right.
We're just right. But I wish you the best of luck, and I definitely got to be cheering on. I know all the casters will as well, but go kick some butt. Thank you.
Thank you.
I love being able to hear Lacey. That was Lacey you recorded earlier, talking to Team Falcons, obviously, but just being able to hear the energy. Jen Burden's dad, he's given me one of the koalas, actually, signed by Jen Burden himself, but being able to hear the support, how they feel so confident. I mean, you see their faces, especially Zero, like just stone cold face, just another day at work for him, just nothing new, but then actually being here to feel the energy of the crowd, a home crowd, to give him that support.
Yeah, I mean, they are the super team, right? And you can see their former teammates of Hal right there. Verhulst and Reps, you know, they've lost their leader. They lost the CEO, went over to the Falcons. And, you know, you had the questions like, okay, are they going to perform as a super team? And then we had the NA regional finals. And, well, I think you can say they performed, Vicky, because they took it out in 5 games, which is just a little nuts.
Listen, I've seen Verhulst howling himself. He's definitely learned from the best, and I cannot wait to see how that really goes down, especially seeing the energy that we have, not only from our players, but what we could expect from the crowd. Love being able to see these teams once again, to see the crowd here. Again, we do get to start on Storm Point for this first game.
As Don, Ninjas in Pajamas, a team on a slightly different trajectory, you'd have to say. You know, Ninjas in Pajamas, they really struggled towards the end of Split 2. It was a great performance, or you know, they made the finals at least at our last LAN, so they're trying to bring that energy here. And was having a little bit of a chat to them and Don, their coach, just before Vicky, and they've said they've actually changed things up a little bit, right? They're looking to play a little bit more zone and not so much from the edge. I mean, you remember they picked Thermal Station recently as their POI. Here they're going for Siphon, and I think it's Cedo Station over the 2 main maps. And that's going to allow them to play a little bit more zone. You know, I think they're picking up the Watson to augment that sort of play style and that strategy. And it'll be interesting to see if that fixes some of the woes that they've had.
Man, it's crazy here. You know what else is crazy? Crazy Raccoon. You mentioned so many of these other squads and what we could expect there. Crazy Raccoon is definitely one of the other teams on my mind to definitely top this lobby. A lot on board here. You mentioned before former LAN winners in the past and now trying to prove another point.
Oh, another team I wouldn't mind having a look at here, Vicky, Twisted Minds. These guys dominated APAC South. You know, this is, of course, Strafing Flame, Easy Flash, and Player K. They were running with Koifel actually in place of Easy Flash at the last LAN they were at, but of course, when it got back to online, we saw the 3 members reunited once again. They were running Vantage, by the way, in the regional finals. I don't think we're going to see that here. It didn't work out too well, but luckily for them, they had opened up so much space that they had this room to limit test, right? Because you know, they were so far ahead of the competition, they were guaranteed to qualify for you know, upcoming LANs. They already knew they were going to be at Esports World Cup with their incredible performance earlier in the year. And frankly, they've been one of the breakout teams from APAC South because you know, there was a time when they were fighting for POIs like Landslide, which you know, you don't love to have to fight for. And I guess maybe that's something else we could talk about here, Vicky, is that we are going to see contests in the Esports World Cup. I mean, obviously, some of Apex competitive has moved over to the POI draft system. You know, for a lot of, I know there's contest lovers out there. You know, they want to see that dropship back in the air, and they're going to see it here at the Esports World Cup. So, you know, starting off on Storm Point, like we are, I believe we're getting a contest with Reject and Fennel over at Checkpoint. And then when we do move to World's Edge, potentially getting one over at Fissure and Mirage, and maybe even Morden Stacks.
No, it's crazy too, because when you talk about the fact that we get to see the contest, you mentioned some people at home, they will love that. I was definitely one of those people too. I mean, we still kind of get a little bit with the Evil Harvesters, people trying to sneak up on others, but something that you did mention before that could play a huge part in those early 50-50s are the different legend compositions. But while we get started, I want to send it back to Rain. I want to hear more thoughts before we get into our first game.
All right, well, we have a small technical issue. We will be getting into game very shortly, though. I know you didn't expect to see us back so soon, but aren't you glad? I am, certainly as well. Of course, we have Jayhawk, Zephyr, and Glitter Explosion alongside me, Rainday, here to talk about what's unfolding. I mean, this gives us a little more pregame. We haven't had a match yet, but when we talk about where we're starting, it is Storm Point. And that is a big, big element of this game. A huge map in terms of our competitive season, but it's an element that gives a little more freedom in terms of the lineups you can play. Wide open spaces. We've seen Bangalore come into the meta big time there. And you see it back here on our screen as well. A team I want to focus on, though, if we, you know, when you look at it, is it LG? I mean, are we talking about the fact that we can see Sweet maybe claim a land? I mean, we talk about it every time, but is this the one?
I mean, it is a strong POI when we talk about Zeus Station for LG, with Sweet obviously coming down from the top of the map here and making some of these wide sweeping transitions, can have its most speed when we talk about that northeastern corner here. And of course, putting a hard-driven IGL like Sweet in the driver's seat to have that opportunity to then piece things together in terms of the macro might be something good for them, especially when we talk about their recent split looking just as well placed, with Stormpoint coming off of Split 2 from Pro League.
I mean, when you think about Apex Legends in general, Sweet is one of the heroes. He's one of the Avengers, essentially, of Apex Legends professional history. And yet, with LG, they found their rhythm in Pro League, but they're always a little understated in the way that they do it. They're never like the big deal that you have to pay attention to, yet they're looking good. And I saw Sykes as well. He said what's up to me as he was walking by, one of the most deadly 1v1 players as well in Apex. But Jayhawk, I want to kind of turn our attention here as well. The Liquid Alienware, Barometer, and this team in general, one of the things I got to keep mentioning is this is a club championship as well as an individual Apex Legends tournament. So Liquid Alienware currently sitting in second place. The first place gets $7 million. Of course, that's a lot of money. Liquid Alienware and their org has a lot to earn from this.
Absolutely, and on the club championship too, the only way you can actually win is you do have to win an event. And so this is a big one for Liquid, because if they can win an Apex, that puts them up in the conversation with Falcons for potentially taking home that $7 million.
I mean, wouldn't this also be, I mean, and Lauren, you can get in on this as well, something we've been waiting for Liquid Alienware? We've seen them in top threes in match points, but it's gone the way of TSM, it's gone the way of Dark Zero. This is a team we have definitely waited for to come out and have their party.
Absolutely. It almost feels like they were always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But
Yeah.
ever since their entry into the scene, they have given us pop-off moments, insane clutches, even from the very beginning, before they were even on an org. And now they're with Liquid Alien, where they are such an impressive trio. And like you said, they're constantly right there at the top in our discussions at all times.
Yeah.
And now, what better time than ever? Right?
I mean, I think Apex 2 translates to who can win in this format. We've got a very interesting one, though, to where a team like Liquid Alienware that sometimes has a slow start, well, if you come in last, like we mentioned on the stage, you're out today.
Yeah.
You are gone from the tournament then. So high stakes, they cannot afford to do that, and we need to see our teams perform right at the rip.
And the worst part about that scenario is the fact that even if you aren't eliminated, you're one of those 10 teams that ends up on our day 3 last chance qualifier. And here's the issue with that.
Yeah.
All of these squads have been scrimming for the last few weeks, not just on Stormpoint, not just on World's Edge, but every map, meeting up against those other 19 competitors where they know even just a little bit of the advantage. The minute you're going to be going up against 10 between Group A and Group B, that slow start might come back to bite you with your lack of knowledge as you mix up those rotations.
Let's talk about slow starts being obviously a factor, but let's pivot to a team that has somehow found their way to a lot of success. Gaming Gladiators. Landing in maybe, one of the more premier spots, echolocation in Stormpoint. We see so many zones end up there, at least in Stormpoint's past. What's your thought on Gaming Gladiators heading into this one?
We've been watching this roster 4 years between Lufka, Light, and Blast, having a lot of experience, of course, on some of those older rosters, whether it be Start a Fight going all the way back, or, of course, Omit in recent times here. I do like a little bit of the kind of coy references to what we've discussed regarding Echo. I am a bit worried, though, as in comparison to some of these more transitional and explosive POIs that they could potentially take advantage of, it feels like they're kind of cutting under the weather for what could be a better start for a roster that is arguably one of the strongest coming out of the EMEA region.
I mean, that is a big point to make as well. History for EMEA on the line. They have never won an international event. That is a big deal. We've now seen APAC North do it. We've seen essentially APAC South do it through Dark Zero, who was Reignite at that time and split 2 playoffs in Sweden a couple years back. And obviously Dark Zero with their 2 wins before they joined with Falcons. And North America, probably the strongest region, I would say. Jayhawk, would you agree with that? Or who are you looking at, especially from EMEA, if they're going to take it away, that might be that team to surprise us and do it this tournament?
Absolutely. This is huge for the region because we saw APAC North do it, as you said. And one of the teams that's not going to be playing today, Alliance, that's a team that a lot of people are expecting them to potentially be the team that lifts the trophy. But one that I want to bring up, because I think they've gone a little bit under the radar recently, is FaZe Clan. This roster, former Maiden Heaven, they added Nags, who's got a lot of LAN experience on a lot of great teams. They bring him in, and they've been a powerhouse in EMEA. All of a sudden going from a team that was in Challenger Circuit, now to LAN, now to the top of their region. I'm wondering if a lot of people, because they don't have the same experience playing against them like they do Alliance on LAN, does that become a factor, and can FaZe Clan really shock the world?
I mean, one of the elements of FaZe that I love, Synetic Arctic, and of course Nags coming in, is Synetic's story of just traveling from Eastern Europe and having his family in Los Angeles just a few months prior, watching him compete. I mean, that's a difficult thing for anyone to do. But to see Synetic have that representation, we don't get a lot of our European fathers and mothers who, that exists, right? These aren't just players that they showed up somehow. No, they have fathers and mothers. It's great because that family dynamic shows you how much it means to these players. Lauren, of course, Ben, and Jayhawk as well, as we talk about the stories that really make Apex what it is, a special tournament. We have a little bit of time before we get started. We will get to the games as soon as possible. We appreciate you hanging with us here at the Esports World Cup. We'll be right back with some more Apex Legends.
set, go.
Welcome back here to the Esports World Cup. We're just kicking off week 5, and that means Apex Legends takes the stage. We're in the studio. Rain Day here, joined by Jayhawk, Zephyrcast, and Glitter Explosion as we get ready to start our games. We appreciate you hanging by with us. We haven't kicked off game 1 yet, but that gives us some more time to set up the stories that have been going on. We've seen them across the board, whether it's an underdog feat like an NRG or a DSG who just qualified for this and are looking to make a statement, or if we're looking at the top teams like Falcons, Jayhawk, all of that in between. This tournament's got everything. So if you're a fan of Apex, maybe you haven't even tuned into Apex, this is probably the best opportunity to see a full range of storylines from our community.
Absolutely, not just a full range of storylines, but a full range of maps. I know that I love to play on all these maps, and you get the opportunity to go vote, so go do it. But you get to see these teams actually, the maps that we haven't got to see in comp, we're now getting to see them play on it, and it's interesting because we've seen who dominates Stormpoint.
That's right.
We've seen who dominates World's Edge. Can one of those teams you mentioned, who's maybe a little bit of an underdog, come back on those other maps and prove they're the best there?
I mean, that's the point. I mean, we could see 2 Broken Moons every day, and that could be, if you're a massive Broken Moon team, you could actually...
Don't put that in the universe.
Okay, they already want to stop me. It's up to you, though, so we're having fun with it. You let us know, as you'll be able to vote on X and on Twitch for map 5 and 6. But as we remember that Apex Legends is just one of 21 games represented at the Esports World Cup, there's something bigger going on over these 8 weeks, and it's the Club Championship. Take a look.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
$7 million to the winner, and currently Team Falcons out to a bit of a lead. It is probably expected, and they should add a little bit to that tally here with their Apex Legends squad being the favorites, but Team Liquid, second place as well. They're just looking for a win. Jay, you mentioned that, and that could be coming here. Gaming Gladiators, though, I want to talk about them. A great org. I know their co-president and founder, Nick Cucavio, is here, or at least representing very strongly. But you know who else is here? Family members as well. I was walking up the elevator and I saw someone. She said, "You're Rain Day, right?" And I said, "Yeah, who are you?" She says, "I'm Charlotte." I was like, "Nice to meet you, Charlotte." She's like, "Oh, I'm Blast's sister." So we've got family from Gaming Gladiators as well, Ben. I mean, if they weren't playing well enough, that's got to be some extra incentive to do well.
I feel like that's just something that adds to the momentum for a team to potentially maybe push it to that extra step. And for Gaming Gladiators, I feel like that's been the story of this roster for so long. I remember it was just a split or two ago when they were missing out on LAN, sitting in 12th. Lufka makes that transition from Ascend back, reunites with this team when they used to play as Incentive Arise way back in the PSQs and Challenger circuit a few years ago, and now are in this prime opportunity to potentially come and take a championship at the EWC.
Lauren, this is a good time to actually go back into that history with Lufka, because next to Kashira, you had an opportunity with Ascend to be on the other side of Hal comes down from the heavens. The iconic line that if just a slight bullet, a slight tempo change could have seen him hoisting a trophy at LAN and representing EMEA as well.
And I think everyone was thinking that it could have gone either way. That was a pure 50-50 shot for who was going to be taking that home. And the win going the way of TSM then set up the most insane dynasty we've ever seen here. That then ended up going up against another dynasty that became the super team we keep talking about here today. But EMEA is that region that needs an opportunity here to show just how good not only they currently are, but they've gotten over the years, because they have absolutely improved from what we saw in those moments to what we're getting here today.
EMEA's done a great job of putting themselves in positions to win, but they've just ultimately been somebody's stepping stool for that ultimate trophy. Will they reverse that position coming into the Esports World Cup? I want to actually go back to the point of the dynasty that was created, because that dynasty that had run Apex Legends Jayhawk and TSM with Verholst, with Reps, with Imperial Hal ended. And it ended at the start of Split 2 after their loss in Los Angeles to Reject Winity and APAC North team. Now TSM has a different dynamic. Zapto has filled in those shoes, and to many people, more than they would have expected, because talk about shoes, that's about the biggest, that's a size 19. It might be talking Shaq size shoes when it comes to filling Imperial Hal's place on that squad. But they found a way. They've bounced back. We've got Verholst brothers in the crowd as well right now. I mean, what are your thoughts on TSM heading into this? It'd be massive if they could take a win.
TSM was such an interesting question mark coming into this split, because we didn't know with Hal leaving who was going to IGL. A lot of people have been saying Reps could do it for years.
Step in.
We know that Verholst has said he wants to do it. Right. All of a sudden they bring in Zapto, a young fragger, a young controller player who many people don't think, you know, is going to be an IGL. All of a sudden he becomes the IGL. They also bring over Coach Talmadge from E8, and he becomes the IGL. Verholst becomes so much more verbal during fights, where previously Hal was kind of taking that role. So they've kind of split it up, and it worked wonders. They got second place in Pro League, which even with Hal during Split 1, they didn't get that high. And so you have to wonder, what is the potential of this team? Obviously, two of them, champions in their own right. Zapto, a rising star, only coming into his own this year.
And you know what's interesting? If Reps were to win this, he would have more LAN wins than Hal. So he would go down as the most awarded LAN winner in Apex Legends history. A little bit of a fun thing to keep track on. I know many people have letting go of the vendetta. There really isn't any, because they're teammates at the end of the day. They're friends, they're brothers. But when you consider what is at stake, you know that Jordan wants to be up there, and he will do everything he can. Taking a look there at LG, and Sweet getting ready to go. Lauren, it asked the question too, what about the teams so far that we haven't mentioned, whether they're playing today or not? You know, my mind shifts towards NIP and a guy named Nasky, who is in the top 10 in overall kills of all time in Apex Legends. He's missing out on Mannheim, Germany. He will not be there. And so this is his chance at redemption.
And I'm really glad you brought him up. Not only did we get a chance to see him just a few moments ago on our player cams, but I was able to chat with him a little bit in the player lounge before we even started the tournament. And he was saying that he actually loves when people underestimate him and his team. He feels like they play better when they are currently underestimated, which is how he feels everyone is viewing NIP at this event. So this is just setting up an opportunity for them to potentially win.
Ninjas in Pajamas, a fantastic org representing Nasky. We'll see if he can make it happen here for EMEA. We are ready to get underway. We thank you for hanging with us, and now it's time to send it back to your casters, Vicky, Kitty, and Gino.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Once again, guys, thank you so much for your patience. We are just getting game number 1 underway, and it looks like our legends are ready to go in the dropship. Let's get started with our first game on Storm Point.
I've seen this POV for a little while, eh?
It's been 50 years.
You remember?
And, look at everybody locked in and ready to go. I hear, Genome, if your forehead is touching the screen, that you are truly at your peak gamer status. But I know with so much on the line right now, this is where you want to get your head start for our teams.
Absolutely. I mean, we were touching on it just before, Vicky, about the fact that this is a 10-game series, okay? Players they're used to playing maybe 6 games in a series or perhaps match point. 10 games in a series makes things a little different. Now, we do have a contest over here between Reject Winity and Fennel. Let's have a look and see how these two teams get into it. Just to start, looks like we've got a little bit of a split here from Reject. 2 of them taking the coffin, the other one on the bins. There's a lot of bins down low on the other side that you can get a lot of loot out quickly. And then you get into the buildings. It does feel, I feel like Fennel have taken the better side in terms of loot so far.
And you can already see it. They're feeling up the pressure with Jung-hee taking a good amount of that damage, backing away. But, you know, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. Reject Winity, our former LAN winners from the ALGS, just did not qualify for Split 2 playoffs, and they're getting double contested on both maps. And as RC now have taken onto that second floor, trying to get into position, they get the Bloodhound scan, and they know where they're now trying to split up, but they have the high ground.
It's been actually really holding back here. You can see the team's not being too willing to get into it early. Another couple of bursts coming out from their Hemlock here. And I mean, those weapons you pick up in these contests are so important. If you're running RE versus Hemlock, that's a tough matchup.
Or even the Wingman, if you're able to pick that up off the rip. And the Havoc, of course, the topic as Fennel. They lose out on one already. Pinolter is already losing out on his shield, trying to take a nice split angle. Reject Winity like a shish kebab, our first squad to be taken down in this lobby.
Oh, you can see on the stage there announcing their departure at 20th here in our first match. And yep, as the, wow, we're getting so much information from this screen. I mean, okay, Zone 1 has started to close. And the other teams, of course, have been starting their own rotations while this is happening. Towards Barometer, that's where the zone is going. Lots of teams zooming in there, and even you can see the Fuse ultimates coming out very quickly, and that's Ninjas in Pajamas, who, remember, we just mentioned that before, right? They want to go for the hard rotate, but they haven't done it so well. Zane already down.
And it's because around 5 other teams have already gotten ahead of the curve to go in for a quick rotate. Zane getting knocked already as they try to take an aggressive position. It is Crazy Raccoon, that team that I said you have to keep your eyes on. One of the top 3 squads, in my opinion, in this lobby, looking to see if they could get some easy KP. But now seeing so many more other teams with their own quick rotate, you could expect Gaming Gladiators to make an appearance soon through that Spider Cave choke, exiting out of that south side of Barometer. We know that Team Liquid up on that north side by that building, also looking at Crazy Raccoon. Ninjas in Pajamas are able to get the res because Crazy Raccoon didn't want to give up their building. They didn't want to overextend. So now that gives NIP some room to at least reset before GG now come in behind them.
You can see Nasky's been downed again, though, and that was from Gaming Gladiators here. And unfortunately, the rest go with him. So Gaming Gladiators taking control over the orange here at the side. You can see, you know, burning the Seer ult to get that, well worth it. They'll be able to bunker down there for a little while now, and I'm sure by the time they take that next fight, they'll have the ultimate ready to go again.
We also see One Tappy just getting absolutely bombarded by Knuckle Clusters, and we got to talk about the fact that Liquid do land here in Barometer. They do have the POI advantage. That's why you see them on the high ground, but Falcons, with the quickness, they're already on the low ground, running the Watson, the Fuse, and the Bangalore, like we've seen previously in scrims, but they were able to get that easy KP onto Forufa too.
Yeah, so you could see from the map just up there, you know, Falcons did have that information on where it was heading. It is southeast of Barometer, which makes their position at the bottom of that tower quite good, especially running the Watson here on Jen Burton. Ever the flexible player. One of the things that makes this roster sing is the fact that he can play whatever you need him to. Whatever the meta tells you is going to work, the Falcons will be running it because they have that flexibility around the players.
Literally a professional Ditto out here, while GHS with the Crypto Drone. You saw them too, like immediately just melt down the Crypto Drone. They knew that he wanted to try to linger around, try to collect those player banners, immediately shot that down. And you could see here the nice display that not only did Falcons go for the quick rotate outside of Mill, they had ring console information. They probably picked up that Trident, used that Evil Harvester to their south, and then immediately rotated alongside so many of these other squads like Crazy Raccoon, who were already there, Liquid, like we said before, who lands there, and then other teams like Guild, who do take their time to play by the edge around with purple Evos.
Look, speaking of teams that are taking their time, Vicky, there's quite a few. I mean, if you noticed on that map, maybe 8 teams have sort of made their way in towards Barometer. We didn't have the dotted circle there, but it is, you know, towards the south of that map in terms of where the next ring will be pulling. But interestingly, it's about 50-50 between the teams who have, you know, really gone towards the zone and the others who are just, yeah, really taking their time making this rotation. I'd say that's a little more biased towards edge teams than we usually see.
Seeing where that circle goes. I just have to point out, that was so cool. The banner that tells you the teams that are currently rezzing in real time while spectating the other squads with GHS. We talk about the Crypto. They were able to get the double res, but immediately shot from the sky, One Tappy. They at least get into the crevice down below and are looking for the res, but these teams are hungry. Do they want to overcommit with so many other squads around the area?
Yeah, that sewer position is always an interesting one to play, isn't it? It's so defensible. You know, especially if you got a Watson, I mean, grenades can be a problem for you if a team really commits a lot of ordnance down there. It's just getting out of it because the zone isn't really going to end there. You're always going to have to make a move from that position at some point. And at that point, it becomes a little bit tough. Everyone's looking down you with very, you know, high ground sight lines. It can just be, it's kind of like, okay, this is going to be good for us until later in the game, but at that point, we're going to have a much bigger problem to solve.
Eventually, especially seeing where that circle ends up pulling. LG in a completely different world right now, all the way northeast, closer to Stormcatcher, and it was the fight probably for that ring console there. They're currently facing off against Red Rams, while LG are looking to maybe see if they could continuously either gatekeep Red Rams, because both these squads have to eventually move, since we know that that circle is pulling south, but they're wasting so much here. Between the Seer ult, we saw the Mother Load being used earlier, and Red Rams actually disengaging rather than feeling themselves in this fight.
Makes sense. Don't want to be on scan with the Seer ultimate. Don't want to be getting stunned, as we just saw by the Bang ultimate. That's, you know, what is it, 7 seconds of stun? You've got to, that's a lot of time that you have to wait out.
No. And Sweet was literally 1 pixel from getting knocked, and they immediately try to capitalize off of that, but it's a trade-off between Red Rams and LG. Beast of a Hunt from Dax, they follow up, get Funk next. Only 1 member of LG still alive, and Datch looking to pop this shield back for free. Nice cover here as well from Inca, trying to take a different angle.
Hey. Well, the knockdown shield here, it's not going to do a lot to block that Knuckle cluster. The scan comes out and it actually gives him so much information there to grab the last kill. Very well played by Red Rams. And, you know, we were kind of talking about dumping all the utility there, right? And, I mean, that's why you should do it, because if you lose that fight, that's it. You're done for the game. You may as well invest it now and, you know, see tomorrow out at least.
And I love the timing to the way that they did rotate around those ults too, right? You saw the Beast of the Hunt activated before. They didn't try to fully engage, gave it space, like you mentioned, around the Seer ult, so that way they could see other entry points, but they still had to commit, because Sweet was so low that if they give it any more time, Sweet was able to reset for free, so it was really good pacing on that fight for Red Rams.
No, I think it's a really good breakdown there. Red Rams just on the edge of the circle will continue in, but we move over to Disguised. They are sticking around Bean at the moment. They managed to grab triple purples and will go towards Guild Esports.
Disguised here, also wrapping around, utilizing the Trident too, just so that way they could close in that space here. It was the Evo Harvester up ahead, and it looks like right now Design trying to set things up. Let's jump into a listen-in currently to see what Disguise has.
We should push up to the left side of cannon. I'm gonna stay over here just in case they try to cut in early.
Look at minus. Cannon's holding the rock right now.
Enemy, you probably should play towards the cannon side. I'm gonna go under the net, make sure they don't get net.
Let me take my stacy. Yeah, I got my stacy. I'll go there, I'll be close, I'll be close.
They know I'm split.
The other team behind us.
Antagonist spotted over there.
Yeah. Hold that east, play safe. That team that's zone wrapping is gonna cause some chaos, and we're gonna fucking take advantage of it.
Is he still on the rock?
Yeah.
All right, nice little scouting ahead, just so that way they could see what they have in front of them. But can we talk about, you know, the committing to the Wraith and the Bang?
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about scouting ahead, that's 2 legends that are really designed pretty much for that. Generally, you would only see one player on either the Wraith or the Bangalore, and you know, usually it's the IGL. They're both characters that allow you that mobility, that allow you to get out of jail card. It's just really good for an IGL who wants to play out ahead and kind of work out what your outs are. Now, you know, Designs, they copped a lot of criticism in the past for playing that Wraith and not playing the Bang. Now they're trying to make it work with both.
And Red Rams just have not stopped with this fighting too on the other side. I know there's a little bit of whiplash here, but Disguise looking ahead. But we saw earlier on Red Rams moving forward. You know, Fentanyl was actually right in front of them with Makers right to their side. So we have to stay tuned to what's going on over by Jurassic Park as we still take a look at the way that this circle is pulling closer to where Gaming Gladiators actually rotate from.
Very much so, going south, going southeast as we were mentioning. And it's actually gone so far that there's going to be a bit of the pylon choke in, which means that Twisted Minds going up against Evo's Predator here, they're playing for a very good spot in this next zone because they're going to have a choke to themselves and they'll be able to look down at the rest of the lobby. This is a very important fight here. Let's see how Easy Flash and co take this one.
It looks like we are just dancing around these zip lines, though. Immediately gets the knock after this, but I am worried about the potential third party from Gaming Gladiators since they still are by the edge of this circle. Maybe looking to see if they can poke out as Evos immediately are able to get away, but only as a duo. They lost out on one, and in the distance, they are getting... They're feeling the pressure, actually. It looks like from KCP, from the jungle side. Beautiful stage display here, but Disguise also feeling the pressure after their rotate, losing out on enemy.
Oh, they actually get away without the full kill, though. That's really important. Is the other nades going to take out enemy? No, they might actually be able to get a reset here. That would be, honestly, pretty incredible.
Okay, he's going to get the res. The smokes immediately right afterwards, and they had a Watson gen left by another team in the past, so they could actually move back and utilize that gen just so that way they could passively recharge those shields or feel out that pressure. But this is the fight that we were expecting. Red Rams coming in from Jurassic Park. Now, actually, there was a jump tower that was called in earlier on, but the nice beams coming in from Dats. They are feeling this pressure right now, riding the momentum after that previous fight.
Oh, wow. The L-Star just goes to town on Makers. And look, Red Rams, we know that they're a team that has no fear at LAN. I mean, they contested TSM and did away with them, right? So the fact that they've already taken out Makers and LG, two very strong fighting teams, well, looks like Red Rams might be back, and they're bringing it.
It's going to be difficult, though, on their specific rotate, since we noted earlier that this circle is pulling more south towards the bridges by Gaming Gladiators, exiting out of Barometer almost towards the east side. So with Evos as a duo, looking to try to go in from that north side of the circle. KCP looking at them. Guild, as we currently see, still trying to coexist with so many other squads within the middle part of Barometer.
All right, so we're trying to get the portal out here for Disguise to make their way out of the sewers. We talked about how hard it is to get out of the position. This is honestly one of the best ways that you could do that. This is where Wraith pays off if they can find a good spot to place the end of that portal. I guess we'll see if Disguise make it out of this one unscathed. You can see Guild kind of looking for it right now. You know, have some space by themselves. And over on Bamboo, we've got Red Rams going in for it yet again. They've got the taste of the blood. They're up to Reds already. They want to press that advantage.
That was a beautifully placed nade right behind the aggression. KCP get annihilated. It is Red Rams fighting their way through that part of the circle. And with Red Evos, they already have the health advantage, but they lose out on one.
Oh my lord! Datch just absolutely deletes someone with the Vault, but it's GK who come in and put a stop to their rampage. I mean, that was, look, they definitely bit off a little more than they could chew there. But look, KP going their way, that is a good thing.
But the circle's closing in behind them here too. Even though they are able to get that KP, they are gonna have to start moving into the open, into the line of sight of the likes of Crazy Raccoon FaZe. We saw Gaming Gladiators in that fight previously too, versus Twisted Minds, who won the DBZ building over by the bridge side, uncontested by the way, because all the rest of the lobby, all these other squads will be coming out of Barometer side.
Disguised team up with a few other squads here to take out Guild. They did not make it out of that position. Watson, good for the static situations, but once you have to get moving, she's not quite so useful. Falcons have been holding onto this middle spot for quite a while, but now it's all down to Hal to try and make it out of this, and I don't know if he's going to. He looks for the swap. They planned ahead, but it's still not enough.
Nah, it was very unfortunate. He had to turn his back there too. EXL fully healthy, seeing the solo that was Hal run away, cleaning him up, sends out that thermite. That's Lavisa on the Pathfinder board, grappling right back inside of the building. It is Aurora, one of the only teams, probably the only team, rocking that lifeline, still committing to this comp that they have been running throughout the entire Apex season here, and now have claimed the inside bottom floor of Barometer.
Yeah, with the upgrade system, really the only thing that was able to bring Lifeline back into the meta. And as you say, Aurora being very loyal to that character. And it's, look, frankly, I love it. It's a very exciting play style here.
They're still alive. Disguised is still alive. I cannot believe this. Aurora scooping in may have actually given Disguise a second chance, while on the other side, playing by the fence line is FaZe. But how is Disguise going to get out of this? I mean, other than a portal, I mean, Aurora is going to know that they are feeling the pressure here.
Okay, it's time for the next portal here. It got them out of a sticky situation earlier. Can it help them do that once again? They are within the next circle, I think just in that corner. Meanwhile, you got a couple of teams fighting over this building here. GK actually did manage to make it out of Bamboo, and they're getting, laying siege to CR right now.
Yeah, CR is feeling the pressure. They had 2 knocks on their side here too. Only Sangjun up and alive and healthy, but on the other side, GK, only with Kilo alive, trying to play around the gen, trying to get as much KP and an Evil Shield swap here before jumping onto that second floor. The Catalyst, though, barricading the door in as that circle is slowly closing in behind them.
Disguise have gone up the top of the Barrow Tower. Once you fall off there, it's very hard to get back into the fight. It's a very committing sort of situation here, and Team Liquid,
what?
Wow, get just stomped by Aurora up the top.
The timing from Aurora, from the third party, Disguise and Team Liquid, we're so busy with each other playing off the high ground that was just a free third party timing from Aurora to now not only claim that bottom floor of Barometer, but also now the rooftop before they eventually have to drop down in the next 40 seconds.
4 squads left alive. FaZe only with a duo. Rest of them still fully stocked. You can see Aurora have the high ground here. Twisted Minds, however, as you can see, have already picked up 12 points. Doing very nicely. I heard a lot of positive sentiment from other teams and other players about Twisted Minds and their prospects for this tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a deep run here.
Definitely one of the teams that I had my eyes on too, and dominating. Remember, they were the only squad coming out of that southeast side of the zone after they took out Gaming Gladiators on their rotate through that DBZ building, and now also uncontested from the bridge point of view once this final circle closes. As FaZe is a duo, there's 2 squads coexisting in the Barometer building. It is GHS and Aurora.
Low ground position from Twisted Minds. You can see they're just trying to play outside of the exhibit area right now. They don't want that information to be the end of them. And there we go, managing to grab Arctic. So now just the 1 player left alive from FaZe.
And it's a tough position to be in when you know that you are in the line of sight of Aurora up on the high ground. GHS, let's not forget, they also had a really rough start. They lost out on 2, had gotten the reds, and are still alive. Crypto drone flying around. Nags, literally with only 1 shield bat, 1 med kit. Can he make this magic happen?
Yeah, just looking at his face, I'm not sure he likes his chances right now. We'll see as the zone pushes everyone in here. The care package was still available for the lifeline above. At one point in Apex's history, you could kill people with the care package. We've got a very small zone here. Is that still in? Like, it's been so long since we've seen. Yeah. Someone like could find me on Twitter and tell me if that's the case.
I believe I've tried to do it myself just to test, and I think it just bonks you on the head. But we got to see. We got to see here as GHS trying to send up the evac so that way they could jump around it here too. Distract as Aurora drop down from the high ground. Looking on the other side. Love this split positioning that we're seeing early from Aurora. Nice beams and lovely follow. FaZe got eliminated. Our last 3 squads left.
All right, GHS, Aurora, Twisted Minds. Oh my lord, this bang ult from 9 Impulse is doing damage, and it looks like GHS is going to be on the wrong side of it. Twisted Minds, can they win from the low ground?
I don't know. Aurora now punching through from the circle here, feeling that circle damage. Melee coming in as Aurora Gaming take game number 1, the pop-off from the squad. Great positioning. And it was also double bang ult that we saw from Twisted Minds and Aurora for that final fight. But you said it perfectly, Genome. They were landing on the wrong side of that zone, playing off that low ground. We know having that high ground positional advantage, especially in a circle like that, really provides you that extra upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a big advantage when they were on like the ultimate height, right? All the way up the top of the Barrow Tower. But what they did was, they didn't just drop down and sort of, coin flip it after maybe putting some damage in. They played it very strategically and went from one high ground to the next and, sort of cleared out just level by level going down.
I believe we saw them cycle around who drops first and on what side from the high ground, so that way they didn't just funnel themselves all in one direction. That way they could all get easily shot. It was kind of split up at the same time, but it was great because they also had to fight where the circle was the most contested on that Barometer side.
Okay, having a look at our match results after match 1 here. Aurora and Twisted Minds equal on top there, 19 points, not too shabby. Going down from there, Red Rams, look at that, 9 points for them, all pretty much from the KP. Really hunting for people at the start there. Oh, interesting, you've got the Hardeki throwback there on Strafing Flame with 7 kills. And 3 revives from enemy, not too bad either. Interesting, cool little stats we got coming through here on the stage screen.
I also love the player profiles here too, really showcasing the vibes and the personality that these different players provide, but also how strong they started off for that first game. Huge here, especially coming out of that Barometer side. We saw that Disguise was in a bit of trouble, but Aurora claiming King of the Hill on Barometer. Amazing first game that we got to witness here. We got more action here after this break. Don't go anywhere. We got game number 2. Aurora, the Lifeline believers take game number 1 on Storm Point. They were fighting through all of the chaos that we saw happening in Barometer from the very beginning, Gino.
They were. As you said, relying on that Lifeline actually gives them a very different playstyle to a lot of the other teams we see. Aurora have always been an edge fighting team, right? And one of the ways that Lifeline really helps them with that at the moment, especially with a change that we don't talk about a lot, and that's the replicators. Beforehand, you used to be able to go around in the Storm, craft 1 billion med kits, and make it into zone. You'd be fine, right? You can't do that anymore. You can get maximum 1 med kit per replicator. So one of the things that Lifeline does is means you don't have to rely on those meds so much. As soon as you get out of the zone, you pop Doc, heals your entire team up, and you can get the reset happening. So it's just one thing that allows you to really survive that zone edge play style and be able to come out of that with as much Evo as you could possibly want.
And of course, having the priority being those Evo Harvesters, so that way you get your Lifeline to purple, get that perk, so that way you can get the gold knock if you don't already have it.
Yep.
But then their timing into the zone, and even in that last fight, as you saw displayed right there, was fantastic. Splitting the way that they dropped down, splitting their position, having high ground position still no matter what, and then of course, ending it off with just punching through the zone. You love to see it here as we take a look at our competitors who may not have had the best of the first gate here on Storm Point, but I love to see a South Barometer zone to start off our day.
It's a fun one. That's what they're fighting for. Got the trophy there. Definitely one of the cool things about the Esports World Cup, isn't it? How they deal with the trophies. We saw all the teams walk out, with their symbols. That well, if they don't play well, they're going to see those crushed, Vicky. That's a fun little moment that we haven't got to in Apex, but one of those teams, will be losing their logo today.
It's always so crazy because I've been able to watch the event from home, but being able to see the teams having to walk out and actually forfeit their own trophy and then see it get smashed before their eyes. I mean, it's part of the competition, and one team today will have to go through that here. Although with Aurora starting off very strong, what we saw the action from Red Rams, they really are showcasing how aggressive a team like even Red Rams could be. But highlighting Aurora, Kazakh being on the Lifeline, the way that that's really played into their playstyle throughout the entire season, even when we saw Lifeline get that mid-season patch change, has been fantastic.
Mid-season patch change, mid-season roster change. I mean, you gotta remember, this is a different Lifeline player than we've seen. I mean, they've stuck with the play style, but they did not stick with the roster. And I wonder if that will help Aurora's chances, honestly, because it was a contentious change. Hideki, incredible player. But that said, I think a lot of the fights that we saw Aurora lose in the past, it was when the Lifeline player would go down first, right? And I think when you bring someone new into the team, you can kind of give them a directive. You can really say, okay, this is how we need you to play. You're coming into our team, play by the rules. And I think we've seen Kazakh do that a lot better because you really need that player to come not go down first, right? That's just where all the reset from Lifeline and the revives come into it.
It's huge. It really comes in clutch, and Kazakh's been able to really perform in that role. As we take a look at the Game 1 match results once again, I highlight Red Rams with their AKP, but they failed to place in those placement points. Now we talk about Twisted Minds, though. 10 KP coming in second place right behind Aurora, but this is another team that we highlighted at the very beginning of the day, Genome, a team that we know could absolutely perform out here, but unfortunately was not in the best position in the final zone like that.
And yeah, look, Aurora was in a much better position. I think it was very hard for those other teams to really combat their position.
And by the way, guys, aside from this map rotation, of course, we are going on to Storm Point once again for game number 2, but don't forget for games 5 and 6, we get to go to the maps that you all from home get to vote. Which maps do you want to see? Unfortunately, the firing range is not the option here, okay? We got Broken Moon, we got Olympus, Kings Canyon. Make sure to vote for your favorite map that you want to see our pros on this big stage perform on.
Can you imagine trying to get everyone into the fire range? like 60 players, 20 teams in there. There's so much like broken high ground as well in the fire. it's like Hunger Games style. Like everyone has to like go down and like grab their weapons from, you know, where they're on the floor at the start and then try and run away and like zip up with a Kraber or something. Yeah, that'd be great.
Or
I actually want to see that now.
Or like the one-on-one arena that you have with the box over to the side there too. Or like the shadow people or voices that you hear whenever it's like a seer in the lobby in the same server, but he's not obviously there. Anyways.
The wing condition is like who can get the 10 different colored Nessies first.
Oh yeah. Always love that here. Unfortunately, not an option here. It's going to be between the 3 maps that I just mentioned earlier, guys. Make sure to get on board, vote for the map that you want to see our pros play on. But that's for maps 5 and 6. We got game number 2 here. Let's get started. Our pros are in the dropship, and I'm ready to go to see another 50-50 go down as we saw in game number 1, Gino.
Oh yeah, Reject Winity versus Fennel. Will it happen again? What compositions are they going to go for? Because thinking back, I mean, okay, so we've got Reject. They seem to be picking up the Bloodhound here, and then looking at Fennel, they've gone for Gibraltar. Now, Bloodhound, at the moment, unless you are contesting, you generally would not pick up this hero. Actually, Red Ram's going for it. So, I mean, though as we saw last game, they're a very aggressive team. So it's a very particular playstyle, but most teams are going towards the Seer and the Crypto if you're looking for those recon characters in the current meta.
Getting early information, obviously, on the positioning, when you know everybody is going to have that white Evo shield here, unless you get lucky when there's 30 seconds left before that first circle closes, is when the Evo Harvesters present themselves. A lot more slower of a pace as we see here. Dogma splitting over to the side. I always get a little worried here when you are trying to contest a squad and you have that one sole player over by the cart because there's so much open ground to transition through. But of course, if you are on the Pathfinder, you could try to grapple away. You did mention Fennel rocking the Gibraltar. You could use that dome to close in that distance, and he picked up the Massive and Sentinel for his starting weapons.
Funnily enough, he's actually using it at range, whereas when we see these contests, it seems like most players with the Sentinel, you know, kind of want to get up close and personal and just hit that 88, hit that, you know, whatever you can get out with it, because it's just, it does so much damage in one shot that it just creates this instant opening for teams who are, you know, going with the contest. But as you can see right now, remember the way they were splitting the high ground in the first game. You know, we were talking about how much loot is on one side versus the other. We're actually seeing Reject play it a little bit slower here and loot the low ground as well, just to maybe try and eke out that little bit of an extra advantage against Fennel here.
It's the respect. Right now, you could tell that Fennel smells blood right now after their win from the 50-50 in game number 1. And Reject don't want to put themselves in a vulnerable position. So playing it safe, wrapping around, Dogma's with the rest of his squad. But while this fight unfolds very slowly, it's also the fight for information. There is a survey beacon on that cart, which is why these two squads want to fight for that middle ground. But while they're taking their time, look who's to their south. Look who's already rotated from middle with a ring console. It is Falcons here, and Ninjas in Pajamas lose out on Amphi with a rough start to take off the second game.
Oh, Ninjas in Pajamas. It was a very early exit in game 1, and they've repeated it in game 2. Nasky in shambles right now, and look, this is something that we actually talked to the teams, you know, previously to starting, Vicky, was it's a 10-game series.
Yeah.
Momentum matters more than ever. If you have 3-4 bad games to start with, how are you going to make that ground back up?
Especially if to consider like the 2 RNG maps that you don't really know how you're going to try to partake in this approach. But remember, we mentioned Team Falcons and Hao gets the knock onto Younghee here too. So while they wrap around here, RC looking to try to restabilize.
Yeah, and you know, if you're wondering why we've all got all this action happening all of a sudden, we're getting what looks to be actually a checkpoint zone. You know, most of the time it swings up further towards North Pad, and you see people just going through this area. But this time, very much, it looks like to be finishing on checkpoint.
Which means that you can expect so many other teams to show face here if this fight takes any longer, because now Jen literally won. Hao cleans up the rest. Reject, Winity get taken out. But there's 3 other teams around checkpoint who have heard this fight, Disguise being one of them. Guild Esports to see if they can wrap around and maybe show face alongside GK.
Yeah, well, if you're wondering whether the fused Motherlode was still scanning people at a large range, as you can see it is. And it's quite effective going off that fight. Hal picking up 3 kills, courtesy at least somewhat of the scanning abilities of Fuse. So they take up a good position, get the reset. They're all back up and healthy now on the Team Falcons side, which I know they've got plenty of supporters here in Saudi.
Currently, we have 10 teams who have ring console info, who've already moved over by checkpoint. FaZe being one of the teams to take space inside that southern building, although I do believe this circle is going to be pulling more north. We've seen it by the hill south of Falcons, but with this approach, currently FaZe are looking at Fennel.
Yeah, exactly. You've got teams down the south here. I mean, if we get a crazy pullback, potentially, but yeah, I think, as you said, it's more likely to be towards the northern side. So FaZe down here fighting towards teams like Fennel. JHS are actually pulling up now. They're in the tunnel close by, and then you've got Guild coming in from down beast where they start.
GHS are also going to be able to gatekeep the teams that want to go through the bunker side if you exit out of Cedo. Since there is a ring console there, you could expect teams that play more so by the edge, like Aurora, like we talked about before, Gaming Gladiators, Crazy Raccoon, to try to probably fight for not only the Evil Harvester there, but also for that information if they just want to camp that out. But majority of this lobby will be coming in from the north side, as we've already seen before, like e-xolos coming from north pad. Falcons, though, may not even have a second to breathe. Reject Winity get deleted here, but the nice side-by-side as Team Liquid also coming in from the low ground. They are neighboring. We saw Disguise earlier on before, but I believe this is Makers that are neighboring them.
Just trying to take it easy, use that, use the seer scan here on the low ground, the heartbeat sensor. It's one of the reasons why people pick Seer. They want that passive information. What's playable? Who's around us? You know, do we have space to make that move? You don't necessarily have to face check every position as you try and take it.
Remember when that tactical did damage?
Oh.
Sorry, PTSD moment right there, guys.
Yeah.
And Twisted Minds, I mean, I talked about gatekeeping from the bunker side. GHS have given up that space for free, and now Twisted Minds moving forward to take that space instead, through with the Trident to also add in some extra cover. But FaZe on the other side looking at them, you could see the ping from Easy Flash.
That man looks locked in.
Oh yeah,
like,
look at him.
He is like, looks like he's about to stare laser beams into that PC monitor. No wonder they had such a good game. If Easy Flash is on his game, man, that team pops off.
He's a scary player. Every time we see him have one of those moments. And you know, actually playing from this position, it works out for them, but they are going to have to probably move from there eventually. We don't really see circles pull right on top of the bunker usually, so being on the Watson, the Seer, the Bangalore, you know that game plan is going to be to try to bunker down with the Watson Gen or try to force out some squads with the Seer ult who are going to be forced to play inside of these buildings. Destroying that Crypto Drone, though, is Disguise. We mentioned it before, but they were one of the teams to go in from a quick rotate. And since they do land by North Pad, it's easily expected here, but neighboring them on the other building of Checkpoint is Falcons with a plethora of death boxes to have loot from.
They are looking well stocked, as you say, and you know, Fuse obviously having the advantage of being able to double stack nades in the inventory as well, and you know, you also have the advantage of not really having to use the nades until you absolutely need them, because you can just throw out the knuckle clusters on repeat. It's such a good character for aggression, and all it needed was one little push to get into the meta, right? Just giving it the Ring Master upgrade and being able to replace another character who would scan ring consoles, all of a sudden made it such a strong pick for teams who want to play edge, who want to play aggressive, and that's why we're seeing it at such a high percentage pick rate in this tournament.
Yeah, the evac towers exploit was just a little cherry on top to what was already strong here with the perk systems being introduced onto a character like Fuse. Very strong character when it comes to trying to force option select as well, as we take a look at Red Rams creeping up by the cliff side. Nice crack here, following up though with a 30-30 in hand. We talk about the knuckle clusters, feeling that pressure, but this team is stuck by this choke here. Nice little crack, while the rest of his squad is trying to take a much more aggressive position.
Okay, taking the peeks through the side here. Seer ultimate goes out. They can't get past the Watson fences, but do they need to?
I mean, knock, knock. Luminosity's coming up from right behind him, but is this a fight worth taking when you are essentially about to get sandwiched? LG on one side. We know that Evos are on the other. This is a sandwich that you do not want to be part of as Pioneers get taken out in your feeds. Red Rams may not have enough time to reset, though. Yeah.
Red Rams, as you say that, do go down. Added a couple of kills. So they're really just chipping in away with the KP. That's how they've decided they want to, you know, make sure that they don't have any horrible games. You know, you can't get donuts if you're always winning at least one team fight. And then maybe someone cleans you up, but, well, you know, you did something.
It's a little chef's kiss, too, you know, for LG to get a little bit of revenge. You know, of course, even with the third party, you take whatever you could get, any crumbs available for you after a really rough start for game number 1. Now still alive here as we take a look at our game 1 winners, Aurora. With that slow rotate, their priority, rain consoles, the survey beacons out here, rather. The Evo Harvester, oh my goodness, they just 3-2-1'd him so hard, and then sets up the zip line for the Pathfinder.
And the other thing is, Evo's Predator are so split that 3 players from our Thai team, the qualifiers from APAC South, was so far away from each other that there's almost no chance of a reset there. The other 2 know that, and they just have to get out immediately. There's really no chance for them to come back after that very, very quick down there from Aurora.
And everyone knows, especially, you know, playing Apex, when you get 3-2-1 like that, that is just an absolute spirit killer. Like, when you know that was just an absolute, what can you do? Like, there's nothing you could have done in a situation like that. You were trying to get information at the wrong time. No one was there to cover you. You thought that your backs were cleared. Aurora being a slow rotating team, though, I mean, they rotated all the way around if you consider the fact that they landed in Cenote, and then they landed all the way wrapped around, probably from the north side of Checkpoint is going to be their next approach. But Gino, this circle isn't pulling to the north side of Checkpoint. This circle is pulling directly on the buildings where FaZe have been from the very beginning.
Hot diggity. We talked about it. We talked about it as a possibility. We said it was the low one, and you know, if you're looking at the map for this, it's wow. It's there's not a lot of teams who have predicted this. Essentially, you know, the buildings down there, they're not all taken. There is a lot of space down the bottom.
It's hard too, because if you do want to try to fight for that position, where FaZe was earlier on, it's so much open ground. You could get pinged from so many different angles. Bombardment coming in for Fennel.
Yeah, well, it looked like Fennel actually got a reset after, I guess, that initial contest didn't go so well for them. That's why they're coming into this late stage of the game. They got whites and blues. That makes it almost impossible to win that fight there versus Crazy Raccoon.
And that is the Evo Shield advantage that we currently see from Crazy Raccoon to be able to get the res here on top of the loot. And they're going to be uncontested, right? Nobody else is looking at them from the Cedo side, because a lot of these other teams are going to be rotating from the east side of this zone.
Okay, FaZe Clan, one of the only teams in a good position south of the main checkpoint buildings. That is the place to be. Pretty much the rest of the lobby sitting up the top, thinking it's going to be one of those zones that pulls maybe just outside of the main checkpoint high ground. But it's not, and all of a sudden, LG trying to play with their space a little bit, try to delay them with the knuckle clusters here, using another team's Watson fences to keep them at bay.
And Aurora is still popping off in your feeds currently right now. Some trade-offs happening as LG takes split position versus Liquid, who are still off of that low ground, gets that information off of the Seer. So many other squads coexisting, though. It's very worrisome, especially when the spiders already look like they have been cleared out here, too. So you're not going to feel that extra pressure from the wildlife. e-xolos getting eliminated by Aurora from that previous fight that we mentioned.
Okay, now there's that map screen that we were talking about. We're about to see where this next zone will pull as well. That'll give us a lot of information about how this game is going to finish up. But as you can see, the majority of teams very much not expecting this. That's why FaZe have been able to split hold those buildings. It pulls even further southwest. So those the buildings that FaZe are holding, split holding, are actually not going to be the best, they'll be able to, probably parlay that into another good position. But Gaming Gladiators have God spot right now.
And that's thanks to the fact that Gaming Gladiators take their time to play by the edge, whereas FaZe had scanned in Pylon and immediately settled inside this building. Gaming Gladiators took their time to rotate from Echo and then had that next circle ring information on their rotate originally, now playing on the edge without putting themselves in a sandwiching position, as Twisted Minds have now moved up and Team Liquid fighting for their lives alongside the rest of this lobby, basically coming out of checkpoint.
Whoa, Yanya comes in off the back here, not being expected. I think that's Makers on the other side of that. Yeah, Dexter goes down to the Knuckle Cluster. They've got the scan now as well. He can't hide.
Oh, his toes were just poking out enough for Nizul to get the follow-up on the Hemlock to take care of Makers. Another squad in the distance, I believe that is disguised here, as Team Liquid were able to reset. Juarez was incredibly low, but still, after feeling that pressure, utilize that Knuckle Cluster to get aggressive. Funk, talking about low, literally 1 pixel as he's forced to drop down in disguise, playing off the high ground.
We've dropped down to 10 squads, Vicky, where in round 4, that's reasonably low, and part of that is because of that radical shift in the zone to the south. FaZe still split holding the buildings, by the way. I'm just going to keep saying it because at some point someone needs to try and take that away from them, and it will be a question of whether FaZe, recognize that in time and group up together, or if we're, one or two of them get caught out of positions. Because I can tell you, teams like Twisted Minds are coming for them at the moment. But now it's really time for these teams up north to move. Disguise have to go for it. Luminosity there as well. Team Liquid starting to commit ults versus GK Esports. Disguise will be one of the last teams, however, try and make their way in.
Oh, they're just following right behind, though. Luminosity, who are about to get sandwiched by Team Falcons and Disguise at the same time.
92% on the ult, didn't have the portal to get inside.
That's huge here because that's what they rely on for these difficult rotates, and now it is free firing for Jen Burden. He gets the knock. How follows up onto LG, so both these squads losing out on one member also slows them down on a rotate where they can feel the pressure on the other side.
Oh, look at that spot.
Okay.
Falcons. I mean, they picked something that's just at the edge of zone, so they don't have to commit, too hard. They don't have to commit further. And meanwhile, it just gives them all this opportunity to start bursting out kills. And you can see it, their numbers ticking ever higher. 15 points so far in our 10-match series for Falcon. 0 barking orders as per usual.
Literally, Falcons are so hungry that they were able to pressure Liquid. We saw them take care of Disguise, but maybe have they overextended just a little bit with Gaming Gladiators now rotating right behind them.
Hal up to 5 kills this game. He had a couple in the first as well. Wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being the overall kill leader by the end of this game.
Gaming Gladiators actually backed away while Falcons are literally looking at both directions. They look like chameleons. They're looking at Liquid on one side. They're looking at Gaming Gladiators from the other. But all of these teams here are not in that next circle. What is this next plan here as the smokes have been exhausted? Zero gets knocked here. And it's only Jet and Zero and Hal playing behind the tree as the circle closes in behind their backs.
GG on one side, Team Liquid on the other. Is any kind of reset possible here? They haven't got the full kill just yet. Okay. There we go. No. Yeah, Juarez does finish them off, and not just him, but the rest of Falcons, actually. Surprised that happened so quickly from what seemed to be a position of power playing on the edge of the ring. A lot of the other teams, I guess, once they became a bit more stabilized, started turning their attention outwards, and Falcons hadn't opened up enough of a path for themselves by that point. So we moved out to the last 5 squads, and Twisted Minds actually in a pretty good spot looking here, as we've got TL just playing from the roof. They've even got the... Oh my. Look at that replicator on the top there. That was that's a nice little bit of cover. I didn't know they could drop on buildings.
Yeah, for free cover right there too, especially with that cat wall right in front of them. Liquid get eliminated in a difficult rotation. Twisted Minds out for blood, neighboring that of LG, who are only down to a duo. Gaming Gladiators, the only other squad left in this lobby as a full trio.
Twisted Minds leading the lobby right now. The only team to make it to the top 3 in our first 2 games on Storm Point. I mean, historically, in APAC South, they have been phenomenal on this map, and they are continuing that run here, even at LAN, even with the best teams in the world at their throats.
So scary to see the way that this team is positioned too here. Slight lip of a high ground, but they cannot ignore the duel that is on the low ground of LG, but their main focus is going to be Gaming Gladiators. You can see them trying to take out into the line of sight behind this tree here before they're forced to move forward into the center of the circle in the next 15 seconds.
Luminosity with only 2 alive are just trying to hold on. Gaming Gladiators here. On the other side of this, you can see just trying to play around the head glitches, but that's pretty hard when e-xolos has got the bead on you right now. Only about 2 clips left in, so he needs to be a little bit careful, but the damage he's doing right now is extremely helpful when the zone is just about to push them out from behind that tree.
I was going to say, literally on the sticks, even sharing a little bit of the energy ammo here, while Sweet just practicing, seeing if he could be the mountain climber that LG needs. It doesn't look like he could get that final climb. It doesn't look like they even had an evac tower here. We're going to have to see if they manage to climb their way out from that disadvantage. But Gaming Gladiators, we saw the 0 coming up now. They're getting more information. But right now, the mother load from the other side and the bombardment of nades. e-xolos gets 2 knocks. GG only down to life. Who is 1? Runs for his life before he gets caught. The evac tower from LG. The timing. Can they make the magic happen? Now, with only Sipes alive here on the other side, but it is not enough. Twisted Minds barely took any damage from the other fight. They had the Evo shield swaps on top of it and the pop-offs here on stage from Twisted Minds.
Tell him, Strafing. Tell him. Top 3 in our first 2 games and easily on top of the lobby after that. Strafing, he breathes a sigh of relief. He lets out a primal cry of victory. It's all gravy here for Twisted Minds.
What a beautiful game here. We were talking about, I was a little worried, you know, if LG had an evac tower, that would be huge here, but they waited for the timing. They still got second place, which is also big, to capitalize extra on those points. But Twisted Minds noted them on the low ground. They saw an arc star flying up from the low ground, said, all right, they're probably going to come out here from an evac tower, but our focus is the trio in front of us, Gaming Gladiators, who just got decimated. But also, talk about spacing. The Watson fences forced them to wrap around that tree, taking some of that extra pressure when the mother load was also right in front of them.
It's a pretty tough one there for the other teams. But Twisted Minds, yeah, they just took that easternmost building, and then boom, from there, it was a walk in the park.
Gotta see if they could do it again. Another top 3 here. It is absolutely huge as we go to another break. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side, we got game number 3 as we change to World's Edge.
Player K, Strafing Flame, and Easy Flash. They do it in style, and that means taking game 2 of our Esports World Cup tournament here. Apex Legends has been on full display in our 5th week of 8 weeks of action, and what a great start, guys. Back here in the studio, Rain Day, AJ Hawk, Zephyrcast, and Glitter Explosion with me. We just saw really a phenomenal performance, and for me, Lauren, I'm going to go with you on Twisted Minds because this is a new org for them, Legends Gaming. You had mentioned it earlier on. This new representation seems to be working really well for them to start this one off strong.
Yeah, and I think everybody was really excited to see what they were going to do here at LAN now that we have Easy Flash here with us, and he showed us in those final fight moments just how destructive he can be when he's with the trio. I mean, that was a phenomenally well fought battle.
Well, you know, when you look at this team, the results speak for themselves. 5th place at our last playoffs, 3rd place at championships, Jayhawk, and that means that this team knows how to get results at big tournaments.
Absolutely. This is not a team to sleep on. When we talk about the S-tier teams, obviously we start with Falcons, but immediately after that, we're talking about Twisted Minds. This is a team that absolutely can take it. Strafing Flame, one of the best IGLs in the world, and Easy Flash, arguably the most mechanically gifted MNK player, considering that he's able to keep up with all these controller players on the front lines.
Missed the tournament with Easy Flash. They've got him back. That's a big storyline here as well. Could definitely turn the tides in terms of them being considered favorites if they keep this up, most likely leading the lobby. Ben, we also saw LG in the mix, and that's a good sign for them, starting off strong, a team that sometimes shows up a little later on in the games.
Yeah, especially for them after game 1, having some rough starts against Red Rams up towards that northeastern section. Not a contest, but something that we've seen them do before, then makes this incredibly long-winded transition through game 2, but still manages to sneak their way all the way up on the board on the end of that.
As you can see, the match results here for game number 2 out of 10, 20 points for Twisted Minds. They take the lead there, but do not look away because you might miss it. 4th place is actually 2nd place here. Team Liquid Alienware, 16 points and 11 of them coming from kills, Lauren. This is a team that we thought might show up. It certainly seems so as of now.
Absolutely. This is why Jayhawk was so hyped about them when we were going into Stormpoint. I mean, the slaying power that we've always known Team Liquid is capable is what they're illustrating here right now. And if this is kind of like that first step in the process, right? This is going to get them where they want to be when it comes to match point format. If they make it to that spot, but then they need to close the matches out after that.
That's right. And again, you know, Jay, I know you're keen on them. I am too. I love Liquid Alienware. You've got to be able to win. You got to turn it into a win if you're going to take this tournament, and I think that's the big thing with these teams here. Twisted Minds certainly has gotten the W. Another team here on the board, Luminosity Gaming and Gaming Gladiators, keeping eyes on them and the storylines. A good game from GG, but a team that won game 1, Aurora. I want to talk about that first. I mean, Zephyr, you raised your hand there on that one. You're the EMEA specialist. They're showing up, Kazakh and Squat.
I know it's a fantastic rotation outside of Cenote that gives them a lot of that opportunity, but seeing them capitalize on so many of those teams in such an efficient manner goes into the discussion that we don't really explore with not the fact that just Aurora is this kill-heavy team, but the fact that they know when and how to capitalize at these best moments. So eliminating, of course, teams like Disguise, Team Liquid Alienware, taking height position, throwing Impulse down there to introduce the Aurora threat early at the end game, and then coming down to just quickly clean things up once they finally lose out on that last bit of height.
Jayhawk, surprised at what we've seen so far?
I'm not. I mean, Twisted Minds, we talked about them. That's a team that we know can perform. Aurora, we talked about them at the top, a team that needs redemption, didn't quite have the split they wanted, but we just saw at our previous LAN in LA, they got 7th. They were one of the best teams out there. They were 2nd overall in groups. They made it through to the finals and winners bracket. So I think this is more so them just getting back to what they used to be after a split where they definitely were not happy about how they performed.
Split where they lost the Grim Reaper as well. Hardeki no longer here. 9 Impulse and OJ Rain with Kazakh off to a good start. 1 win out of 2. But Twisted Minds certainly our leader. Well, the big thing now is, can they keep it up? The switch is about to begin, and behind us, we'll see it right here. World's Edge takes center stage, figuratively and literally here behind us. Landslide for Twisted Minds. SkyWest Trials, though, for Falcons. Lauren, this is the #1 pick when we have our POI drafts in the Pro League. And obviously now this goes to the #1 favorite team.
And I'm glad that you called that out, too, because Team Falcons might not be where people expected them after the first 2 matches on our overall leaderboard, but that is something we've literally seen Team Falcons do in Split 2, okay? They had a day where they did nothing in 3 matches and did better in the last 3 matches than some teams did in 6. So the fact that they have the best POI right now heading into World's Edge is something everybody should be afraid of.
I'm afraid of Falcons just in general. I mean, if you've had a Falcon fly at you in real life, I mean, no. Literally, though, I think Falcons are a threat no matter what ends up happening. And that's the thing. You don't want them to hang around, Jayhawk, and they're not quite overperforming, but they're there. 15, 17 points, that is easily within a kill shot for them.
Absolutely, and you talk about hanging around. I mean, the one team that we talk about, the greatest comeback of all time, Imperial How with TSM, 5 games in, they were in 17th at Champs and they still won 3 games in a row. We've seen Falcons do it throughout the split, so they get that SkyWest Trials loot. They could pick it up.
All of the stories continue to unfold. Don't remember, with these 2 games on World's Edge, after that, we're going to your map of choice. So keep those votes coming in on X/Twitter to let us know where we'll be playing that map. But for now, it's time to go back to the tried and true, the old Apex Legends darling, World's Edge. And I've got some lovely darlings as well I'm going to throw to. I love you guys. Mark and Dan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Evan. And yes, indeed, we are here in Riyadh and we are ready to get straight back into the action. It's a pleasure to be here, Dan. We are heading to World's Edge, though, and we've got a few more contests to try and settle here before we even kind of work out who's going to be the winners and who's going to be claiming some POIs as we get through these games.
Yeah, a little pause coming in, but I guess that's a chance for us to talk about what's happening. We are going to have a contest at Fissure and Mirage, as you just saw from the analyst desk. So Reject and LG are going to be scrapping it out, and we already saw Reject having a contest earlier on in Stormpoint as well. So they're going to have contests back-to-back maps here.
Yeah, it's one always worry. I think if you contest on one map, it's like, okay, maybe it's going to be a good thing. Maybe we can get a little bit of dominance. Maybe we can kind of win those first few games and get some points on the board. But when you're doing it on 2 maps, if it doesn't go well, well, you're not going to be in a very good spot, essentially. So some decisions to be made. I'm sure they'll go into this first one with a lot of confidence for sure, and they'll try and put a little bit of a marker down to LG and try and kind of establish Lava Fissure as their own. But it's an interesting start to the day, isn't it? I think it's very interesting. They talked about it in, I'm going to call it the desk. No desk there. We know that. What should we call it? We need to come up with a new area.
It's the floor.
The floor? I'm going to go with
the cube.
The cube. Okay, let's go with the cube. Let's talk about the teams that have managed to win so far today, though, right? And who's at the top of the leaderboards? Who's at the top of the overalls? Because you've got Aurora, and they were talking about it on the, what do you call it, the floor?
The floor.
The floor. Love it. That'll stick. The floor, and they were saying, you know, this is a team who have really struggled through the split. They've made this change. Kajak has now come in. Hardeki come out, but there is an intangible talent that we've always known about in this team, and I think the fact that there's no POI draft, they're playing from somewhere that they're comfortable, and they can kind of plan for some of the rotations that are coming in around them. I think it's almost like the POI, they're kind of nerfed by the POI draft a little bit, and now they get to play that kind of free game again, and we're seeing that a little bit in that first game. Of course, a long way to go as well, which is something to talk about as well, right? Because we're so used to a 6-game series, maybe even an 8-game series. Not today. Today, Dan. I got 10 games for you, people.
Yeah,
I think 10 games.
I think strategy-wise, it is going to be a little bit different. You can peak too early, and then suddenly, if you struggle, if you don't have the fatigue, if you don't have the mental to go that distance, there will be teams that catch up. And also, it's all about learning the lobby. How many times do we talk about in Apex Legends? It's learning those rotations, especially now we are just going from the dropship. It's not a POI draft. So where are people moving from? Where is their favorite positions? Are they going to be contesting you? Are you not going to be contested? Are you going to change where you are dropping because you notice there is a weaker team at a certain POI? A lot of different things come into the equation when it is going to be 10 matches rather than maybe 6 that we're used to seeing. Now, I am looking across the legend selection just before we had that pause. We're going to have 5 teams changing their legends from Stormpoint over towards World's Edge. We've got FaZe Clan switching over to Bangalore Seer. Watson instead of Bangalore's Catalyst and Seer, and I think in general it is Watson's coming into the equation. The same for Luminosity Gaming, they're bringing in Watson, Reject Winity bringing in Watson, and also Fennel. So 4 more Watsons coming into it.
It's a Watson party here on World's Edge, and it's something we're seeing more and more of, especially with the prevalence of Fuse. And even though we may be seeing Fuse kind of, I would say, peter out a little bit, even though it still is obviously a strong selection for a lot of people. There is a lot of flexibility in teams trying to play different legends to fill that role, so to speak. That's why you're seeing Pathfinder come in for a lot of these teams. The ability to hit that beacon, of course, and select what beacon you want to be hitting is a big reason for that. But I've always thought that Watson has a place, right? Especially when there's a lot of utility being thrown, when there's a lot of, for example, Bangalore allotments. When you get to that endgame, Watson has always provided you with such kind of counter utility with that gen that it's no surprise to see such a valuable pick again.
And interestingly, the only team who switched off of Watson was Falcons, and they're bringing in Seer instead for World's Edge. So they have done the exact opposite of everyone else here on World's Edge. So that's going to be interesting to see how they try and utilize that. I mean, obviously the Seer is going to give them a lot more information in some of these fights.
Also playing from Sky West. Play what you want from Sky West.
Honestly, yeah.
So, yeah, it's not too surprising. They're going to be playing from Edge pretty much the majority of the game, so they're going to be assaulting teams who are trying to maybe play those Watsons a little bit closer to zone. So no surprise to see a slightly more aggressive composition for sure. You hit that Seer Q, you really can take the abilities away from your opposition who you're trying to take those fights against. If you can hit it, you can get 2 to 3 players, then that will be very, very important for a team who are, is going to be dropping over at Sky West. But we do have a little bit of a delay, a little bit of a pause, and we'll get back into the game as soon as we can. But we're going to send it back to the wonderful people that we have in the house right now. So take it away.
So much, Mark and Dan. I like the word "the floor." That is a TV show, so it might be copyright. So at the end of the day, one I like very much as well. Go Rob Lowe. But I think the studio is also the official term for where we are. AJ Hawk, Zephyr Cass, Glitter Explosion. Again, I'm Rainday, joining back once again to talk a little bit more on this World's Edge map. Zephyr, you were between that scuffle of getting started and coming back here, pointing a few things out. Walk us through what you're looking at.
Yeah, of course, and especially when we talk about World's Edge right now, we made some big discussions about teams like the Falcons, but this is the story where we're at. Of course, Aurora, Game, and they're on the top of our boards right now, could potentially be some issues to look at.
I think looking at it too, there's so many different stories on what you can point at. FaZe Clan, again, at Monument, was one of the traditionally okay positions. I mean, it got nerfed in terms of loot and then kind of sat in a little bit of a spot, but it's center map. At the end of the day, that is a safer place to be at times than some of these bets. However, I think that a safe bet is that I know 2 guys that can talk about this as well. We wanted to give you a little bit of respite. Maybe you got a sip of water in there. On set, Gaskin, right back at you.
We got you, buddy. Don't worry, we're ready. We're here to catch it whenever you send it our way. And it looks like the players are almost ready to go as well, which is good news, of course, for everyone. A little bit of a pause, just as the players were dropping out of the dropship. I will say one of probably the most well-timed pauses, because nobody's feet have touched the floor, I think, outside of maybe 2 or 3 teams. Even then, probably still hovering.
Everyone's still just about in the air, and I think our attention is definitely going to be turning towards Lava Fissure and Mirage Artois. We've already seen Rejectminity lose a contest today on Storm Point. Is it going to be the same case here on World's Edge? That's my biggest question. Remember, it's not the only contest happening here, as it looks like Rejectminity already down on the ground at Mirage Artois. Looks like they might be splitting it, and Luminosity just taking the Lava Fissure side here. So both are going to be technically sharing a POI, but I'm sure that you can get more than enough loot here at Mirage Artois.
It's one of those situations where you're like, I would like all of this.
Yeah.
However, there probably is enough for both teams, just about. One thing that is good news, of course, for the team on your screen right now, Rejectminity, is that they do have a survey beacon to play with here. So they're going to get a little bit of ring information that Luminosity will not, by the looks of things. So LG might have to make a little bit of a trip before they can get that information, which gives Rejectminity a little bit of a head start when it comes to their rotation. Also, they get to start the party. Well, let's be honest, Dan. That's why we're here as well, isn't it, really? They get to start the party on the ship. We get to start it here in Riyadh.
We just like starting the party, and it's a little bit noisy, but sometimes you can just dance the night away. Now, we are going to see the circle heading over towards a landslide area at the moment, so great for previous winners of match number 2, Twisted Mind, dropping at landslide. I will say, one of my least favorite POIs to drop at, but in first place, 39 points at the moment.
And the ring coming towards you. I love landslide. Always been a huge landslide fan, me. So I'd be saying right now, if I was Twisted Minds, they will, of course, be able to play that extreme elevation for quite some time as well. Wouldn't surprise me to see this pull out to the north, though, of landslide in those rocky areas. Sometimes we see that kind of drill tower finish, and teams kind of hunkering down under there. So that choke, which is between Monument and that drill tower, always a good one to hold towards that end game for sure. Also, the Vault Tunnel, always a good place to hold, but we do know that you can get pinched in there pretty comfortably. Well, on board with the team that we were talking about, Twisted Minds, and here is the height, and here is a triple take.
Yeah,
it's a weapon to have.
It's about just holding height now, isn't it? And making sure that no one else can really take a position close enough to you to be a real nuisance, but Reject were able to scarper on in and take one of those RV vans, and they can comfortably sit there for quite some some time now. It's going to be a case of the race to landslide and surrounding areas. You can see Geeky at the moment going through the vault tunnel as well. They could stay in that vault tunnel. Now, even though it might not be perfect for the end game, it could get you a lot of kills. Speaking of kills, NIP taking a fight.
NIP taking a little bit of a fight. We're going to see Zane grappling in here, and the first knock has come in. So 3v2 situation for them to try and turn in their favor. Going to be able to pick his perk as he goes for a shield swap as well. And you can see they're not really too bothered about doing too much off the back of it by the looks of things. They might chase this team down now that they have a tower down that they can try and close the gap. But job done here for NIP when it comes to the initial engagement. Gil putting down some shots from distance though, so they're going to be a little bit careful here, NIP, that they don't drop into a somewhat of a sandwich that they don't want to be in.
Yeah, it will be a sandwich, and I think that there's going to be a lot of time. Teams are arriving very quickly, very soon, so I do like they are backing away just a little bit, trying to find a little bit more of a comfortable position here, and they will be within the circle, even though being on this eastern side is not going to be particularly a good area to hold because the circle unlikely to pull on this way. But you will be able to potentially clean up some kills if you hold this tunnel, for example, because there's going to be a lot of squads arriving from Fragment. You'd imagine with their rotation. As you can see, Fennel just got eliminated, so our first team just got wiped off World's Edge.
Yeah, Fennel who sat in 12th at the start of this game, so a little bit of a quiet one for them, but like we mentioned, it's about, I would say, consistency. And just looking across the leaderboards and looking across the teams who have put points on the board so far, it's familiar, I would say, Aurora and Twisted Minds, they've been the teams who have put the big games in, right? They're the teams who have won games so far. But everyone else that's in and around is usually teams that you see starting to come good towards the end of the series. They're the ones that you talk about accolades with, right? Team Liquid, FaZe Clan over in EU. You got Team Falcons, of course, there. DSG, who, let's not be, it's not, you know, sugarcoat it. Very rocky split for them, but historically on LAN have always performed, especially here on World's Edge. So it's about the long game here. I think a couple of early games is obviously great to get those points on the board, but if you can stay in and around and know that if you get to game 9, game 10, and you win a game, you can bump yourself up into those qualification spots, well, big smiles, happy faces, little dance.
Yeah, just a reminder, aiming for that top 9 so that you can qualify for finals. We will be sending a team home today, though, and they'll have that key crushed, which is always a brutal thing to watch. I don't know if viewers watching Apex Legends for the first time at the Esports World Cup, where they would have seen other games at Esports World Cup, but every team or player, depending on which game you're competing on, gets a key, and as soon as you're eliminated, it is crushed, quite literally crushed, by a crushing machine, and usually it's your opposition that does it. But I have been wondering, who gets to do it? Because we've got so many teams here with Apex.
Bare hand just does it for every single team at the moment, yeah. It is quite something, isn't it? It's like the disappointment of knowing that you've been knocked out. It's like, just before you go, by the way, we just want to make a visual thing to let you know. It certainly is an entertainment factor for sure. But speaking of entertaining, it's time for Falcons to finally leave Sky West and make their way forward. You can see from the POI as well, they had Survey Beacon, they had Ring Console, they obviously had all of the beautiful loot that you get as well, and they managed to get themselves up to purple with essentially not having to lift a finger. But now that they are approaching the edge of landslide here in the outside areas, this is where they're going to be dangerous.
Yeah, this is where other teams are going to be a little bit worried about that northwest area, because you know Falcons are going to be arriving, they're going to be looted, they're going to be booted, and they've already got purples to work with as well. So if you do see any sort of Seer ult come down, you want to be running away from it, because there's only going to be one indicator, really. There's not that many Seers in the lobby, if at all. I think there's just a few. It's actually Twisted Mind and Falcons both playing the Seer right now.
You can see they're looking to poke and prod onto LG, and this is the position they want to take away. This is one of the strongest positions that you can have for this zone. If it does pull back towards where LG find themselves, it really is a great spot for denying LOS. It's also a good spot for getting shots down on all the teams who have to leave landslide a little bit later in the game, excuse me. And you can also, they're going for the Wombo Smoky combo, which is officially the new name of this. You can see the smoke onto the tower, and now they're probably going to use that fuse ult to back it up, and that's going to give them all sorts of information, is how I'm going to phrase it.
So LG, I mean, could potentially take this fight, but they're all on blue, so it is a fight they are going to be at a huge disadvantage in terms of armor. And maybe if there's any indication there from Falcons, they might decide to get a little bit more aggressive. But you can see also LG running the Seer, so they're one of the Seers that are also in this lobby, so they'll be able to drop down the exhibition and make sure they get as much information as possible as well. As the circle does continue to pull towards landslide here and away from the likes of Guild Esports, for example, we did say that eastern side, it's unlikely to have a pull. So now everyone's going to have to try and make their way through those choke points. For example, FaZe having to move from Monument on that northern side, going to have a little bit of a difficulty to do so. Speaking of difficulty, Falcons just in open area at the moment, but smokes go down just to keep them safe and healthy.
Yeah, one thing the Falcons always do well that I think separates them from a lot of teams is they have a spot to play for now around the RV, and you know they're going to be able to play there, but they realize that there's better spots available, and they're always looking for openings, always looking for a shield to be chipped away that they can maybe try and turn their focus to that player, and before you know it, they've got a 2v3, they're sending it onto that team and trying to take that better position away. So never kind of settling for what they have, always looking for perfection and the best, essentially, is what Falcons do when it comes to the fights they take and the places they want to play from. And speaking of which, you can see Twisted Minds on our screen, who was the team, of course, who have won a game already today and landed here at Landslide. They got themselves up to blues. There was one thing I was a little bit worried about, was when we saw Reject Winity and we saw them kind of engaging a little bit earlier on, both teams only had whites due to the quickness of one rotation and the fact that at Landslide you don't really get a lot of interactions to get yourself up to blue, right? But they've managed to do so, whereas Reject Winity haven't as yet. So that, for the end game, makes it a little bit more difficult for them to defend their spot that they're holding at the moment, only having those white armors, whereas on the other side, the blues just make it a little bit, you can peek a little bit more, you can prod a little bit more, take a little bit of space, overlook some third-party opportunities, and before you know it, when it gets to that end game, you should have those purples.
That's one of the reasons why I'm always reluctant to be a team that does move very early, but that's also another gives you that little bit more comfortable scenario in the area, because you can just lock down those positions with defenses. As you can see, it's the same Twisted Mind. They are going to be dropping, they are going to have the height originally, but now they say, look, as more people are arriving, we need to be locking down an area, because otherwise we are a little bit too exposed to grenades. Speaking of grenades, they are coming down. There has been a knock, and Twisted Mind are going to try and push up on this ever so slightly.
Yeah, I like this. They're trying to command as much space inside a Landslide as they can at the moment. I mentioned how, it's good to have a spot. It's even better to have the space all around it and be able to pressurize different teams as they move in a little bit later into the game. You saw them get a knock. We've still got 19 squads remaining, by the way, as round 2 is going to close in just over a minute and 10 seconds time. Strafe and Flame's got to be careful, though. And he's going to have to use that Strafe right now to get back and get that shield battery popped.
And there was a couple of members of Reject Winity that went down. So you spoke about those white armors. You spoke about them struggling a little bit. They've lost 2 players now. And it's just going to be Jung Hee left as the last remaining. So it's not going to be a particularly good game for Reject Winity either, considering the fact that they did struggle in Storm Point earlier. It's a tough follow-up here on match number 3. But there is still the opportunity. You never know. There's always a comeback chance, even as an individual, as Falcons are starting to overlook this. And I like this from Falcons. They are slowly but surely taking more space, and they are getting closer to Twisted Minds. So Twisted Minds need to be careful here, because if Falcons smell blood, you know full well they're a team that can just jump on that damage.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage. There was a lot of numbers just popped up on my screen. Even my arithmetic down with 2 100s knows that that adds up to 200. So that's good damage coming in for sure, as we see an attempted res now coming in as well. So it looks like Reject Winity might be trying to make that play, but you can also see in the kill feed that Falcons don't want to allow that to happen. It's going to be Zero who takes down Jung Hee here, and that will be the end of his game for now.
But the 2 remaining players do have an opportunity, and Karapu will arrive back to the scene and can go right back into their trusted RV fan that they've been sitting in throughout the majority of this game. So a great res, but sadly it will be for the life of one of their players.
Team Liquid going to have a look at this as well. Those Watson fences just slowing down their progress a little bit, but look at this parkour coming in right now. They tiptoe across the fence. And I'm not talking about the electrified one. I'm talking about the one that's made out of concrete and steel, probably. Not sure of the materials. Have to do some research onto that. But they have now taken the RV away, and it's, again, just great bit of opportunity sensed and opportunity taken here by Team Liquid.
But I will say, at least Reject Winity were able to survive. A team that wasn't able to survive, Aurora Gaming, have gone down as they were trying to make their move into Landslide as well. There is a lot of teams outside this next circle, by the way, because there is a lack of playable space available. A lot of the teams that got into these surrounding areas early on are just holding out all those squads. So we've got about 8 teams right now outside of the circle, and are going to have to move in at the same time. One of them, temporarily, is Falcons, but we know they kind of have an area to play with. There is a lot of open space, but they are one of the best teams at commanding open areas.
On the other side of all of this, though, way away from Landslide, and this is just outside of Fragment towards the train tunnel, is going to be numerous teams trying to fight their way through. Reject Winity have been eliminated. Karumpu was the last player to go down. We also see Guild in the kill feed as well, and that's the grenade that you've just seen off screen that hits its mark. Makers are on the other side of that, and Guild just trying to hold them out now.
And this is going to be a very important fight to win for the likes of Guild. You've got Evos on the other side, Makers as well down below, but NIP are waiting in the train tunnel for whoever is going to survive on that eastern side. So NIP could walk away with some very easy kills if they play this one correctly. It depends really how Guild want to approach this one. Do they want to try and rotate north and join all those other squads?
Well, look at LG. LG have managed to kind of weasel their way in towards Landslide right now. Just remember, a few moments ago, they were holding that position on the tracks, but having seen where this circle is now shifting, this is a hard landslide zone. So right inside of the POI is where we're going to be concentrating the most of our attention for this endgame. And LG sensed that, right? They saw an opening, they saw a route they could take, they could rotate through some of the fights that were going down, and now they find themselves with a pretty good spot to play.
That's one thing Sweet is very good at, is finding playable space, and he's so good with endgame circle calls as well. I think Luminosity are delighted to have an IGL like Sweet on their team, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are up there in the names who could be one of the teams that actually wins the Esports World Cup here for Apex Legends. Now, NIP will still be holding out on the eastern side. You can see Evo's just got eliminated, as did Gaming Gladiators and Red Rams, so we're starting to see teams getting wiped off the face of World's Edge right now.
Yeah, no surprise. It's quite simply not enough room to play. Maker's eliminated as well, as FaZe now try and work their way in towards zone. Taking care of the fences is going to be the first port of call for them, but JHS Professional are right behind them. So FaZe have got into the RV, but they are being pressurized, so they're going to have to keep their heads on a swivel here.
Yeah, heads on a swivel because GHS are going to be above them. Actually, GSH are surrounding them at the moment. There are 2 players who are pushing from the north, and there's 1 player just south, so I wouldn't be surprised if there is a pinch attempt by GHS. But it is a risky one, because you have to be aware of your surroundings. Is there any other teams? But I don't think there is. It would be an isolated fight if they were to take it.
Well, Falcon's trying to move up, and not for the first time in this game number 3. It's going to be LG and Falcon staring each other right in the eyes, but nobody giving up any space whatsoever at the moment. Elsewhere, we can see this is e-xolos versus Guild Esports, and NIP are inside of that tunnel as well. Pioneers eliminated in the meantime, as we find ourselves now with 12 squads remaining, but Guild and e-xolos, they've been going at it for quite some time on this side of the mountain range, and now we're going to see them send it.
Well, they full-on jump onto Guild here, and they will be able to get a knock, but it is a trade 1-for-1. It doesn't matter. Guild will be taken off, but now another team is going to arrive. NIP have been waiting for this moment.
They have, but have they timed it right? Did they get the timing on it? The shield swap's already been completed. Crazy Raccoon certainly weren't able to complete any of the business they wanted to get done. They will be taken out in this vault tunnel as GK move behind them, and with the gold res as well, they'll be able to reset.
It was the fight of the tunnels on both sides, just timed exactly the same. NIP didn't finish off that squad. They are being patient. They are not overcommitting because they realize they're still in a pretty good area here. They can use the ring to their advantage, and the ring will help them. And maybe EXO are just going to be in a scenario here where they are trying to push up and they are trying to hit some shots.
Well, it's going to be NIP who are on the high ground. You see Kurev here. He's going to be down to barely any health whatsoever, and NIP have held, and NIP will wipe. They will get the kills that they need to take out e-xolos on this side of the tunnel, and now they can turn their attention forward. The difficulty for them is to rotate from here, though, right? They've cleared their backs, but we know how vulnerable they can be. And look at this, Twisted Mind, they know it as well.
Crazy that it is pulled central landslide as well. There's always that possibility it could go north, but Twisted Minds have been here right from the drop, and they're taking full advantage of a POI situation where the circle comes right towards them. Still on blues, though. That could be a concern as we get further towards the end game.
Well, Strafe Flame only needs 9 damage, so he could be up to
Still
purple.
gotta get it.
I was going to say, technically you are correct, however, I expect that to change, maybe the best way to summarize it. And now that height you can see being taken by GHS Professional. That was the team who was surrounding FaZe just a few moments ago. One team who's kind of gone untalked about so far in this game is DSG. They found their way into the zone.
Yeah, DSG are going to be okay on the southwest, but their worry is Falcons are just north of them. So even if they try and push in, Luminosity and Falcons kind of going to sandwich DSG here.
Now, one thing to point out here that's very interesting when we get this kind of zone is what composition are you playing? Are you able to take height, which would be previously unplayable if you're not playing something like a Pathfinder, for example? We know that crane in the middle can be such a big structure that you can play on towards that end game. So the likes of NIP, who are playing a Pathfinder, I believe, they're going to have an opportunity to take that height a little bit later.
One of the scenarios where Wraith actually comes into the equation here, and Designful also joins the equation himself with big damage, and that portal comes in handy.
Yeah, I love that as well, because it's not about just cleaning that damage up and getting a position. They want to take this position away from LG. He's hoping someone sees that damage and capitalizes elsewhere. And now DSG, well, Designful says, I'll do it myself. He flies in a taste down Funk, and that's the opening they were desperate for.
That's the opening, and they should be able to clean up the rest of LG, you would imagine. But it is DSG with that opportunity to still push from this western side. Falcons have yet to make their move, and we still have a battle happening on the south towards the tunnel. Both NIP and GK are going to be there.
GK are going to be playing underneath them at the moment. NIP have moved across to one of those empty trucks now. We're going to see the exhibits going down as well. Falcons, they're making their move. You can see Zero just barking out orders to his teammates. JHS Professional will be eliminated in the meantime. They were off the high ground as Imperial How has to get that shield swap to get healthy.
Remember, this is important for Falcons because they're trying to catch Twisted Minds, but losing one is not going to help, but it is not done and dusted just yet. Even as a 2, there is a lot of damage to be done by this squad.
NIP have been eliminated in the meantime. We're down to 7 now as as we see Team Liquid taking the height, and they're going to be safe up here for quite some time. They've also got a gen from a previous occupant of this position, so the grenades might be eaten up as well. We're going to see the attempted res coming in on the low ground as well. LG still alive. It's Sweet, I believe, as a solo here, as we see FaZe eliminated. Falcons have been eliminated as well, as we're down to just 5.
5 squad, Liquid have the height. We've got Twisted Mind still alive inside the RV as well. They are causing havoc at the moment from this high ground. It's so difficult to try and escape any of this pressure that they're putting on you because there isn't really cover for you. But finally, the teams get inside. Finally, LG still managed to get out of sight. It's Sweet again, doing Sweet things.
And the craziest thing is, who's the team who landed? Here's Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are still safe. And good news, everybody. Good news, Dan. They're up to purples as well. So they're going to be in a position to fight in this end game as well. They have navigated not just the craziness of having the zone pull towards landside, but the positions that they've shifted to. They've had been like 3 or 4 different positions in and around landslide and always taken the priority position away from another team as to where this zone is going to end. Team Liquid, though, still dealing damage. You can see, got some decent kills on the board as well. And, I mean, Yanya, he's got 1.2k damage.
Disguise making another move with a Wraith Portal, I think I just saw. So it is going to be a real opportunity for them to find one of the better positions. Twisted Mind down to a 2, though. So even though the priority position they had, they could maybe get back up to a full 3 because they have the beacon.
189 hurts, and let me tell you that. Even though it doesn't get the knock, it's enough to certainly scramble the brains for a few moments, as we can see Player K now reloading 5 bullets to play with, and it looks like they were able to stick that respawn as well. So quite rightly, you pointed out, 1 player down, but he's going to be back up in just a few moments. As Player K tries to thread the needle, and Strafing Flame says, good job, boys, I'm back. I've got this one.
So still 1 member of Luminosity remaining. Sweet is there. It's another 140. Twisted Mind doing a lot of damage from the center, and there we go. There's the last remaining player from GK going down. It's another kill added to Twisted Minds, who are looking to try and go back-to-back with games here.
I mean, Player K is hitting some shots, and he is looking dangerous in-game at the moment, but he could not look more relaxed out of it, just leaning back and letting the Kraber go to work. Team Liquid now taking that position up on the high ground. You can see Jaguares, he's got that ultimate ready, the Motherload to throw down at any time, but Player K ain't missing too many brains at the moment. Another skull gets cracked.
Oh, he has just taken a lot of damage, so they have to retreat temporarily. They do have a little bit of time before this zone closes in, though, but there is going to force out the likes of Luminosity, the likes of Liquid are going to have to move soon. Oh, and then we will see the elimination from Disguise. They couldn't escape.
Luminosity still as a solo. Sweet manages to get them into the top 3. How many times have we said that so far this season? But now we are in a 3 versus 3. It's blue versus red. It's Team Liquid who have the advantage, and Team Liquid who will clean up and take game number 3.
It very much was a cleanup as well. The celebration on the stage from these 3 gentlemen, and what a team Team Liquid is. I mean, there was one point where this squad was unsigned, and we were asking who is going to pick up some of the best players, some of the most consistent players in Apex Legends history. Well, it was Team Liquid Alienware who came along to change the fortunes of these gentlemen. And look at their smiles, and quite rightly so with the way they played that one.
I love Pastillo, by the way. He's such a funny guy.
He's amazing.
He's so funny. They're all very, very entertaining, but they are absolute animals in game as well. You can see them absolutely loving their moment here on the main stage in Riyadh. And why wouldn't you, right? Winning the game in Apex Legends, we always say it's a fantastic feeling, but when you do it on stage like this, knowing what's to come in this tournament and knowing what's on the line, many better feelings, aren't there?
I think one of the better feelings is the fact that getting 1 victory here in the 10 matches, you're pretty much securing yourself not getting eliminated today. It's very unlikely you are going to be last place if you get a victory on the board.
Very, very true. And of course, you have to keep that in mind. Usually when we're in competitive Apex and we're on day 1, there's no kind of jeopardy, right? It's more the biggest jeopardy is you're dropping down to the elimination bracket. Well, today you could be straight to the airport, essentially. It's as simple as that. You could be completely and utterly eliminated from the tournament as we take a look at some of our top performers in that previous game.
Yeah, the pain dealer. I like that for Jaguares. He is a pain dealer indeed, but also the Grim Reaper. We could go with any nickname at this point because he had one of those games that we've seen time and time again in Apex Legends history.
Whoever's in production coming up with those names, by the way, we definitely should have asked what we call that stage because they would have had a much better name than the floor.
It's officially the studio.
The studio. Okay, well, I'm just saying, I like your work. I like what's coming. I like what I'm seeing. I think there's some potential there as we take a look back at our main stage. But a very interesting zone, I think, to talk about there, right? Because it's a very interesting one to see, like it pulled that hard onto the zone. Before we talk about that, let's talk about our Sony MVP. We've got Jaguares, and why wouldn't you, of course, want this man as your MVP? What a performance it was from him.
Yeah, the way he was able to kind of manipulate the map in his favor, and it was just the amount of damage and kills that he put out in the end. He often is an MVP for Team Liquid, and it seems to be carrying on into the Esports World Cup here. We'll be seeing that name as an MVP quite some time, I think, throughout this tournament.
That's a big, I love that. 3 games in.
Big call.
I love that from you. You've come to Riyadh with some spice. I like it. Look at you go. Impressive stuff. Anyway, it is going to be Team Liquid Alienware who get the win in game number 3. Game number 4 coming up just after this.
Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me.
So we are here at the Esports World Cup. In between the Apex action, I am joined with Seven. My name is Lace, and we want to take you for a nice, brisk little stroll through the boulevard. Seven, what do you want to go and see first?
There's so much stuff we can do. I mean, we got Falcons headquarters, we got a lot of other stuff, but I kind of want to do some arcades. I want to get a little bit competitive.
Oh, you like competing? Because, you know, all our Apex players like competing as well. But I reckon you and me, a little bit later on, will definitely show our competitive side. But at least for all the viewers at home, we can show you exactly what you can do here at the Esports World Cup. Why don't we go this way? Look at all this stuff over here. You know what? We love prizes. It may not be $2 million like our Apex Legends players get to win, but I'm pretty excited to win some of these prizes here. Look at all these fruits up here, the little kiwi fruits and everything. Do you reckon?
Some kiwis,
yes.
some watermelons, some elephants on top of that. I mean, the variety here is absolutely insane. You know what? I kind of want to redeem myself at some point tonight because Rain Day absolutely smoked me yesterday on some of these arcades, and I need a little bit of redemption.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that, you know, I'm the best player in the world, but I might give you a bit of a run for your money as well. But let's go check out some more of the EWC action and all the beautiful things that it has to offer. Let's head on down here. And there is just so much to uncover here at the Esports World Cup. Like, this isn't even half of it, Seven. We just still have so much to discover and walk past. You know what? This thing is massive.
We're currently on a racetrack, and you got your shoes on. I got my shoes on. We might have to do a race here. And on top of that, we got the Team Falcons Nest. We have just so much cool stuff. I mean, we got a chance to see the arcades. We'll be playing some of that later on as well.
I know you want to race, but look, we are here for esports, not sports.
Okay,
we are here for
okay.
esports, and we absolutely love our Apex Legends. But guys, we're going to take it away from here. I hope you guys are enjoying this show so far. I've been Lace, this is Seven, and thank you for exploring Esports World Cup Boulevard with us.
The beautiful Esports World Cup Boulevard there, Dan. You're a speedy customer, I will say. Surprisingly quick, nimble.
I've got my running shoes with me as well, just in case anyone wants to challenge me to a race, and I will warn you, very fast.
I never run unless I'm being chased, and I'm happy to stick with that for the rest of my life. Anyway, let's talk about what we've got in front of us, and let's take a look at the map rotation, and a little bit of a surprise maybe coming up soon, of course, is going to be for map 5, and that's the thing that I think everyone's been very interested in today, right? What map are we going to be playing? We're going to Kings Canyon. You're going to be happy.
Who would have thought we're going to Kings Canyon? It's almost like our players were tweeting out, hoping to get this map. It did seem like it was one of the kind of pro player focused maps out of the 3, but it does mean we'll be competing on Kings Canyon. But that does mean that Kings Canyon gets removed for the next selection, so there is still a chance that we might see Broken Moon or Olympus.
It's also very interesting to note that there is a possibility we could play in 2024 on Apex Legends, Kings Canyon, where there is Pathfinder, Watson, and Wraith being played. Just saying, everybody. History has a funny way of repeating itself.
It's like we're back in 2020 all over again.
Yeah, which is... feels a long time ago.
It does feel a long time ago.
It really does feel a long time ago.
But that's very exciting. I mean, anyone who got involved in the vote, I hope that you voted for a good reason and you know why you are voting for Kings Canyon. Is it because...
It was off of your own decision.
Because you love the map.
Not the influence of others.
Or maybe you just know that the team you are supporting is very good at that map. That is another reason.
Or very bad at the
Or very bad at it. But I'm excited
true.
to see Kings Canyon, and maybe we get to see Broken Moon or Olympus later on.
What do you want
but
to
for
see?
now, what am I want?
What do you want to see?
I would like to see Broken Moon. I think
agree.
that, you know, Broken Moon has that chance to be very fast, very competitive, but also pretty terrifying for third parties. It will be action.
You just hear, like, you just want to fight, and you just hear that...
Yeah, you know it's
Someone on
coming.
the rail,
As soon as
like,
you
yeah.
engage in a fight, you know that third party's coming. But we'll get to that maybe later if Broken Moon does happen. We've got more World's Edge here for map number 4.
We certainly do indeed. The winners of our previous game on World's Edge, Liquid Alienware. We'll have to see if they go back to back as we take a beautiful look at some of our beautiful faces who are going to be part of this game as well. You can see all the teams are locked in, all the players are ready as well. And looking at our initial zone here, Dan, we could be... maybe a little bit of a Harvester one. We'll have to get a little bit of ring console information, but slightly to the south, but very central.
At least we're not going to be heading towards direct middle of landslide again. However, Twisted Minds probably would have enjoyed another one. They are at the top of the leaderboard, just 54 points right now for Twisted Minds, but Team Liquid only 2 points behind taking that first place at the moment. So it's very close at the top of the leaderboard, but remember, it's down at the bottom of the leaderboard where it's a little bit scary. Reject Winity still yet to put a point on the board after 3 games.
Those contests are going to hurt you if they don't go your way, and that's all you can really say about it. Well, I did say a little bit of a Siphon zone, maybe a little bit of a Southern zone, and I'm quite happy with that, to be honest. Based off that first zone, I'll take that.
I think you said Harvester, didn't you?
Yep.
So, I mean, it's close-ish to Harvester.
I just wish once you would
just give it to you.
Lie with me.
The fact is, there's past broadcasts now. People can go back. Then I'm going down in flames with you. But yeah, Lava Siphon is where we're going to be heading and the surrounding areas. Great for NIP, of course, because they are going to be dropping there. But also, amazing news for any team that is down in the southeast, whether you're in Stacks, whether you're at Dome. You've got Team Liquid, who are down in the south. They have a very good position here to try and get to the zone quickly. They do have a ring console down in Dome to use as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just hit that as well, so they're going to have a really good rotate. They could play this one nice and slow as well, actually, and just play that platform just at the northern side of their POI at the moment down on Launchpad. So a real opportunity for them to really put two back-to-back big games together. And just to kind of amend what I said a little bit earlier on, I didn't mean the zone was going to Harvester down. Clearly what I meant is a lot of teams will have to rotate through Harvester on their way to zone.
Of course, yeah. That's exactly what you meant, and I agree with you, Mark. You were not lying.
Thank you.
Wink, wink.
Well, you've ruined it again by saying that, but it's fine.
I will say, one thing I did notice, no composition change. I know that sometimes you'll see changes back and forth when we are getting our first look at a map, but everyone seems to be pretty clear on what they would like to play here on World's Edge. I imagine that might change quite a bit when we go over to Kings Canyon, but we'll have to see when that does happen. But as for NIP, so something that happened in the LGS Pro League was NIP would often get caught out by teams rotating quickly when they weren't able to kind of loot up quick enough when the zone came towards them. However, they have maybe learnt from those lessons in different competitions and now seem to have looted up a lot faster and found a position to play.
I do like that NIP is still commanding Lava Siphon as well. So by just saying, we're dropping here, if you want to contest it, we'll contest you. And everyone's gone, no. So they still have that POI to themselves as well. You see they've moved away from a little bit towards one of those snake buildings. One team who's going to have to make a far longer journey. And, I was going to say, maybe a far more painful journey by the looks of things, as one of them gets absolutely beamed off of the evac tower, is going to be GHS. And coming into this game in 5th position, but it is like a couple of points separating 3rd downwards. So it's extremely tight at the moment, but 5th place overall, they're going to have to go and get Wabu back.
It was the Gaming Gladiators who were able to find them from behind there, and I don't know if they will be going back for Wabu. If I'm completely honest, I think it might be a case of just allowing that one to go down.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I think they're going back. I think they're going back.
That's a long way back. That is a long way back. But I guess, realistically, if you want to be able to put as much points on the board, do you think that you can do it as a duo? I think that will be the telltale sign here if they do go back, is they don't believe they can do it as a duo. But we'll see.
Well, here's GK then, just taking a little bit of damage themselves and poking out Killer Pose now with the Sentinel in his hand. He hasn't got that thing charged up to do max damage at the moment, but it's going to be enough to force Fennel away, who are trying to move through the tunnel themselves. So a little bit of a poke battle, as we saw, but I will say it was fascinating to see in that last game on World's Edge, right? So many teams alive as Zone 3 started to close as well, and it really was a wonderful kind of throwback to some of the most intense games. Through the Pro League, you know, we've had in the ALGS, we had 1 or 2 games that kind of people get ahead of themselves at desperate points, but everything feels so much different when you get to land, when the money's on the line, and there certainly is that here in Riyadh for these teams. Everybody is trying to start the tournament and set the pace, I think, in the way they want to play for the majority of it.
Well, you want to get those advanced points, right? You want to be able to going into the finals lobby with the best advantage you can possibly find, and certainly winning this lobby would do just that. Now, Gaming Gladiators, after taking down the 1 player from GHS, are now noticing the 2 players from GHS coming back for that player, and they might decide to maybe follow up once more, but they do have to be careful because Red Ram's also in that area, which might just allow Gaming Gladiators to continue with their rotation. They have a relatively good rotation through the north side of this map here, as they can continue on their southward journey, but it's going to be difficult once they reach that southeast area because it's starting to get a little bit jam-packed in a lot of the chokeholds now.
Oh, GHS, you can see that the decision was made to try and get one of the banners of the player who got beamed off of that evac tower. Unfortunately now, it's just 4 Rufra left on his own, and he might be able to, he's got 1 banner, so there's an opportunity for him to get 1 player back in. He might have to do a little bit of a rescue mission to see if he can get the second. Elsewhere, you can see Aurora, though, they sense blood.
Yeah, they say there is not going to be any sort of return back to the rest of your squad. Instead, we've noticed a scavenger in the works. We've noticed 1 remaining player that is just an easy kill, an easy point, and it will be secured after a little bit of damage done on the other side. As long as there's not another team in the area, it won't matter too much. It looks like they'll be okay.
I can tell you the exact comms from 9 Impulse there is he's one shot, guys.
He's 1 shot.
He's 1 shot. I've done my job, even though I technically lost the 1v1. But, you know, it is what it is. They win the war. It's not about the battle. It's just about coming out on top and staying on the map. So that's exactly what they do. They secure the 1 KP, which they will take every single day of the week, as Red Rams now, unfortunately, butting heads with someone over at the Respawn village just outside of Fragment. Good shots coming in from Dutch, though. Maybe he can turn this situation around a little bit. Oh my goodness, he's got 2! He may be able to do something ridiculous. And I tell you what, Lufka just saved GG's blushes there, because that could have been ugly.
I think Lufka just saved this chair. I was about to jump up and it might have gone through the wall. Almost.
It's a very expensive stage.
One of the best things we've ever seen, but sadly does not come to fruition. I will say though, Gaming Gladiators, they continued their aggression after previously taking down GHS members. They saw Red Rams were making their rotation, and Gaming Gladiators noticing that this is going to be a difficult zone for them, so taking advantage of kills that can be available to them on the edge. Now, Twisted Mind, who are still in the lead here, at the top of the leaderboard, at the top of the lobby, have been able to get into Lava Siphon, and the zone is pulling a little bit further southeast, but that doesn't bother Twisted Minds just yet, because they are still within it.
That was such a strange fight there between GG and, I mean, it was like one of those fights I was like, there's literally no, in my brain it's like, there's no way this is like winnable. And then he gets one, it's like, there's still absolutely no way that it's winnable. Gets two, and then I'm like, there's still absolutely no way it was winnable. And thankfully, I was right. Because if that would have been a 1v3, that would have been a keyboard, mouse, controller disposed of, I think, on that desk. That would have
just take it to the crusher at this point, along with the keys.
Yeah.
Just wipe them all out. I think everyone on the other side would have been embarrassed when something like that happened. But I think it's overconfidence sometimes. When you're in a 3 versus 1, you're like, we'll just send it, we'll send it.
Someone else to do it,
You expect someone else to clean up the damage. You might miss a shot or two, and it can be very detrimental. Anyway, we are still talking about something that didn't really happen, but we can watch what happened again on the flip side.
Yeah, we can. This is a little bit earlier. This was while we were being taken down there, and you can see this is the almost 1v3. And I tell you what, it wasn't far off as well. Still managed to get some good damage onto Lufka himself as we look elsewhere at some of the replays coming in. Team Falcons, though, this is back to live gameplay right now, and this is going to be them trying to work their way through the choke at the moment. You can see, as expected, approaching this zone, which is the other side of the map to their drop spot over at Sky West. They're going to have a huge advantage when it comes to armor in these fights. You can see Imperial How, he's got gold helmet, he's got gold bag, he's red Evo armor. I'm sure that Jim Burton and Zero aren't too far off of reds as well. So they are going to be a danger to anyone that they come across at the moment, and they will be more than willing to fight.
Worth noting that with the tournament as a whole, Team Falcons are currently leading the Esports World Cup as well. So this Team Falcons roster within Apex Legends has a little bit of pressure on their back, not only because the expectation is for them to win by the majority of the community, if not the majority of the talent team here, if not half of the world at this point, but as you are on the organization that is currently leading the entire tournament, you're also going to be hoping to find another W for your team.
Speaking of Team Falcons, we'll jump to a listen in with them now as they manage to get into the dome building a geyser, but they have to plan ahead.
Let's go that way.
Get your asses there.
That's that knock drop.
Let's displace there.
Yeah.
Just got it. The team that hit the mapper might come this way too. Like late, this way.
Move that way.
I think I'll turn. Which one? Onto this. There was a team there on mapper. There was a first round. They might be playing the carts. Yeah. There was only one team there earlier. Yep. I can't.
The building is
pretty so far to pick the cards. I feel so fucking far. They just shot. The big one just shot this way. Yeah. I'm looking. I'm still looking. I don't see anybody. I'm still looking.
They should slide.
They have to come. Run.
So as we jump out the listen, it seems like Falcons not really quite sure what the next play is going to be. It's a bit of a difficult rotate for them where they find themselves at the moment. You can see the on a map overhead that EVOs are looking at them as well. They've got to kind of worry about Guild up at Grandma's house on the height as well. It's a little bit of a scuffed situation to try and work their way out of.
Circle's also pulling up towards the train tracks as well. Great news for Team Liquid, who now have a chance to go back-to-back themselves with the position they find themselves in. But look at this struggle from GG. They are well aware that there is another team behind them, and it's going to be Aurora. So they are waiting. They are hoping that Aurora are going to come their way so they can get some easy kills. But it looks like Aurora might just be trying to dive around them here using a little bit of an evac tower.
Yeah, it looks like maybe an agreement that we're both going to just try and get to zone first, because if we fight here, we're both dead, and it is going to be indeed both teams hitting the evac towers. It's going to be the advantage, you would say, maybe for positioning for Aurora, because they're going to land first, but Gaming Gladiators might be trying to chase them down. Pioneers putting some shots down as well, and he's going to be pulling the zone down below the train tracks, down to that low ground. You can just see on the left-hand side of your screen right now, GG landing, but there's an occupier already here.
Yeah, this is about to kick off. Both GG and Aurora all throwing themselves themselves into this zone. But you can see GG took a lot of damage from the zone as well, but it looks like they've been able to stabilize, and they should be able to have a genuine attempt at taking a 3v3 here, but they found a building that isn't occupied. It's worked out for GG.
18 squads still remaining in this lobby as we jump back over to see what Falcons are doing. And I mentioned how they've got to be careful of the team wrapping behind them at the moment. It looks like they are aware of that position. Knuckle cluster from How's going to go in just to slow down anyone thinking about peeking and prodding and really causing them a problem. And now we're going to see the exchange of the gold helmet as well, which is just going to allow Zero to get his ultimate back a little bit sooner on the Bangalore. Elsewhere, you can see Team Liquid, you mentioned them, they are holding down the tracks at the moment. They will have the high ground for the longest as we see GG forcing their way in and taking out Pioneers. They win the 3v3 inside of this little snake building, and we mentioned how Pioneers, maybe their loot pass haven't been great in the past, but their fighting didn't look too hot there either.
And there's a lot of fighting happening on that bridge I spoke of earlier. Team Liquid were holding it, but Aurora, they decided to join them and said, look, actually that looks like one of the better positions as Twisted Mind just got eliminated. So the team that is leading this lobby wiped out, and we'll have to see whether they can bounce back on Kings Canyon, because that's where we're going next.
LG once again making their way towards this endgame. Aurora, 2 red to the purple. So dangerous when they are able to path their way through all these Evo harvesters and interact with as many things as possible on the map to get those armors up to be a danger in and towards this endgame. LG, you can see the difficulty they have right now. They've got the Watson down, of course, which is going to help them from projectiles, but armor-wise, they're just going to have to think about surviving and maybe looking for some chip damage on teams rotating a little bit later, because if they take a fight with the teams that are around them, the armor advantage really isn't going to go their way, as we see Guild Esports also eliminated. We're down to 14.
Surviving is going to be the key word for a lot of these teams. Those who are in Lava Siphon at the moment, they are in a difficult spot because there is about 8 teams there that now they are going to realize they all have to move east because of where that circle shifting is now. They will get the jump on them here, and it's a good amount of damage, and that's the perfect Pathfinder play, right?
It's good damage, not great damage. Would have wanted a little bit more there, would have wanted the knock, but like you say, that's the benefit of Pathfinder. Uses the ability to get away on that zip line as well to get back to teammates. It looks like it did get taken down by enemy though, so that's a bit of a problem for Evos now as they're down to 2. Designful putting in so much damage and holding them out at the moment. You can see the rest of DSG just kind of holding the egg building at the moment. No Q available for just a couple of seconds for Designful, so has to jump back through the portal, but essentially job done, right? If you're a Wraith and you're extending out, you see some third-party opportunities, you can pick up some kills, well, you got to take it.
Designful sticking to what is true and tested for himself, is playing that Wraith, and 9th place at the moment. I mean, it is working out for them. They have got to a few final circles where the Wraith portal has somewhat helped against other squads that maybe were holding them out, but now we're going to see the damage needed, and the damage does get done by Designful, but is there anyone to follow up?
Well, QZ is looking to move up and maybe convert the damage into kills. The Skynade's going to break some shields, but it's not going to break any hearts quite yet. Now he's going to fly in. Now he's going to use the hip fire. Takes a little bit of zone damage, but manages to get the knock, and he won't have to worry about finishing that one off because the zone will do it for him. DSG looking to clear this side of zone now. A Designful steps back through the port towards his teammates, and he's looking for some more loot.
Because Esports are eliminated at 14th, and now Disguise have to continue moving west here, but they've got Aurora in front of them, Luminosity and Liquid then below them as well on this train track. I mentioned this was going to be one of the most important positions on the map. Liquid held it early, but now everyone's starting to join them. But now we get all the commotion happening on the west side here, Mark. You've got the likes of GK, FaZe, Rejectability, and Fennel all in the same spot.
This is everyone trying to lead Siphon. This was, I would say, the most comfortable position to play for the majority of the game. Everybody starts to stack up, but then we always talk about it. If everyone's stacked up and the zone pulls away, everybody has to leave. And if you are a team on the other side of all of this, it gives you an opportunity for kills. Speaking of which, it looks like Falcons are trying to create their own opportunities for kills here. They're all up onto red Evos. They're going up against DSG here. Never an easy fight, and it looks like Zero wants to take it. How's going to get that first knock onto enemy?
This could be a great position for Falcons, especially if they can take down the entirety of DSG here, because then they will own the northern side of this circle. Fennel, first team to go down on the western side. Now we've only got 12 squads. Make it 11, because Crazy Raccoon have also fallen, but Falcons really being aggressive have lost one here.
Can they clean this up? They should be able to, but the port is going to take Q0 away. Is he going to be able to survive, though? Where does that port end up? That's the real question here. Javert still on his back, but certainly still kicking for the moment. As Yanya tries to move in, Liquid will be eliminated in the meantime. And it looks like Falcons might be able to get a reset here. The smoke will go in, and DSG, that portal did get them back to some sort of safe ground. So Falcons, who had the advantage there for a second, well now, it looks like it might be a 2v2. Did they manage to get Gen back up?
It works in niche moments, but those niche moments have been aplenty so far today. for Disguise. They are only a 2, as we will see FaZe eliminated. 9 squads now remain, but Falcons are still alive, and I think I'm hearing Let's Go Falcons chants in the arena as well.
You certainly might be. DSG still as a 2, though, and they did manage to get Jim Burton back on his feet. So Falcons will be able to fight as a 3 towards this end game. Now, we spoke about the traffic that was happening in and around Cypher. Well, these are the last surviving members, and GG have picked up a huge amount of kills. Lufka has 4 to his name himself at the moment. Look at that stick coming in. Huge stuff from the Knuckle Cluster as Blast tries to clear it up.
This is when GG are at their very best, when they can play edge, when they can arrive, get kills, and then be healthy, as Light's been able to do even more damage here as they eliminate GK. 7 squads now remain, and we are going to see Falcons taking the center position on this map, by the way, as the bridge is still hotly contested by 4 other teams.
Interesting to see what GG do from here as well, right? They won the Battle of Siphon, but can they work their way in towards the zone? LG up to purples. Last time we checked in with them, they only had the blues to work with, and you can see in the kill feed as well that GG just keep killing everything at the moment. LG trying to move in and clean up the final pieces. Sweet's going to swing in. e-xolos eliminated. GG will fall as well, and now it's about holding off the third pie, and Sweet is doing a fantastic job of doing so.
But is it going to be enough? Syke still has full armor and is going to maybe bounce back, but you can see Aurora trying to get involved on this one as well. Rejectability, Luminosity, and Aurora, but is there going to be space for them all to survive? The answer is no. It's more likely going to be only one team that can survive this engagement.
Well, Sykes has managed to stay alive himself for LG, but Falcons are the team who control the destiny of this game. They are up to 3, but Disguise still up on this high ground, and with a charge up, Sentinel can have an impact too.
The crowd still behind Falcons, and there is a real opportunity for Falcons to take this game, but Disguise could be a thorn in the side because they hold a lot of high ground that Designful currently has. Alongside that Sentinel, this is still winnable for Design, even though they're only a 2.
Some great shots there onto the crouching 9 Impulse, managed to get the kill himself, get that knock, and he's charging up once more. Plenty of cells to work with here for Designful, but Aurora Gaming will be eliminated, so the last players have gone from Aurora. We're down to 4 squads now, and Sykes is still doing work for LG.
Team Falcons, the only squad that are at full 3, by the way, but they do not have a Pathfinder, so Disguise being on height, it could play a big factor in this endgame, as we'll see another player eliminated from Eject. LG now are the team that survives this bridge battle, but only with 1. It's 1 versus 2 versus 3. Falcons have the 3, and now it's a 2 versus 3. Disguise versus Falcons.
Well, this is fascinating, right? I mean, the one good thing here for Falcons fans is they might be able to use the Bangalore to force the team down from height. There is that ultimate coming in indeed. They maybe try and bait with that evac tower as well. Exhibit down once more as well, and even though this is the 3v2, you still have to get that first damage. If this turns into a 2v2, all of a sudden it becomes a bit dicey.
Well, Falcons full sending it, but now you see from Disguise, they notice it, and they jump, they try and get the behind action on them and said, let's get behind them, let's use this rope as well.
Jim Burton gets the kill onto Qzia though, Designful last alive, and Falcons will be a champions in game number 4. The super team putting a super performance here on World's Edge.
It's the home team as well, and the crowd love to see that. The expectations on the shoulder of these 3 gentlemen has been massive coming into this tournament. But now are we seeing the first win of many here at Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup? Will remain to be seen, but now they've finally got that taste of glory. How much more do they want to taste?
I think a really good phrase that you use there and is going to be used consistently throughout this tournament until we get right to the end of it and we have a team who's crowned as champions is expectancy, right? There is an expectancy of this team to perform. There's an expectancy that they will be here on finals day. There's an expectancy that no one else maybe is good enough to get close to them with what we've seen so far. And even though it's very early in the tournament here, and even though 3 games have passed, I mean, it took till the 4th for them to get a win on the board, maybe just the pressure gets lifted a little bit from those 3 gentlemen that you see on your screen right now, knowing that, you know, playing the Pro League is one thing, but being able to get wins on lands is a completely different proposition. And you know, let's not sugarcoat it again, right? This team would expect to win games here in tournament play. They would expect to win tournaments going forward, but getting that first one on the board is always a great feeling.
Yeah, and it's not all about getting victories. It's sometimes about consistency, and Falcons do just that. They win match number 4. We're going to go for a break, but when we come back, we'll have Kings Canyon.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Scenes in Riyadh at the STC Arena. Fans, Falcon fans in particular, lighting up for the first win that they got to see the home org get here in our Apex Legends tournament. Jin Burton 0 and Imperial Hal showing force in game number 4. We got a glimpse of Jim Burton's dad as well. Happy to say Jim Burton has mom and dad in the house alongside a couple of other familiar faces as well. Rainday, Jayhawk, Zephyrcast, and Glitter Explosion on the desk to break it down. But let's go through these match results. Obviously, Falcons, they were in that kill shot range. And that's the thing that's so scary about a team this good with this many land-tested experience moments to pull from when things aren't going exactly the way they want. They jump back in game 4, get a big win. That will do wonders for the rest of their tournament. Remember, 10 games today, so we've only gone through 4. Plenty of time for these things to shift. DSG as well in a great spot in second place, getting 15 points. LG rounding that out in third place with 13. And of course, RC and Aurora, who won our very first game, now finding a way back into the top 5 with Gaming Gladiators pulling off a 14-kill 6th place. Incredible stuff, but let's kind of dive in a little bit to Team Falcons, Disguised, and Luminosity Gaming. I mean, 2 teams, Lauren, for sure, Disguised and Luminosity Gaming, that are showing that they actually are coming to play here in this tournament. It's a nice revival for these 2 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Especially with DSG being a duo in that situation there at the end. They kind of had to make lemonade with some lemons there. And LG, we've been keeping our eyes on since the beginning of the day. They've really started to pick it up, making plays in the moments that they have to.
Sweet's just so good at staying alive. Somehow he finds a way. And Team Liquid has found a way with their win earlier on in game number 3 to take the top of the leaderboard, but just barely 3 points ahead of Twisted Minds. Falcons right behind them. Just how fast they can go into the top spot. And GG, Aurora rounding out our top 5 there. Things get pretty close after about 4th place all the way down to 10th. So a lot of changes that can still happen. On the other side, I do just want to let you know, KCP got some big names there in the Pioneers and Anmu and squad. You have to realize that you are going home if you do not get out of that 20th position. So as much as we're looking at the top, we also have to look at the bottom. We'll keep you posted as we head into our 5th game. But as I was going to give you some fun teasers about it, it's really already been shown to you, but I'll reveal it now. It's Kings Canyon that you guys chose for match number 5. We don't know match number 6 yet, but Kings Canyon will be there. Jayhawk, you happy about that? I know it's no Broken Moon.
It's not Broken Moon, but I'll settle for Kings Canyon. I do prefer it over Olympus personally.
All right, well, you got Jayhawk happy as well. Zephyr, I know you guys had a lot of conversation about the maps and the drop spots as well. You did a little bit of a tier list for us. We're not going to see it right now, but as we open up Kings Canyon and get a look at where these teams will be landing, walk us through kind of some of the positions teams are starting that we should pay attention to.
Absolutely. Of course, on Kings Canyon, I want to direct everyone's attention to that north side of the map there. Crash site, artillery, hot spots for success, but throw, of course, on the opposite end, Relic, and of course, a little bit of that caustic into the mix here. Great loot density, fantastic rotations for the north, and just enough of that oomph to get these teams going. Of course, as we look towards the east, this is something that's a little bit better for teams as they won't have to deal with transitioning across this major riverway as we talk about the rest of the games at hand. There's a few, maybe some select POIs that might come out on top over here in the west, but at the end of the day, the east is where you want to be, and the top and bottom, absolutely fantastic starts.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon, I just got to say, you know, I warmed this up for you. I played in a quads tournament a few weeks ago. I made 0 money. I think 59 people made money in that tournament. I was the one person who didn't. And we rotated teams every 2 games. So that was a feat. But I landed in Bunker Town. So I'm going for Crazy Raccoon having a good start here on Kings Canyon, guys. What do you think about that?
I will say they're an early rotate team, so they're a little more in the central part. Zephyr just mentions talking about that river.
Yeah.
They have direct access. They can be the first team across it, so they don't have to deal with the issues that they might run into with all the teams that are going to rotate there late and have to fight.
Normally, when you think of Bunker, you think of Kings Canyon and Apex Legends. You think of death. Really,
Oh, yeah.
that's
Absolutely.
what would happen. You would drop down immediately and die. But that's what Kings Canyon is so great. This tournament giving us a glimpse at, you know, where many people were made in the fire and flames of the early Apex Legends drop. This was the map that even our first competitive tournament, you know, back in Poland was played on.
It's been so long that I feel like everyone's going to be very excited for the nostalgia that KC will bring back into the competitive mix. It is not going to be easy. It's a smaller map. There are a lot more chokes and some smaller chokes spread throughout this map as well. So those rotations are going to be that much more important. The timing of everything is that much more important. And I think our teams maybe will go a little bit more aggressive here, just for old time's sake.
You know, at the end of the day, too, and Zeph, this is interesting. I tend to talk about this. There are heat maps in where the action actually happens on this map because of the way players are funneled through it naturally. Chokes, you have to take, rotations you have to make. But Kings Canyon has changed a little bit. I mean, that repulsor room where DSG is landing, that didn't exist until well beyond. It was modeled after Crypto, and it gives you a free scan. So at the end of the day, this is an old map, but it also has been revitalized. Players should be pretty comfortable on the newness of KC being able to be a competitive map still.
Exactly. At the end of the day, they also have had the opportunity these last few weeks to make it maybe not quite the newest of experiences in some of the scrim blocks that we have had the opportunity to see. Obviously, the POIs that we've already touched on are those strong suits, but at the end of the day, with the new breath of life that this map is bringing to our tournament, the truth is, anything can happen. So if you're maybe one of those bottom-ended teams who needs to have a star-shining avoidance of 20th, this could be your opportunity, because the reality is, it only takes 1 game.
I love that point. It only takes 1 game for sure. Well, it took a little bit of nostalgia in Kings Canyon to bring a breath of fresh air into our EWC tournament. Let's send it back over to Mark and Dan to get it going and see how the players react to your vote.
We've heard all about Kings Canyon. We've heard everyone's thoughts on the floor, should I say, in the studio. I'm calling it the floor forever in the studio, but it's fascinating to see, isn't it? The big kind of coming of age. We're back on Kings Canyon, where it all began for so many.
I mean, back when we were casting Kings Canyon last, I was merely a boy, and I think now I have turned into close to a man, or at least, I'm not quite there. But yeah, I was looking back at the history of Kings Canyon. I was like, you know, where were some of the top players back then when we last saw it? I think 2020 Summer Circuit. Team Falcons, or some of the players in Team Falcons, Zero came 5th in APAC South, Hal came 6th in North America. They weren't quite at the top of Kings Canyon, so maybe that opens things up for some players.
Hold on a minute. I will. No, that's fair. Actually, I will say Hal's won a tournament.
He has.
The preseason invitational. He won that one. So. Trust me, you can't take it away from him. If somebody wins it, they certainly are going to hold that down forever. But it's a different Kings Canyon, like they were mentioning there just before we got into the game, right? There's been some changes. There's some new POIs. There's a lot of places actually to call a POI, which is why I'm pretty sure that we're not going to see any contests off the drop here.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of room to play at the beginning, but that room will very quickly shrink down because, as the analysts were mentioning, it is a smaller map. There is some very difficult choke points to try and play through as well. So if you do get caught in one of them and you don't win your engagement, then you are going to be struggling because there's probably going to be a team right behind you.
One thing I can point out for all of the fans of real Apex Legends is there is a lot of Pathfinder in the lobby, everybody. A lot of Pathfinder for Kings Canyon, no surprise to see as well, with the a lot of the POIs having this extreme change of elevation. One that you can see on your screen right now is going to be claimed as maybe Falcons, but we're going to just ignore that for a second because I think LG just got a bit of a surprise they weren't expecting.
Yeah, you said there's not going to be any contest, but a contest is going to be happening. But it is LG who come out on top over GK. So just as we thought, maybe we'd have a nice, peaceful start to Kings Canyon. It is an explosive start, but LG going to be delighted to come out on top of that one. You mentioned the Pathfinders. 10 teams have changed their composition coming into this one. And as you said, it is majority Pathfinder.
It's a path party. That's what it is, Dan. Have you ever been to a path party?
I haven't. Are they any good?
So you're just not cool enough to come.
I'm really not.
One of those situations.
There's one crypto in the lobby as well, I may add, and then we heard about, the crypto room, the map room on Kings Canyon. So maybe there's going to be opportunity to drop down there and start role playing.
Oh, here we go. If you start role playing crypto, by the way, on broadcast, we know that we certainly are in a strange time. This is where we're going to be going, though, and this is where Rain Day said that he made... Oh, no, it was actually Runoff, sorry, he said he made $0, and that's certainly not going to happen for a lot of these teams. Gauntlet is looking like a real possibility. People might pull out a little bit from the edge in the coastal area. CR trying to make a little bit of a move. We get a little peek in at Jem Burton as well, just to check he's okay. But it's going to be Crazy Raccoon who moving through this central area, which can be somewhat of a death trap here. Outside the bunker that they were talking about is... especially when the teams start to get towards the end, the extreme heights of both sides kind of collide together, and it's very difficult to rotate through late.
I will say that even though teams have been scrimming on this map just in case it popped up, the data and the scrimmage is not the same as World's Edge and Storm Point. A circle like this, which is a bit more predictable, is going to be like a breath of fresh air to a lot of these teams saying, okay, thank goodness we are going to have the opportunity to see a circle that is relatively easy to try and predict where the zone's going.
JHS going to use the evac tower for now to try and overtake a few people on their way towards the zone. Looking across elsewhere, GG are set up in zone at the moment, Recheck Winity as well inside of Relic, but they're going to be moving their way a little bit closer to where they believe the zone is going to be going as well. And it's looking like it could be a Gauntlet zone, which is always an interesting one for sure. Maybe even airbase. If it's airbase, I do like airbase finishes sometimes. I think there's some really good ones that pull out a little bit later on, but it looks like Gauntlet is going to be the coolest. Well, the first, so I say, stop maybe on the rotation here for RC.
Well, I said I liked Broken Moon, but I do like Gauntlet because it has Octane's launch pads, right? And there is that opportunity in an end game for those launch pads to really come into the equation and change things, to be able to send it on a team, for example. And we may see something like that come to fruition because of where this zone seems to be heading. You can see Reject, GG, EVOS are all down there. Team Liquid are starting to move. FaZe also moving from airbase down to the southwest of this map as well. So there isn't going to be much room to play. That's the real concern. I think we might see a few teams have to go with Relic a little bit later on.
Ooh, Crazy Raccoon have taken a little bit of damage here. You can see at least one knock has come in. The knockdown shield has been held up, and it's EXL who are trying to push onto this at the moment. Brute is trying to brute force his way through to try and find the remaining members, and it looks like two are certainly down, and the knockdown shield is blue. Looks cool. Doesn't last forever, though.
So Crazy Raccoons are just going to be running away with their tails between the legs, you'd imagine here, because it's going to be rough to try and fight with just two. Pioneers also moving through. This is the kind of period of the game, by the way, where you do start to see a lot of fights happen because people will follow noise, because there is a real opportunity for third parties in Kings Canyon, especially when everyone moves at the same time. A lot of these central positions have a lack of playable space, and you can get caught out on your rotation.
EXL set up for now, but as you can see on the map overhead, they are going to have to move if they want to get a little bit closer to zone. It was actually interesting to see that Reject Winity, I'm pretty sure they had Zone 3 information from what I could tell from the map overhead as well. So they are going to be, excuse me, round 2 information, ring 2 information. So they're going to have a pretty good read of where they believe the zone is going to be going. And they did choose to play over at Gauntlet. And Gauntlet's an interesting one, right? Because playable space is kind of at a premium. A lot of the areas are kind of exposed. There's no real buildings to play. It's kind of the 2 end structures of the half pipe, so to speak. But outside of that, it's just kind of a lot of platforms, a couple of rocky formations.
On board with Twisted Minds here, and worth noting they've dropped out of first place. It is going to be Team Liquid who have popped up above them, and they'll have to see whether they can maybe retake that position at the moment as they do get that initial knock, and it's NIP on the receiving end of this one. And going to have to try and fight tooth and nail as a 2, or maybe Zane says, actually, see you later, Nasky. You're not Pathfinder anymore. That's my legend.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the choice of the latter. And we're seeing the opportunity to get away, but even with the zip line, it's not going to be enough to give them that fortification they needed to make it away as we turn our attentions over to Twisted Mind once more. This time from height. You can see Player K up on height, and they're looking for more ninjas in pajamas. Have been eliminated as Easy Flash gets that final kill. So a little bit of a rough one. A little bit of a rough start, I have to say, for NIP.
Yeah, Twisted Mind's just taking the west side of Relic at the moment, which actually, the further west they go, they will be able to hold that position for quite a while. But Disguised have kind of got ahead of them. They are far south, but Disguised have a lot of cover at the moment. And that Wraith Portal will come into play later on to allow them to potentially make a late dash towards Gauntlet. I will say one of the difficulties with southwest areas is trying to traverse from the likes of Airbase to Gauntlet. There is a zip that can take you across sometimes, but if you are forced to walk out of Airbase, you are so exposed to those teams who have already found themselves over towards Gauntlet. So if you aren't one of the early movers, you might struggle.
LG are going to be moving for quite some time, by the looks of things. They're quite happy with the position they find themselves in. EXL, they're going to have to take a fight, though, because you can see they've just landed, and, oh, it's a rough landing by the looks of things, because Crazy Raccoon are up on that high ground and looking to send it on the final 2 members as they're trying to scarper away. So it's looking like this could be a 2v2 scenario, if I'm not mistaken. CR were down to just the 2 players. But a 2v2 with the talent that's on this team of Yuzna and Sang-Yoon is usually enough to get the job done. There's the shield break, there's the spray, but the spray isn't good enough, and now Sang-Yoon has to clean up after his teammate.
Yeah, wants to clean up, but the door is going to be a pain in the backside right now and can't get the shots. And it might be a situation where Crazy Raccoon go down, but he wants to go down by doing a little bit of damage of his own. If he goes down, he wants someone else with him, but it will be Crazy Raccoon eliminated. But there is going to be more players in the area. It's going to be Makers, by the way, who are joint last at the moment. So their tournament lives at risk as we start to reach the halfway point of today's action.
I always find it fascinating when we look at some of these buildings, as we see an EMP going off here from Ziki, but I want to talk about the buildings of Kings Canyon. Feel a little bit more flimsy than some of the ones that we see on Storm Point World's Edge, right? There's so many angles that you could be peppered from and just shot through these little cracks in the woodwork, so to speak. It makes it a little bit more difficult to hold them, even if you have a priority position to hold down.
So worth noting, we did have a glimpse at the map a little bit earlier. That zone has moved away from Gauntlet. Just as I was saying, it's one of the zones. It's pretty easy to predict. It looks like it's going southwest. We see so many teams commit. Speaking of committing, Makers commit to the damage and take down one player of EXL, and there'll just be a solo left to try and survive. But a big zone shift, which is really going to impact those teams who committed heavily to the south.
Look at the speed of this game, by the way. There's so many fights taken, and this is Kings Canyon, baby. This is what you can expect. Just fight after fight after fight after fight. And Guild now, you're looking to clean up a few more pieces of damage that they've done to turn it into kills and points. Legacy was a couple of grenades going in. The Arcstar following the frag grenade for now, as now he changes to the 30-30, and that is enough to get the final kill here. e-xolos laser will be eliminated, and that will be them picking up another point.
That'll be them out, but that does mean we've only got, 16 teams left. Just like that, we see another team go down. It's going to be Red Rams falling, so it's 15. Far more fast-paced game than what we just witnessed on World's Edge. But this is what you voted for. This is what you wanted to see.
This is what you did.
This was your fault, viewers. But honestly, it's great to see Kings Canyon back on our screens. But maybe the players, some of them, not enjoying it as much. The zone shift, though, has benefited teams like Team Liquid, Luminosity, GHS, who have all kind of been waiting on that northern side and now have buildings to work with.
Well, we're in the bunker, and we all know what it's like to get in and out of the bunker. It can be extremely tough to do, but if you're one of the best teams in the world, certainly it's a challenge you're more than willing to take. However, they are a little bit sandwiched at the moment, and I'm pretty sure they're not actually safe, if I'm not mistaken, where they find themselves. And you can see Makers are on one side of the bunker. On the other side of the bunker, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Fennel. So this is a tough, tough spot for Falcons to try and work their way through. They need to be really clean in either fight here to give themselves the best chance to survive.
And Pioneers are also in the area as well. So yeah, this is going to be a real scrap. They will be able to survive in this zone temporarily, so they're not going to be forced right here, right now to make a decision. But certainly as the zone closes in a little bit later, they will have to do something very quickly.
This is the other side, though. As you can see, it's going to be Falcons who try and maybe play for some kills, and they catch KCP off guard here. Omnu will go down, so the negative rotate into the zone was not what was expected, and now you're going to see what happens on the other side of it. It's Fennel, who essentially do the exact same thing to Imperial How and Zero. Jimberton will go down, but they do manage to do enough damage to at least send them back, but it is a 2v3 situation for Falcons to try and overcome.
Yeah, it was Fennel that were holding down that position within bunker that was safe away from the zone. As Falcons left it, we saw Fennel take advantage of it, and now Fennel are going to have a 3 versus 2 here, and they are getting aggressive.
They zip over, but this is How and Zero they've got to deal with, and they're not going to be able to. It's going to be a huge clutch coming in from Falcons, and even though Zero will fall, they should be able to reset here. But I tell you what, they've got to be quicker. They've got to get a move on. Maker's still on the other side of this zone as well, and they're going to have to be careful of those health meds.
Well, Makers have just been able to push into the zone on the other side, and Pioneers have left, so Falcons are going to survive here. Will get the opportunity to reset, and there is no one on the other side now. Somehow, some way, Falcons are able to get it done, but we can temporarily look at Makers. I mentioned earlier, they are on last position alongside the Pioneers, so both of these teams are vulnerable. They need points. They need to find a good finish so they can be somewhat secure going into these last 5 games.
If you are looking for me to give you an answer as to how Falcons are alive, I don't have one. They really shouldn't be, but that's just what they do, isn't it? In these situations where most teams would fall over, Falcons find a way to make it work. And now with Fennel dealt with, that was the team who was holding them out on this side. They now have a much clearer walk into zone.
Pioneers did rotate all the way round, as we could check on some replays of what happened here on the elsewhere on the side of the map, excuse me. But now we can look at Falcons and what happened for them previously.
The confidence!
This is live!
The confidence!
Pushing in!
Oh my goodness, Pioneers just got run over, and Falcons, one fight can turn things, one game can turn things, right? And Falcons, they just want to fight everyone now, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, they've got all the confidence in the world, and I'm not really surprised. Aurora going to be south of them, FaZe also on the other side, but now down in the southwest. Remember, all these teams committed very early to this spot, and now they're being punished for it. Reject Winity are getting massacred.
Canonpu last alive, trying to play behind the knockdown and the gen. Might be able to pick up a kill if he's careful here, but it's GG who are putting pressure onto the final solo on that low ground. It'll be Guild Esports who do get eliminated. And you mentioned the bounce pad. Well, it's a bounce pie. However, one player goes down. This is looking a little bit awkward. Canonpu still alive here, by the way. And all of a sudden, GG, in one of those situations we saw them in on World's Edge, but it's the same result. They managed to get the kills. Reject Winity will be eliminated.
But launch pads galore, because there's going to be more teams getting involved. GG go down. It's Team Liquid who full send it. They saw the weakness. They saw the opportunity for KP, and they grasp that moment and make sure they secure those kills, as there is a small lull across the map now as all the teams that were weak get eliminated. Falcons on the north. They have Aurora and Makers and FaZe all around them. But most importantly, they are still alive here, and they are starting to catch up Team Liquid. Remember, Team Liquid were leading, but are still alive.
If you're wondering where the zone is ending, in the middle of nowhere is pretty much all I can give you. No buildings to play. It's going to be finding little head glitches, rocky formations, the undulations, the natural ones of the ground in front of you are going to be essentially what you're trying to use for your cover. And you're looking at the likes of your Bangalore's, right? Those smokes, how you use them, the teams that you focus the attention away from, they're going to be so valuable. And I think just a lot of eyes are going to be on the Bangalore players right now as to how they zone out different teams.
Yeah, 9 out of the 10 teams left, oh sorry, 8 out of the 9 teams left have a Bangalore as well. So there is going to be a lot of smokes to try and cut off that vision and ensure that you can be able to push into that zone and find a spot to play with. Now, one team that already has found a spot is Aurora. They're going to be sent to zone, but we have some late arrivals here, and this is going to be dicey for Disguise. They are going to be tickled by this zone, and they will be exposing themselves because they've split up, but maybe that's okay, having a Wraith, because you could potentially save your last remaining player, but it looks like they will join on the eastern side here. They're all going to move together.
Fascinating to see that we've got Team Liquid, Twisted Minds, and Team Falcons still in this game, and they are your top 3 currently as as it stands. On board with Team Falcons. They found their way into the ditch here, but look at the Bangalore ultimate going down. The Rolling Thunder is causing them some problems. Zero has to take a few seconds to pop a battery, and this is what I mean about this end zone. Look at how exposed it is.
Well, Falcons wanted Kings Canyon, and they have got Kings Canyon, and I want to see why they wanted it. You can already see all on full red. They've already done damage within bunker, but can they make it count in this final zone?
So many knocks elsewhere. No teams going down fully, though, as you see Aurora trying to escape. Disguise will be eliminated. Twisted Minds will also fall as Makers. This is a big game for them. 16th place overall at the moment, but how that could change as Aurora will fall as well.
Makers were in last, so this has been the game that they needed. Maybe Kings Canyon was the key to getting back into this tournament. Luminosity will fall. 5 squads now remain. It's going to be FaZe, Falcons, Makers, GHS, and Team Liquid. But Falcons trying to catch up Team Liquid, and they are not far behind. And they hold this northern side, which does work out because there is a lot of map for them to work with here. This is going to be a very hilly terrain. There's going to be lots of ups and downs, a little bit of a head glitch available for certain squads.
It's interesting to see the Falcons are going to force their way into zone. FaZe have a lot of space on the western side of the zone at the moment, but they also have to progress forward to get in towards that zone. GHS Professional probably have the best spot when it comes to cover. Team Liquid are a long way out for now, and Makers are now trying to make their move onto GHS Professional. They want to try and take this fight now and take away the best spot on the map.
Liquid are above them, but the fight's going to happen below them as Makers will get involved. It doesn't look like it's going to be a success, though. GHS holds strong, and they do it so successfully, they're going to have so much health, they don't have to worry about a third party. No one's going to be pushing up on that, and it will be a chance for them to just stay here, hold this building. As you mentioned, one of the only buildings that is going to be in this final circle, but it's not exactly the most kind of close-knitted building, right? There's a lot of exposed areas.
Not a lot of space to poke out from either. It's just one of the smallest buildings, I think, in Apex Legends is a singular building, and that compound, although it's a good one to hold for now, will be one that they'll be able to kind of put some output from. But Team Liquid now take the high ground. But have they gone too early? Because FaZe still have the elevation to put this damage down. It's Nax, the man on your screen, who gets the knock onto Jaguares.
FaZe and Team Falcons both peppering Team Liquid, who are on the top of that building. And GHS might just be able to clean up the pieces as they arrive to the ground here. But certainly FaZe Clan with an opportunity to have one of their big games. Remember, they have looked amazing previously in other competitions, and they would love to find that same form here at the Esports World Cup.
Team Liquid eliminated. We are into our final 3 teams. It's GHS, Team Falcons, and FaZe. Falcons looking to go back-to-back here as well.
Go back-to-back and maybe take first place at the halfway point of these 10 matches. It's big grenades, and they are cooking GHS Professional at the moment. It should be Falcons versus FaZe in this final fight because they are both looking towards GHS, but Falcons are taking a look over towards FaZe and saying, we recognize where you are, so if you can kind of step 1 foot wrong, we'll be peppering you.
Zero managed to get one knock with his frag grenade, but it will be reset, I'm pretty sure, for GHS. They will be able to get back up to a 4-3. And you can see the Falcons are very, very aware of the position that FaZe have, right? Because they have the elevation above them for now. So they're trying to focus the kills first, followed by then turning the attention to FaZe. They are expecting FaZe to be looking at the same thing that they are right now. They want to take care of GHS, and then, as you say, focus on each other.
Worth noting, GHS do have that crypto, the solar crypto we mentioned, and could have an EMP to really impact how this final circle goes, but they're trying to move out now, and they're running towards FaZe.
FaZe, though, they're not letting them run towards them. They're putting a huge amount of damage in. Nags will get one. Zero gets one on the side of Falcons, so the kills are being shared out, but while the attention is being pulled away, Falcons tried to make that move, but what a Bangalore ult that is. Coming in from FaZe, they force Falcons just to slow that push down as GHS Professional will be eliminated.
It's Falcons versus FaZe. It's North America versus EMEA, and it is a matchup, a mouth-watering 3v3 to finish off this match 5 here on Kings Canyon.
Well, here comes everything from Falcons as well. All the utility going in. You're going to see the Rolling Thunder coming in from Zero. You're going to see the grenades going in from Howl as well, and it's about who can get that first knock. At the moment, it looks like FaZe are kind of trapped behind a couple of these rocks, and now the swing is coming in. Falcons will get one, but Zero, he has gone down as well.
Tied 2-2, but oh my, shred from Imperial Howl, and now it should be theirs. It's just a matter of cleaning up.
Now it's just about cleaning up, like you say, and it will be back to back for Falcons.
And the crowd erupts once more for the home team of Team Falcons, the team that is leading the Esports World Cup, and the team that is looking to try and take Apex Legends and slot that key into the totem. And not only is it a victory, but it is points on the board and more than likely jumping up to that first place at the halfway point here in Group A.
Points on the board, and I would say big ones as well. How many kills did we see Team Falcons picking up in that game, as well as the win? And I will say, I think it was good news for Team Falcons fans that was World's Edge, because I've got to say, it was quite funny watching 0-inch Scrims IGL his way through Broken Moon. We'll have to see if that entertainment piece comes a little bit later, but you know, on Kings Canyon, we know these players are comfortable. They know how this map works, but you look at key moments in games, that bunker fight, how many teams come out of that bunker fight, not just alive, but with all 3 players alive?
Yeah, I think what happened is one player was able to hold whilst the res was being kind of put through there. So not only did they do damage on the players that were arriving, but I don't think the team that was attacking them realized the third player was going to be on the feet, and it was a big surprise when it happened. It was a great hold within bunker, and it really did set that game in motion for Team Falcons. After that, they had all the confidence in the world, pushing everything in sight, and they commanded so much space. I've always said Falcons are a team that commands space at the best of times here, Mark.
Incredible stuff from Falcons. They go back to back. It doesn't matter what map you throw at them at the moment. It's time for us to jump to a break, and in the meantime, think about what we just saw from Falcons.
I am here with Jen Burton, the human aimbot. Crowd, how we feeling about that game? So, Jen, I gotta say, they're loving the Falcons here. Jen, I gotta say, when you got the invite to fly to Saudi Arabia, all right, the opportunity to play for $2 million, what was going through your head?
Well, when I was a kid, it was my dream to be like the best in the world, best gamer in the world. So from flying from Australia to Austin to Riyadh, playing in a $2 million tournament with two of the best teammates in the world, it was just amazing, amazing. Yeah.
How we feel about that? So you guys are the favorites to win. All right, it's no question. All the talent predicted you guys, except for myself. I had to go with my org, Luminosity. My fault, man. Still love y'all. But how do you guys deal with the pressure? And does that add any pressure at all, or is this just another day in the office?
Well, knowing that you have the best two players in the world, like on your side, there's just no pressure at all. Because we just know we've grinded for this, and we're just gonna smash the competition as we're doing right now. Come on, teams, pick it up. What are you guys doing?
Teams, you heard it here, man. There's 19 other teams here. Gotta step it up. Only one will be the Esports World Cup champion here in the Apex Legends tournament. Casters, back.
Mid-sentence. If that's going to happen to you, it's a good way to get it done. Peeps shocked, but there's nothing shocking about a Falcons crowd here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They know what it is. They're leading in the club championship, and now they are most likely leading in Apex Legends. Papa Jen Burton, what's up, my man? Love you. Always have to say hi to them. Some of my favorite people in esports. And of course, Jayhawk, Falcons are doing what we anticipated them to do, what you talked about earlier on. As we watch these highlights of them going for a second win in a row, it's starting to look like this groove that they've picked up, it's going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, we talked about how they need to prove they're the super team. They're proving it. We already figured they were proving it based on the split, but now here on land in Saudi Arabia, they're doing it back-to-back wins on Kings Canyon, no less. A new map. There was a whole new challenge, and they proved they were ready for the task.
I mean, Zephyr, you know, I'm not going to go to Jayhawk because he was actively shouting Broken Moon. You were actively shouting Olympus, though. And I think here's the thing. Kings Canyon, we were all kind of happy to see that. Right. But Hal actually tweeted Kings Canyon and Broken Moon. So clearly they were comfortable on this map.
Obviously, with the extent that they have available coming off of Crash Site, it makes for great rotations like this where you have easy access into the positions that we saw come down off of the bunker town and then set themselves up for dominance here. You saw some of those back-end positions, Hal standing upon the hill with aim and access against both FaZe and GHS there. It's no surprise that they take the double up on the win here.
And so quick to throw the headset off. That's pure passion from Zero. Glitter. It's just one of those things that lets you know Falcons, they came here to play. It's the reason we all picked them. 95% of the talent team, except we the people, picked Falcons to win. And I love you, peeps, but I mean, it's looking pretty good for a lot of us.
I mean, absolutely. As soon as Mark and Dan came into the green room, Mark was like, well, everybody's talent predictions are looking good right now, and that could not be more true. I mean, a 23-point win for Falcons. That's just going to continue padding their score. We see a couple other teams up here, though, between FaZe and GHS getting the kills, but still looking at Team Liquid. Not only were they now able to close out a match, they're continuing to their slaying ability, keep getting those points on the board, and right now they look great for this group.
Very strong. Another fourth, though. Again, not winning. We want to see that happen, you know, again and again to show that when you get to this level where it gets late, where the match points happen, where it's 7, 8, 9 games, that's when you have to be hitting your stride. You can see it here, too. It's no surprise. This is when Falcons are starting to hit their stride. They are also some of the winningest match point players in Apex history. As we take a look at our top 3 teams for that one, big shout out to GHS. Professional, haven't mentioned them too much on the broadcast just yet, but 6 kills, 3rd place. That's going to do wonders for them. 13 points there, heading on to the tally. As we take a look at the overall, with those 2 back-to-back wins, they have just gotten ahead of Team Liquid in the standings. Twisted Minds right after them. GG, and Aurora rounding out our top 5. But when you look at this one, Ben, top 5 from 5th to 1st, it's a big difference.
Obviously, there's going to be some flex here, especially as we kind of branch down to that 9th position where teams want to be. Huge shout out, though, on the other side of our board here. Makers and KCP do find some nice points coming off of that Game 5 that does shift them away from that potential elimination slot. So we're talking about Fennel and EVOS here, some of our qualifier teams back from our earlier phases of EWC who are potentially in the hot seat.
Listen, we've got to talk the main storylines that are happening. And of course, when you're in Riyadh and you see this boulevard where we're doing these interviews, one color reigns supreme. It's green, and it's for Falcons. Falcons HQ down the street from us here. We had a chat with some people talking about why do you think Falcons are really the team to beat? Let's listen to what they had to say.
I think it's almost guaranteed that Falcons make it to the finals. If there was any team that is the favorite to win, it would be them.
I mean, we're talking about Team Falcons, 3 of the greatest players in the world put together on one team. Chances, absolutely high. If I was a betting man, put my money on the Falcons.
We can already call Team Falcons a super team. They are the collection of arguably the 3 best players that have ever played this game.
You can absolutely call Team Falcons a super team already. It's 3 of the greatest players, like I said, from the majority of land wins, -1, all in one. Perfect recipe.
Team Falcons' biggest strength is that each of these 3 players don't make mistakes. And a team like that at one of the biggest tournaments in our history, incredibly deadly, and like I said, the favorite to win the whole thing.
I mean, the biggest strengths of the Falcons are the individual players themselves. They call him the CEO for a reason. They call, Zero the greatest IGL in the world. And Jen Burton was known as a cheater when he first came in because he was that good.
Because Team Falcons are the super team, there is actually more for them to lose than there is to gain. They are here to win the tournament, obviously, but I think it would be more shocking if anyone else was to win than it would be for them.
Team Falcons, caca.
More to lose than to win. Jayhawk, I'm going to end it with that because I think that is the most appropriate comment about them. Everything is on the line. It is win or go home for Falcons. Everyone else be very happy with a 2nd place here in this tournament, especially with how big this prize pool is, but not Falcons.
Yeah, with the history that this team has had, they've put themselves at a standard where 2nd place is a complete disappointment. It's win or nothing. Like you said, everybody else, that's a major accomplishment for them with how many wins they have. With the fact that these are 2 dynasties coming into one, that's unacceptable. It's win or nothing.
One of the benefits of this tournament, too, is that you get to be involved in this legacy, continuing or not. Well, you seem to continue it because Hal said, he tweeted out earlier, vote for Kings Canyon and Broken Moon. And what did you guys do? You voted for Kings Canyon, and then you voted for Broken Moon. So, Hal, they've won back-to-back games. It could be a 3rd. Zephyr, I love this map. We've talked maps as well. I know you all did some tier lists for this. Who had Broken Moon? That was you, Jay?
Yeah.
Let's talk about it because this is a map that we rarely get to see played at all in any competitive aspect, even in some of the third-party tournaments that members of our community like Oversight put on. This is going to be fun.
Absolutely, and if you're a Falcons fan, you got to be excited for Broken Moon. There's a reason that Hal wanted it, and it's because they get Quarantine Zone. And compared to almost all of the other maps, Quarantine Zone is incredibly overpowered relative to almost every other POI. If there is a tier list, if there's an S tier, it is Quarantine Zone and Quarantine Zone alone. It is in the center of the map, so great rotations. You've got the zip rails that can take you quickly around the entire POI. I think the most loot-dense POI that we have on this map, multiple survey beacons, a ring console, everything you could possibly want on this map. Falcons get it at Quarantine Zone. Some of the other POIs that are really strong, LG over at Gardens, that's a great one to look out for. We also have Guild over at the Divide, that's a really strong one. And then in this bottom corner, FaZe getting Production Yard, Red Rams at Foundry, 2 huge POIs, multiple beacons, ring console, tons of loot on the edge of the map, so you can come in a little bit late and try and do a lot of fighting in this really open space that Broken Moon is.
Yeah.
So if you can't tell, I'm very excited to watch some Broken Moon.
I was fascinated. You could have kept going if you wanted. Quickly, I want to give a shout out to Minus Tempo. I mentioned Oversight Esports, which he runs alongside some members of our community, but I just wanted to say for putting this together, helps us a lot on the broadcast. Big shout out to Tempo. And you mentioned it here. I mean, for those who aren't familiar with Broken Moon and what makes this so different, one of the elements, obviously, is the zip rails, the mobility. You do not have tridents this time around. World's Edge has no vehicles. A different way to get around, Zeph. I'm not sure it's going to be the main thing that you want to be doing, but certainly adds a dynamic to how you can play, and the developers trying to incorporate that more and more and more as they update Broken Moon, which they did in our latest update.
Right, minor changes here and there. At the end of the day, though, it's the speed and pacing of this map that is a complete adaptation that we don't typically see. So something that could involve more teams in the chaos than we might be potentially used to. One area I will be very interested in working into is, of course, Team Liquid here against Fennel, the only contest we apparently have on this map. And for Fennel, a very big one. They need to either come out on top of this or prevent the bleeding that they've already begun to have at the bottom of our board.
Lauren, good idea to be going. I mean, they don't choose Broken Moon, but at this point, that contest, things are going well for Team Liquid anywhere. I wouldn't want to roll the dice.
No, absolutely not. I mean, especially when we saw that overall standing where Fennel is currently and just how well Liquid have been playing, that's something that we should be looking at to see how they separate from each other.
It's going to be interesting to see. I love the way this is turning out. A lot of you also commenting online that you love the speed of these games. Well, so do we. We've already reached the halfway point. Game 6 coming up, and we got two great casters to take you through it. It's Vicky Kitty and Genome on the mic.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. The back-to-back to really get things excited. Genome, what is up, everybody? Because now the competition has heated up, and we are now, for the first time ever, Genome, get to witness these pros play on Broken Moon.
Broken Moon on LAN. You might have seen it in scrims, maybe you saw it in a fun tournament somewhere, but you have not seen people playing for this kind of cash, for this kind of prestige on this map before. This is going to be so fun.
And Jayhawk highlighted it perfectly. Of course, how we want Broken Moon. Why? Quarantine zone. Not only is it in the middle of the map, it's such a big POI that you usually see so many teams try to split loot that POI alone, but you also have access to what, 2-3 beacons there that's available to you?
Yep, 2 survey beacons, 1 ring console. Can you bring me like a bin, Vicky? I think I'm about to vomit because like it is disgusting how good that POI is by itself. 2 teams. I mean, think about it, right? You got Skyhook. That's split between 2 teams. Quarantine zone might be even bigger, might be more loot dense, might have more Evo, available in that one POI, and it's going to 1 team? You gotta be kidding me. I mean, that said, if you saw that map and you saw one of the differences about Broken Moon is the choke points, right? They're a lot more constricted than we see on some of the other maps. So if you look at the other teams who are around them, right, you've got GHS in the Hazmat Tunnel. That's blocking 1 entrance for Falcons, depending on where the zone pulls. You've got KCP over at Cliffside. So yeah, it does depend a little bit on how those teams play around them, where the zone pulls, whether, they can get out of there in a manner that they want to. But yeah, in terms of just how you're supplied, how you're armed right from the get-go, no one can really contest with how powerful that POI is.
And that could go hand in hand with maybe legend composition swap-ups that we may witness going into Broken Moon. We did see LG try out the Valk onto King's Canyon, where we know it's a lot more condensed. On Broken Moon, especially with Quarantine Zone added this season, you could expect a lot more space for some of these teams to deal with, and something that our wonderful Des has highlighted, the zip rails, obviously, right? We don't have the tridents to rely on. You have those zip rails really available for you to actually cross that distance quicker, which is going to make things interesting depending if we do get legend comp swaps and we see faster rotating teams.
Yeah, and it's one thing that if you talk to the pros before about, because there's always a lot of chatter about, which maps should be next up, which ones should we try and introduce into the competitive rotation, and one thing pros always seem to come out with is like, oh, you can't do Broken Moon because it's got the zip rails. But like, I don't know, man. My point of view is that it's just a difference. Yep. Is it good or bad, or is it just you need to work out a different style to play around that element which is in this map? Yes, it does provide you with faster, more convenient, more reliable rotations, but is that necessarily a bad thing? That, I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
We're going to have to check it out as we enter game number 6, everyone. And I want to highlight Team Liquid. Up until last game with Falcons taking the back-to-back in a dominating fashion, we're leading this entire group. But I wanted to specifically highlight Jaguares, who has been popping off all day today, Genome.
He's been an absolute monster, hasn't he? I mean, Jaguares has got 21 kills so far. I mean, that is nuts. We're into match 6, right? Now, I talk about this sometimes. I call them 20 bombs, right? As we're having a look where the ring goes up here, you can see we're actually going to get somewhere maybe around a Turtle Gardens to finish off. And that's going to benefit Luminosity, a team who has been, they're doing okay at the moment, sitting in number 8. But yeah, just going back to that quickly, 20 bombs, if you get that in 6 matches, like a standard size series, that's an incredible feat. So Jaguares has picked up 21 in 5 matches.
Wow.
That's crazy numbers, I'm telling you all right now. Hal's sitting behind him on 17. He's got over 7k damage already. So, Easy Flash as well at 14. So they're the top 3 performers in terms of kills so far in our series here in Group A.
Hal really popping off here, too, right behind him. See if he can try to surpass him here as we take a nice little overlook. And wonderful legend select. By the way, Bangalore, 100% pick rate on Broken Moon, which is actually to be expected on the layout of Broken Moon, so I'm not too surprised there. But this time we have an extra lifeline making their way into the legend comps at the very least. Always nice to see here.
An extra lifeline. Where has that popped up? Okay, it's e-xolos Laser, who have gone for Bangalore Lifeline Pathfinder. So they've switched over. Quite a few teams. We've got, I think it's 6 teams have switched up their comps here for Broken Moon. Obviously, a lot of teams switched up their comp for Kings Canyon as well. We saw a big influx of Pathfinder coming in because, you always feel like the map that was designed around the times the Legends came out, just Pathfinder works well with Kings Canyon. It's kind of designed around having those zip lines and being able to take high ground in that fashion. But moving over here, we've dropped a bit of the Pathy and picking up some other heroes and see a bit of Seer coming back in.
Yeah, no, not surprised there too. And so many teams have already gotten ahead on this rotation, as we know that it will be pulling towards like the northeast side of Stasis, which is actually rather open. Actually, where you see KCP currently situated, that's a really good spot to be in because you could try to take different rotations, but early rotate here could be your demise as Amu gets absolutely beamed. Jet on an off position, trying to look at the opposing team that's trying to rotate from that bottom hilltop, but not trying to overextend. This could be a really risky if you're out in the open. Nice shots coming in.
Team stacking in around that garden area. Not over here at Stasis Array, we're seeing Pioneers run into GHS Professional. Ninja's also looking on, and as you can see on the map there, this is split by one of those zip rails. If a team really, gets a knock, they can just hop on that and try and get in there.
And then you wrap around the other side of Stasis. There's just so many possibilities. They do get a knock with the triple take right there too, and even with NIP right behind them. This is what I mean by it could be very uncomfortable to try to fight for this hilltop very early because it's also very open. There's so many teams that could have you in their line of sight coming out from the POI to your left where Crazy Raccoon is going to slowly start approaching right behind GHS if they don't start moving soon.
Yeah, you can see Pioneers just getting on-move back into the action. Well, Zane, a player who took a large break from competitive Apex Legends, and then came back as if he'd been grinding the entire time. This guy is so damn good and just on point. He's been an incredible pickup from for NIP.
Always a little insane. We need to see them really pop off out here too. While Aurora with the pressure. Finding 2 knocks on the other side here. Looking to get the finisher on the first squad in the lobby. And it is MKers finally eliminated here too. Team Liquid now trying to get away, and now with DHS also coming from right behind. There's so many squads congested in this choke. You mentioned it earlier on before we dove into Broken Moon Genome, where these chokes just are so difficult to get around with the zip rails, also allowing you to try to get involved in the fight quicker.
Yeah, I'm fascinated how teams try and hold these particular buildings where it's, I don't know, what are you going to call them? Like the zip rail buildings, essentially, where you tend to have like a zip rail going left and a zip rail going right out of the building. So, you know, if that's in a contested spot, our team's just going to try and, you know, full send you and come in on those. Will you have to deal with them from multiple angles, or will they take the slower approach and maybe try and, you know, get down in the underneath you in the building, something like that? It's just there's so many unknowns. Right. It's going to be so fun to watch those all play out here on our viewer map pick.
It's always so exciting, too, because there's also a lot of areas to coexist on Broken Moon, too. Just to put into perspective, I believe there's only 7 teams that aren't in that next circle, as you could expect from like the likes of Aurora, who take their time to play by the edge. They're coming out of Breaker War, so they have Ring Console, Survey Beacon out here. Well, now we get to see more teams coming into Eternal Gardens, Guild, and we have Gaming Gladiators, GK as well, with Team Liquid not moving from their spot. But with more of these squads, Ninjas and Pajamas, for example, they land over by Stasis. They usually have a Ring Console there, so they were way ahead on that rotate to try to gatekeep other spots from that choke.
Information is the name of the game sometimes. And the ring info is telling us it is going to continue to go northeast, Vicky. And I guess that's one of the other things, right, is there's certain tendencies in terms of reading the zone. You know, these top IGLs are extremely good at it. They've got thousands of reps in terms of, you know, looking at Storm Point and World's Edge. I'm not saying that we've cloned the TSM player, but they haven't done it anywhere near as much here on Broken Moon. So, you know, are they going to be able to read these zones correctly? And
I mean, right now with Aurora and the way that they're playing with the lifeline, holding onto the high ground, being able to take out Dogma first, can't really see. Right there, just trying to reposition right through the smokes. Oi Rain in an off angle, but having to pop a med kit if he does have one. They get the finisher onto Dogma, trying to run away through the other side of the rocks. But while you do try to take this fight, in the distance, they lose out 9.
Yeah, and you can see why this is a struggle for Aurora. 43 XP away from getting the purple, and purple means red. I mean, they're just looking for that poke damage to try and get that, to try and get the gold knockdown for the reses on the lifeline. But if you get gatekept from getting purple to getting level 3 in a lifeline composition, it just breaks apart the whole reason you're playing it.
And that's why the priority of a team like Aurora is to play by the edge, to be able to get that perk on board and even hold your care pack until you get that perk ready to go. Oi Rain now, knowing that the opportunity is right there. Reject trying to run away. And Jung-Hee's the last one taken out. 18 squads still left here and nobody around to contest Aurora, because KCP, the solo, trying to see if maybe they have an opportunity to get a res, because there was a replicator right there by Alpha Base. But unfortunately, not going to be able to really get much done with Aurora finishing that fight.
Yeah, and that does indeed get them up to purple, as we were talking about, and Kazakh onto level 4, onto the red armors. Actually, interestingly, so, you know, Cholo Laser, the other team who was running, we mentioned, has switched over to the lifeline. Just one little difference there for them. They've given the Evo cache that you get from the gift-wrapped package over to the Pathfinder. So that's just an interesting little difference. I mean, I guess, you know, your Pathfinder can be a little bit more aggressive. Do you want the higher shields on the legend who is going to be resetting your team, or do you want it on the point man, the one who's going to be taking a lot of the aggro? I think that's definitely a you know, a reasonable conversation and a sort of back and forth to have.
That's a good perspective here too, or even your weapon compositions, right? Who has the long range that they can really capitalize off of that instead, or for even close to even getting that purple. As we take a look at Evos currently right here, they were called out by a team that has the high ground closer to the lip over to the right here too. But if they do want to make this approach, we noted it earlier on with NIP holding on top of the high ground cliffside. Crazy Raccoon has slowly rotated through stasis where there is a ring console. So you can expect maybe other squads to try to rotate in the same direction, just so that way they can also get that information.
LG very middle of the pack at the moment. And they sit well within the zone. So despite the fact that they're on blues, they have a little bit of time to get their poke up. You can see, you know, 900 damage. It's going to be really hard for them to get any more You know, Evo caches, that's out of the question. It's really up to poke damage at this point. So it's, yeah, they really need to just try and keep the other teams at bay until they can get that, because otherwise, you know, the other teams are going to be like, hey, these guys are on blue, start pointing the fingers, and they're going to want to get in there.
And they did force Team Liquid now to rotate through the north side where NIP have been on the other side of the zip rails. It was a little expensive, but it's worth it for Luminosity in that case, because even if it didn't work out and they were trying to put in the pressure as disguised, now find themselves in some trouble. Easy flash. Gonna be able to get that first knock onto enemy. Stuck in the circle right now here too while strafing Flame. Havoc in hand, not so much energy ammo here. He's got that blue extended energy mag, and look at the Evo Shield difference.
Yeah, but it's a tiny spot that they're trying to play from. So you can see them just throwing the nades in there, trying to bully them, trying to push them even further back into zone. Because, you know, if they're taking flesh damage from the zone, Vicky, it doesn't matter that they've got the extra armor, right? They're effectively neutralizing that advantage.
Exactly, and keeping them pinched right here too, and the pressure from the knuckle clusters as they have to look behind them just in case a third party was looking. Wow, the quick reposition action right before we swapped cameras there. FaZe was trying to go in for a third party. They managed to back away. All squads have now disengaged as we now tune into Aurora coming in from that north side, gets the crack onto the fuse. Nice angle here that we're seeing from Oi Rain.
We got 20 seconds. Actually, they're very close to the edge of the zone, so it won't close in very fast around them. That's one thing that they have going in their favor, but it's Team Liquid trying to hold them out here. Yeah, again, chokes are just going to be the name of the game here on Broken Moon.
Love this flyby that we see side by side. Aurora, Oi Rain right off the zip line. Nizul is the first one taken out. That's why we saw that flyby, because Team Liquid was caught in a hard place. Team Falcons right behind the other side of Liquid. I mean, they were trying to desperately get away, but they were in the line of sight of not just Falcons, but Aurora, who are also brute forcing their way through.
And you know what, Vicky? This is something I've seen a lot since Pathfinder's come back in. Teams will get that Zipline Zen upgrade when they get to the purple armor, and they kind of think they're invincible, right? Because you're taking less damage on the zip, but as you can see there, if you fly perpendicular to someone, it's actually quite hard to take them down. You do feel safe, but sometimes I think it's a false sense of security, and you go straight at someone, they will one-clip you.
Especially on Broken Moon. I mean, that's why you try to rely on some of those crutches to try to desperately get out of that fray, or even if you're stuck by a choke where your backstar against a circle here. I love these side-by-sides because you can see where the circle is pulling. LG, I called this out. That's why they pressured Team Liquid earlier, and that's what caused Team Liquid's demise. But now we're kind of seeing very similar situation with only Player K alive for Twisted Minds. And look how many other teams have now shown face while nobody's trying to climb into the high ground. Player K has some room to breathe for the moment.
Here we get an example of a zipline that's not so dangerous to take. e-xolos coming off the back of his Twisted Mind actually taken out, so they can't find their way out of this space. But look at this nice little card here that Fennel thought was going to be okay for them, but the South American team says no siree. That's a very quick clean up for them. I think that saw an evac tower going up there just to try and eliminate that high ground advantage. Wow, these guys are not stopping, Vicky.
I love the South America representation here from e-xolos. Our South American squad brutes coming from Chile, Korea, from Argentina, Zell from Brazil here too, as they try to fight for the control in this building. Yes, they lost some of their life, but the third party now coming in after they take out GH as professional.
Okay, the zone switches further and further back to Eternal Gardens. This one is, it's kind of thrown the teams around a little bit. It's not been a particularly consistent zone in the direction that it has pulled from one ring to the next. That doesn't bother Falcons, of course, who once again find themselves in a good spot. A little bit of cover to the left and the right. I mean, you know, I guess this is similar to playing down in the trenches over at North Pad in Storm Point. Maybe that's the kind of vibes that Falcons are hoping for. Now we've got teams clustered in the main buildings in Eternal Gardens, a couple like NIP and Luminosity over to the north in the donut buildings, and then we've got a whole bunch of teams in this area right now. We're looking with CR, and yeah, look, they've got about 20 seconds to really work this out. There's 4 teams here. Crazy Raccoon, GK, Evos, and the last member of e-xolos.
And while these 4 teams do fight by that choke, you know who's right behind them on the north side of the circle? It's Team Falcons, who finally clean up that last straggler of KCP. e-xolos get taken out here too. 8 squads left, and Falcons, uncontested, are just looking at the 4 squads in that choke. Crazy Raccoon, GK rather, are right now in trouble with Falcons coming up behind them.
Oh, this is ridiculous in terms of KP potential here for Falcons. CR and GK are just locked into it, looking at each other. They have to worry about the team that is right next to them. They can't even give any mind to Falcons. Meanwhile, they really can just hold the buttons down. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the tweet from Hal not too long ago saying, you know, give me the devotion, see what I can do with this gun. And that was when he was the only one left alive on the team, I think, Vicky. And now he's got his team members with him. Are we about to get another Falcons win?
What? A 3-timer right now? Like, I guess 3 times a charm for real for Team Falcon. That would be crazy, but Ninjas in Pajamas looking to show up. We were highlighting them earlier when we dove into this game that they really need to put points on the board now. We've reached that middle point, and they're outside the circle with Luminosity neighboring them. They could be one of the teams could try to sneak up right behind Team Falcons, but Falcons just look absolutely unstoppable. They are on a momentum tear, but going into this next circle, there's 2 teams that have circle advantage, and that's Gaming Gladiators and Guild Esports.
Look, I see patterns sometimes, Vicky. In Game 4, we had Falcons first with 9 kills. Game 5, it was first with 11 kills. Is this a Game 6 win with 13? Because I can tell you they've already got 8. So they're on track. They only need a few more. I mean, there's 12 other players left alive in the lobby. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch, but it's looking good.
Gotta take a look here as LG now fighting for their lives outside the circle. They get 2 knocks onto Ninjas in Pajamas and wipe them out. 4 squads left as Team Falcons are diverting their attention not only onto LG since they're forced outside the circle, but also making sure that Gaiman and Guild aren't going to be looking at them here too.
Yeah, 4 squads left alive now. Falcons have breached 80 points. They are running away with this in match 6.
LG can't get a break. Guild is also looking at them, and now Team Falcons are looking to fully send it onto Luminosity, trying to send the message, where are you running? Luminosity get eliminated. You hear the crowd, you look at Zero, look at that pop-off. The audience is roaring for Team Falcons, and they are feeling that energy.
So many Falcons fans, you can hear them chanting in the background. They've got 1, they've got 2, they want a 3rd win.
Zero has been playing absolutely out of his mind here too with these calls. Look at how the way he's getting into opposition. But once again, they're in a good spot because they can play off of this natural terrain. Genome, you mentioned the trenches right between them, and there are 2 squads that are going to have to funnel their way. I know you have Guild on the high ground, you have GG on the low ground, but eventually they're going to have to funnel into Falcons' line of sight.
Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating endgame. I mean, there's multiple levels, as you said, you know, cover to play around. Okay, Guild, they're holding onto their ultimates. Hal just going to keep those knuckle clusters on repeat there, try and make Guild take damage as they fall out. Does he have any ammo left in the devotion? You know, has he saved some of that just to clip those people coming out? I mean, that is a fearsome weapon, and it can change the tide in a tight endgame like this.
Always a fair question, right, Gino? Especially when it comes to Hal and ammo, right?
I wasn't going to say it, but...
Wondering here, though, with the way that they're playing over to the side, Gaming Gladiators understand that. With the pings, you can see Light trying to plan how they're going to rotate here. Ooh, nice Sear Tech. They're actually able to reach them, but it's a trade-off for Sear Tech to Sear Tech here. All the information that Gaming could also take advantage of, but they also have to look at Guild, who will be rotating from the high ground to the right.
Light and Zero, the only 2 players in this final circle with red armor, interestingly. So still quite a lot of purples. That this is the time where you want to start pumping those grenades in. They have to get out of there, or they have to just tank the damage.
I think it's going to be even more interesting that Guild is the only one with the Watson here that could be a big deal as Falcon approach.
Okay, he's got it left in the tank, Vicky. Plenty of clips, plenty of bullets here for Hal to mow down the opposition.
Get ready to zoom here through as Blast having to pop this shield bat circle, closing in right behind their backs. Keep an eye once again on these bang ults.
This little ramp that the Guild can play on is actually massive. I think the other 2 teams are going to have to come out underneath them. I think it's advantage Guild right now.
Ooh, playing off the low ground here. Zero taking a good amount of damage. How having to be careful. They hear the team inside. Motherload just trying to block them out from their entrance though. Sent it out.
He gets so much time to set that up and put it exactly where he wants. As you can see, it's given them a lot of information. They know when the other teams are going to be pushing out. Gaming Gladiators will take the last second, every inch they can get. But now as they push out, they're stunned.
No way.
They can't make it out.
The Bengals slowing them down. This is so free for Team Falcons. But how? The last one alive? Can he clutch it? No! It is Guild in the last sliver of health. He also preemptively popped the Mega just in case. At the very end, Guild. The patience paying off. As they came out from the top, not even the Bengal could slow them down.
Well, we talked about it, that little ramp they had to play from. It really does make a difference in the end, but yeah, I think some of those ultimates also were a big part of that. It was so close for Falcons to get the triple. I mean, look, Vicky, they're well in advance, and it means a couple of things, right? Just to go back to, you know, what we're trying to achieve in this particular series here, the top 9 will get to go through to the finals. They're not playing again until Sunday. The next 10 teams will go to the last chance qualifiers. And number 20th, they will be having their key crushed. You saw them walk in with it. That is their tournament life in their hands as they walked into the stadium today. Number 20th team will have to surrender that, and they'll be going home.
Further highlighting what an important game that was for Guild, because if I recall correctly, before that dub, they were sitting in 17th overall. Look how much that has changed for a team like Guild, getting that dub and putting them in 12th place, giving them a lot more room to breathe. But an even better statement to build that up, because we talk about what happens at the end of that game. Having the Walton ult could have been super big there too. We saw the double bang ult coming in, the Motherload to block them off, but still being able to force your way through a different angle on that ramp like we talked about, Dino, allowing you to split up some of that focus fire.
Yeah, if they had a Watson outside there, it's you know, they could have dealt with so many of those ultimates. All right, well, that's it for now, guys. That was a fun game on Broken Moon, and next we'll be going back to World's Edge. We'll see you soon.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Guild take game number 6 as we transition now out of Broken Moon, out of the enjoyment of what we saw from Kings Canyon earlier. Now back onto schedule. We are going onto World's Edge for game number 7. But that was a huge dub for Guild because that elevated them up to 12th place out of 17th earlier.
It was a big deal, Vicky. I mean, they were sitting on, I believe it was 9 points at the start of that game, and they added 19 to their total. So, I mean, look, MT, we all know and love this guy's been doing such a great job for such a long time. And, you know, it was with Waltzy and the Aussie crew for a while. And, yeah, he moved over to NA, and now he's back. Got him back in APAC South, and it's great to see him leading some of the newer entrants to the top tier of the APAC South scene in Legacy and Jesco. Of course, you guys might remember them as Serenity from the Split 1 playoffs. Had a phenomenal performance for their first LAN, and it feels like with MT, the sky's the limit for these guys, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Wow, so Hal actually got 2 with the Devotion, just couldn't get the third one.
The Arcstar was so big from Guild right there too, because it also not only slowed them down a little bit, but it also prevented Hal from trying to crouch behind the knockdown to then try to reset preemptively with the Diva, because we all know you spray and pray with that Diva, especially that close range right there. So that was a huge game for Guild, but specifically a nicely placed Arcstar before the Pathy was able to rotate around with the grapple. And now we are moving on to game 7.
Yeah, we get to see some more World's Edge action, of course, where across the 10-game series, we're going to get 4 maps of World Edge, 4 of Storm Point, and then, of course, the 2 viewers' choice. So today, we've gone with Kings Canyon, Broken Moon. It'll be interesting to see if that is the case across the next 2 days, or will the viewers mix it up? Will we, you know, throw some Olympus in there just for funsies?
I'd love to see more of this different map selection just really brought to the table with our pro players. It's very exciting. I feel like it's very refreshing. But even better, you guys at home could get involved to see where your pro players could really outperform others in a lobby like this, because this is just day number 1. This is Group A Genome, and it has been fired up. I mean, Falcons, they almost did it, but Guild had to stop them. But to be fair, they got like 12 KP that game alone. So even then, they got second place still. It just came in dominating as we now move over to World's Edge.
They got 21 points. That's more than Guild got. I mean, like, what do you want me to say, Vicky? That's they don't get the dub, but they still walk away with essentially a dub's worth of points. It puts them on 89. They are well clear of the field right now. This is, oh, I can tell you what, it's boding well for Sunday, isn't it?
Kind of expected, you know? Almost like the Preds were just, couldn't see us coming. You couldn't see the talent Preds really coming through, right? I wonder, nah, I'm joking, but you know, we just saw Falcons on their first dub. They took it on World's Edge for game number 4. We know that they land by Sky West Trials, where there's usually Evil Harvester. You get to capitalize off of the potential gold knockdown here too.
Yeah, and I guess something that we should note, Vicky, is that we've talked about, you know, the comp scene moving over to POI draft, and obviously this is, we're still using the dropship method here for the Esports World Cup. But one of the big differences between the two is the teams at the tippity top of our comp scene here, it means they get 2 of the best POIs. Right? I mean, look, let's leave the viewer maps out of this for the moment, even though obviously they were getting great POIs there, like Quarantine Zone. But it means that they get, as you said, Skywest Trials, and then they also get their preferred mill going across to Storm Point. So, I mean, yeah, is it any wonder that they can win a match point series in 5 games with the POI draft? I mean, just from a theoretical point of view, it should be even easier here at the Esports World Cup when they have the best POIs in the game, their first choices, and you know, no one's going to contest them for you. What, you think you can take these guys off drop? Don't make me laugh.
I mean, you see what happened to Aurora, you know, when they were trying to rotate. I believe they were like the second team to go down there on World's Edge on that first map. But it's the fact that they also share some of that Skyhook space with Team Falcons. We know that Aurora's probably going to go in for a quick rotate from Sky East immediately, depending on where that circle is going to be pulling. But I do like to see the different circles that we've witnessed throughout the day. And also, of course, that lovely new Lifeline Prestige skin really coming into play. Of course, it's before he locks into the bang. But I personally, I really like that Lifeline skin.
Not so much my speed, but you know, look, we've got different tastes. That's fine. Apart from our green jumpers today, of course, we're locked in. But so Twisted Minds, they've taken their foot off the pedal just a little bit. It feels like. I mean, they had a phenomenal start to the day. They are on 65 points right now, which is obviously still pretty good. What does that put them in? About 4th, I think.
Yeah, right there. Still, at least the fact that they've been within the top 4, top 3 consistently throughout the day. Look at our competitors right now. Really locked in here. Let's get started as we move back onto World's Edge. And I'm already liking the look on where this circle may be taking us, Gino.
Ooh.
As our competitors get situated within their POIs, we may be seeing a southern zone here.
I wish it had pulled to thermal, but I don't think it will.
There's lava there, don't you know?
We can always hope.
The conspiracy theory out here with the lava. Shout out to Snipe Down. Hey, it's a really good observation, honestly, here. But while we take a look at Guild, our team that just won on Broken Moon, they needed this. A little bit of room to breathe, but also something to kickstart the rest of the night, the rest of the journey for their competitive debate here, because they didn't have the strongest start. But now coming off of this, you know, maybe seeing they have the ring console.
So Guild Esports, one of the teams who haven't changed their composition the entire day. Doesn't matter what map we play, they have played Bangalore, Pathfinder, Watson. They reveal the next ring, and it will be going down by the looks of it to Tree. Interesting, fun, little something different. Now, a couple of teams have switched it up, of course, going back over here. I am surprised by the amount of Bloodhound we're seeing.
Made it to the next level.
You know, the ultimate, now that they've made the change that you don't get threat vision through Bangalore smokes, and despite Bangalore being at a 100% pick rate, you can see on the map stream here on the left panel, every single team has that Bangalore in position. Now, that's why, you know, in previous metas, Bang was paired with that. We saw an almost 100% pick rate for Bang because you could see through it, and it just enabled one player on your team to be doing damage at all times, no matter what. That is no longer the case.
So it's so strong to be able to see the Seer, going to be able to get all the information that you need, especially early on. But look how many squads have actually been able to get that early rotate here. I love the side-by-side. Zone is shrinking indeed, and with those 30 seconds before that zone shrink, it does reveal the Evil Harvesters, which is why you're seeing already 3 teams here by Tree. They already made that rotate. Disguise obviously landing by Thermal, so they're going to take their time before they get that ring console. Crazy Raccoon, their POI is Tree. And Fennel, another team now, off of Evac Tower, have already started their rotate.
As you said, Guild with a big jump up in Evo. Sorry, not Evo. Well, they just got some Evo from the Assault bin, a big jump up in points after their win previously. And yeah, they're moving through, coming through the choke outside of Geyser, but I mean, it's not going to be a priority rotate by any means for them, Vicky. Southern Zone, not so great for Overlook. They're really hoping for more of those repeat Skyhook zones, some of those Epi zones, Overlook zones, which there were a lot of. But, you know, with the changes to the ring prediction where it, you know, will shift to one quadrant of the map over another, it does seem to have helped out some of that
oh man,
repeat zones we were having.
Calling him out though, and having to pop the Seer ult. It's the fight for the survey beacon, but look to your 6 enemies. Having to be careful now, forcibly playing off the low ground, and they get the res on the other side, and they're playing off the gen here too. So they're passively healing up. Can Disguise get away? They send out that Thermite, trying to get that finishing blow. The portal, I'm not even sure if you currently see Design really take advantage of it. It didn't look like it. It looked like he just queued away. But in this case here, they still were able to get that finisher.
Oh, they try and make it to the other building. And it looks like the other 2 will do that, but tail between their legs. They've lost a member, and I don't know if they will be able to get him back.
Interesting here with Fennel having to play inside of this building. This is a team that is sitting in dead last genome. Time is of the essence for a team like this, so maybe playing a lot more passively, safe, not trying to overextend, which also calls into question Disguised. Are they going to try to overextend themselves to try to get that banner going? You can see him already popping that ultimate accelerant. He has another one at his feet ready to go, ready to pop in with that portal. Trying to close in the distance here, but while they're trying to fight this in the distance, you already see somebody else by that choke. Design falls back, takes that portal.
Do they follow it? Yeah, they follow it.
Oh, but they get the knock onto Design. Disguised, eliminated Fennel. They needed this. This jumps them up into 18th, but this is also the double whammy when it comes to the Wraith, you know.
Who's your worst enemy? Doors, apparently. I mean, if you want a reason why you don't pick Wraith, I mean, there's one of them.
Imagine like trying to preemptively open the door before you commit to the portal there, I guess, there too. But it's just, it's so difficult also making that decision when there's so many other teams in the area. I mentioned a squad by that choke. It was Crazy Raccoon by Tree that are actually hugging that southern side of the tree zone that Fennel will eventually probably climb the rocks towards as we take a look at even more teams. Basically everybody but Falcons, Aurora, and Red Rams, as well as e-xolos, have put themselves in this next circle.
So Twisted Minds, as we saw there, lost a member. Starting out in Landslide. A POI that got a lot better after the introduction of the new EVOs and upgrade system. Without having to rely on, you know, initial armor upgrades, the centrality of that POI and the ability to rotate out of it quickly. It's a big upgrade, and it's an upgrade for a team like Twisted Minds who liked playing out of there, who, you know, like the fast rotate flexibility of that POI, but unfortunately, they do lose a member at the start of Game 7.
And this is one of those circles that there's so many teams that you could coexist. We usually highlight that with Skyhook, but specifically Tree, it's not like the same typical you're inside of the same building, although these buildings do provide some of that extra space, but a lot of people could also play off the low ground, after the natural terrain, the rocks by the tracks as well. So many different angles that you could play off of the natural terrain here that you keep other squads in your line of sight without really putting yourself in a vulnerable position.
This spot is only good for Watson teams.
Yeah.
Please don't try and play it if you don't have a pylon. You will get destroyed, but it does mean that if you're a team that's rotating in a little bit later, which Guild did in match 7 here, and you're a Watson team, you know, maybe you get the chance to take that over when the other teams can't. And there's, you know, it's roughly about a 50% pick rate in this lobby on the Watson, so nice little pick up there.
Respawn beacon right here.
Ping on the Moby.
Did he just leave that ultimate accelerant behind?
Did.
I hope not.
Different priority.
I hope not, because I know some people on Reddit are going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, at least he's got the priority with the 12 shield cells. I think he's got enough out here. But looking to maybe see if he's got better attachments to work with on the Havoc. Looks like he's only got the blue stock on board. But double red, purple expected from Team Falcons as they are playing on the edge of the circle.
You can see this is one of the most diverse Legend metas we have seen in top-level Apex Legends esports. It's awesome. Look at this. You know, comps at 5%, 10% across the board. It's just awesome to see. I mean, yeah, so the top composition there, I think, is 20% there with Bang, Seer, and Watson. That's beautiful. That's a healthy meta, Vicky. I love this.
I do. I like it too, because then on the other half, you have the Fuse, right? So then you have to consider what the Watson provides as a counter with the Gen, and then the Knuckle clusters and what Fuse provides with the Mother Load and information. You got the double whammy, actually, on the information when you have the Seer included in the comp, and then you could go for something more comfortable if you like the Bloodhound instead of the Seer, like you highlighted at the very beginning of this game.
Yeah, the Bloodhound scan is still very good. It's a lot more reliable than something like the Focus of Attention coming out on the Seer tactical, but the ultimate is greatly reduced in utility, unfortunately. So, interesting. It has surprised me to see as much Bloodhound as we've had so far today.
That was unfortunate. Just the Seer ult just being poked out through the window from the inside of the cart here too. While then you have another Seer ult from the low ground, KCP, fighting for their life, but their gen is not safe either. Nice shots with the Hemlock. Gonna be able to back away though. Not gonna give up this space for now. This is the high ground on the train tracks that I had noted when you see a lot of teams trying to coexist. Obviously a squad playing right below them, but eventually they will have to move with the circle pulling down to the south.
Well, I was just about to say, sometimes we do get the finishes on the train tracks, right? So we're seeing a big split in terms of where the teams are playing right now. Some are like GG and like FaZe are up towards that northern side near the train tracks and around Lava Siphon, while you've got quite a few teams down in Tree as well. So, I mean, yeah, we'll get that answer in 20 seconds about whether it starts shifting one way or the other. Honestly, could go in the middle as well. So, yeah, the team's honestly just playing a bit of a guessing game at this point.
And you could also take a safe approach here too, where if you are going to wait on the safer side, like you see from Falcons actually, from Thermal Station, even with Aurora coming in behind them, we know that they have an evac tower. Strafing Flame, fighting for his life. The fact that Twisted Minds is getting focused in an area like this, I mean, there's a lot of different openings that a lot of squads could have in your line of sight here, but as a duo, they are so vulnerable, lacking a little bit on shields here too. He only had one shield bat. Look at that one shield cell here too from Easy Flash.
Shambles. Absolute shambles.
Shambolic town. Very difficult.
Shambhala? I don't know. I've got a family friend called Shambhala. Maybe that's the nickname we need to start giving people.
Especially when you're working off the sticks out here too. Or Rain. Like the movement here, just so that way he could get off of this lip, heal up. Also trying to gatekeep this team that's trying to exit out of Harvester. I believe this is KCP still inside the zone. It is. Kazak wants to be able to try to close in the distance here. Look at the aggression and the different angles that Aurora's taking.
Sliding down just to try and grab this last kill.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Nice wall jump. Not going to do much for you, but does buy a little bit of time for his teammates to get back in, and they're actually doing. They might be going for the. Oh no, I think one of them are they just knocked in the zone, or are they going for the split rat strat?
They had gone for the res, committed to the res, and they called out the straggler that was trying to run away from them. The poor Seer, obviously, what mobility, right? So he was trying to run for his life. Aurora followed up right behind them with the chase. Knows now that KCP is injured as a duo now, playing off of the Thermal Station side before rotating now from the south side of Harvester towards FaZe and Gaming Gladiator.
It's fascinating that they got the one member. They would have been able to hear the respawn happening, and they didn't go and chase those other two kills. I'm quite surprised about that from Aurora. I mean, maybe they were just looking for a spot in zone.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. I feel like their priority right now, knowing how many teams are in this zone, they want to be able to find a spot. And they actually take the gamble and took an evac tower to fly over everybody else in this lobby to then see if they could find space, maybe underneath the train tracks, where we usually see some teams try to coexist in a final tree zone, which, by the way, is pulling south all the way towards those southern buildings on the outskirts of Tree, where NIP, e-xolos had already called out.
Yeah, look, don't rub it in too much, Vicky, but you were absolutely correct. We are going south. Oh, don't even start with that. You've seen them all with the amount you play ranked. Anyway, it continues to pull south here, and with this, we'll see the next one. Okay. We get on e-xolos and onto NIP as well. So it's on the southmost of those lower buildings in the Tree POI. And yeah, that means NIP, this is all on them.
It's also really scary playing off the low ground of that building, because we know that there's a lip of the hilltop that exits out of the truck that you have on the outskirts of the Tree buildings, that any squad on that high ground, because there's that free range here as Falcons forcibly climb their way up, get the first knock, make it two, and looking for the last dragon. Look how the way that they just force their way up on the high ground, taking care of this team, gets another crack on a squad right in front of them. That's Crazy Raccoon. So they looked at Fennel, they're looking Crazy Raccoon, but Reject maybe coming up from right behind him, or even low ground here. But how? He is looking in every direction, breaking his neck.
It's insane how quickly he's able to switch his focus from one team to another. Grab kills here, there, the Falcons combining to push their lead even further here. Twisted Minds do finally go out.
The fact that they looked at Reject, then they looked at Fennel, and then they still got the crack on Crazy Raccoon, who backed away, by the way, said, I don't want none of that business, and then still proceeded to hold their ground, are chasing after the solo that is Reject.
Yeah, it's something just about their confidence, right? Because I feel like if you see other teams in that situation, they look, they see another team, they're like, oh gosh, we better calm down, we better, you know, not get sandwiched in between other teams. Falcons have just such ridiculous, unshakable belief in themselves, and why wouldn't you when you're so far ahead of all the other teams right now that they see another team and they're like, hey, there's a KP over there, guys, let's go get it.
Look at the crowd. I love the side-by-side view. And it's what you mentioned, with a team holding first place with 89 points, the gap between themselves. Second place, Team Liquid, holding 66 points at the moment. Why not overextend right here as Makers get eliminated, 16 squads left. And currently, Team Falcons are forcing their way through Tree Side, right on top of GHS.
Guild finally having to move out of their spot. Will they make it out alive? So many teams are sitting in and around them. Falcons looks like they've made it underneath Tree. That's actually going to be a tough spot for them to play from. Oh. Especially when it gets revealed that this zone is going to swing all the way east towards, you know, NIP, Aurora.
Look at the way that they're playing off these different corners here. With LG safe inside the corner of this circle. They tried to send out some nades earlier, but there was a gen on the other side that now LG could take advantage of. FaZe get eliminated after they were booted out originally. Guild is going to be able to approach from right behind Luminosity, and Team Liquid, the team that we were highlighting before, Falcons ends up surviving.
Hal has been on fire today. And once again, comes up exactly when they need him. Somehow, by the way, there's no one else around to finish off the single member of Team Falcons that is left alive. They will get a full reset. Ridiculous plot armor right here.
It's just the fact that the solo of Fennel looked, tried to see if maybe there was an opportunity, heard the res, didn't even try to take any shots at them. Just trying to survive to the best of their ability here as Guild really riding off of the momentum from the last game. The last solo of Fennel finally does get called out by LG. But eventually, these teams on the outside of the circle have to funnel in. Red Rams are also inside this building, but so is NIP. Falcons coming around as we see that replay earlier on. This was the moment that they were looking at, what, 3 different teams all at the same time, one after the other. It was non-stop, but NIP have control over this building and a Kraber in hand.
Hal's up to 6 kills this game. He's taken the kill lead for the overall in this lobby, and Falcons have also breached 100 points here in match 7. They are very much on their way to grabbing those 9 advanced standing points going into Sunday.
That is huge. Also, the only team with full red Evos, by the way, 3-man Evos going into this next circle, even with LG now losing out on Funk. They have to start moving. Nasty with that huge Kraber shot, really changing the course to prevent them from trying to circle, keep them on the other side.
Ninjas in Pajamas, 13th place here. We've mentioned that they've got Godspot. They have to convert this to improve their chances. Top 9, remember, that's what the teams need here. Top 9 to make it into the finals.
How is Sweet still alive? That is insane. With a sliver of health after getting that Evo Shield swap, though, keeping them in the game. Look at the knocks here, too. But this is the high ground right here on this hilltop by the truck that I mentioned that provides so much advantage in a circle like this. Because these teams in the building, they were stuck there. Even if you try to move away, you were going to get caught in the line of sight of the squads exiting out of tree. And Luminosity. There you go. Peekaboo, I see you. NIP. Where are you running, Sweet? Only so much you could do. The last member taken out and Luminosity eliminated.
And that's so important because now NIP don't have to worry about anything else. It's just Falcons. They can focus on that. They can plan it around. They've got 17 seconds until the zone starts to close. They can work out what their next move is going to be because, as you mentioned, it's a tough one. They've got that high ground.
You know, Team Falcons have 111 points, by the way. Ninja in Pajamas have 30 points. It's just the perspective of the gap that we're seeing. Second place with Liquid have 73 points. And Falcons are looking to take a 3rd win under their belt. But NIP trying to cook up something here with the zip line on the other side.
I mean, the gen's going to work here. NIP, they've switched over to the Watson to try and play this more edge play style, zone play style. It's working here. They got Godspot. They've been able to neutralize that Bang ult coming in towards them. Let's see if the other ultimates will allow them to get the win here. It's going to be tough. Falcons, 2 wins already in the 10 games total we've got here today. But look at that. Perfect vision. This means Hal can aim his nades even more accurately with the small amount of cover NIP have left.
Nail in the coffin. Stop. Stop. They're already dead. We have to see how they get out of this. Are they going to just fully send it to zipline? He's cutting them off from the zipline entrance too. Zero trying to get an off angle, willing to take the extra circle damage, so doesn't want to overextend, get called out, and Seer also providing the extra vision.
Look at this. I mean, a few cells left in the backpack. NIP have been bled dry. Can Falcons finish exsanguinating them here?
Look at the way that they're jumping on top of these rocks. King of the hill, Pride Walk. Welcome the Kings, Team Falcons. Take another game, 3 dubs in the books. What a dominating team. Look at Zero, no pop-up necessary here, just all smiles as Hal's like, we got another one. Jen, another day at work.
Playing it up to the crowd, who of course is very much in the Falcons' corner, Vicky.
Heard the chance.
As they talked about before, the headquarter is just around the corner. It's a home ground advantage, and Falcon have run amok with it. 16 kills here in match 7.
Remember how we highlighted all the time, like, obviously, right, that Storm Point was their biggest strength. Can we talk about the fact that over the course of half the season, they've changed everything? Look at the 16 kills, almost 6K damage. Are you kidding me?
Just shake my head in disbelief. I mean, I said the third win was going to be with 13 kills, I think it was, but...
Hey, pretty darn close right there. 3 extra kills. We'll absolutely take those. I mean, it's a luxury when you have that much damage, when you have a fuse, right? Like, very given.
And just look at the rest of the lobby. They are such a point sponge up the top there that the rest of the lobby is just struggling to put a series together. I mean, at the very least, it's going to make it very competitive for that 9th spot. As you can see highlighted there in gold, the top 9 teams, they will be making it through to Sunday. And they also will have those advanced standing points. All right, that was match 7, guys. Thank you for sticking with us. We've got a couple more coming up. Let's go to a break now.
Welcome back to Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. My name is the 7GG, joined by Lace. Lace, earlier we were talking about playing one of these games. I think it just might be time.
You know what? I'm so competitive, and I say if it's you versus me, then I am so ready to take this on. Maybe I can get myself one of these keys.
All right. Well, you know what? Less talking, more doing. Let's go play some games.
All right, we are here and ready, and we have found our game to compete in. Seven, are you ready to do this? I think we should do rock, paper, scissors.
I agree.
All
Rock,
right.
paper, scissors, shoot.
Okay, I've got it. Let's lay it down. Ready?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
See, I did it
Oh
again.
my God.
I feel like it's an automatic reaction, but that's
You know what?
fine.
I let you go first.
Are you going to let me go? Okay, that's fine. You just want to see how this is done,
wanna see how
right?
it's done,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. It's probably going to be done terribly, but you got to. You apparently got to put some spin.
You got this. Oh, that was close.
Is it?
That
more
was really,
spin,
really
higher,
close.
More spin. Okay. No, okay, it's fine.
Okay, all right,
I
you
feel
know
like
what?
you're going to hit the top of the board. I believe in you.
Okay. No. All right, one more. Here we go.
Spin it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You know what? Last one for good luck. Here you go.
Okay, I feel like.
If not, we got to go back to Apex Legends.
No,
It works. It works.
That's probably cheating, but I'm going to take that as a win. But anyway, this has been.
Here you go, Lace.
Oh, thank you.
You're going to win.
Gonna hold
We'll
it for
care
me.
about the year.
This has been Esports World Cup. There's lots of attractions here. There's some fun for everybody, not just esports, but many sports outside of it. So why don't you take a walk around and enjoy yourself? Seven, thank you so much for playing some games with me.
I'm ready to go back to Apex
The
Legends.
inflections are so like higher pitched, and like the flow is, and obviously that's different per people, but
Ah, yes, a good blowing
it's
the
just
nose
such
shot.
a nice experience to be
Shut
around.
up. The camera's zooming in.
I'm no different. You
But then I
know,
also watch a
but
million and seven.
I don't.
Oh, look at that. Crazy Raccoon having trying to get their mental back in check right now. 22 points there sitting on, and they are one of the few teams I think who really needs to pick up the pace in these last couple of games, Vicky. But, you know, we can look back first.
And including your favorite moments, you know, with the raid, what we saw before, Aurora getting very greedy here, chasing after KCP up into the circle while they try to get a res. Falcons, though, literally breaking ankles, snapping their heads from one team to another. It was just crazy. The fact that they also were able to beat the teams that were already at tree on a rotate to the high ground, looking down on NIP.
Let's think about the fact that they rotated in under the platform at tree. How won that clutch? How many points did that give them? Like, how many points did they get from that point on? Literally just because, you know, you can win your ones. Just because you can clutch up when it matters. Just because you've killed so many other teams by that point that you've got the gold knockdowns to get the reset faster and keep moving and keep rolling through other teams. It's insane. I mean, yeah, breaking ankles, breaking records.
And that's coming out of, remember, Trials, Sky, West. You talk about the gold knockdown, you talk about the way they rotate, literally coming from one edge of the map all the way down south, where they rotated all the way around through thermal and then fought every squad in their sights, coming out in clutch, getting that gold knockdown res so that way they could actually get the reset even faster, and then were able to rotate ahead of the other teams that were having to play off the low ground or from the track side.
Yeah, Jen's cheeks were looking a little bit rosy there, but look, they're not as red as the bodies of their enemies in the previous few games, because they are just racking up the most ridiculous amount of kills. I mean, Jen finished 6 kills in that last game, Zero chipping in with 3. And how, ever since he has joined that team, you know, he's been the front man, right? He has just been... it's crazy to see him go from being IGL and then just getting let loose as a fragger on Falcons. It's, I mean, he is having so much fun, right? I mean, when you think about, you know, someone who just had all this responsibility on his shoulder, and now he just gets to go loose. It's great. I'm so keen to see if that happens again here on our next game of Stormpoint.
Literally cinema
World's
out
Edge.
here. It's crazy. World's Edge here, our last game on World's Edge for the day before we transition onto our last map of the day of Stormpoint. This is the opportunity, but Gino, you mentioned it. How, now being the fragger, the shackles have been broken. No longer IGL, right? Just send him forward, and he's looking to hold forward because that is what he does best. That is why he is the kill leader in this entire lobby. As we get started again, everyone, our last game number 8 on World's Edge before we move on to Stormpoint.
Yeah, it's insane how much info he feeds back as well. I mean, he just has so much experience being an IGL himself that he knows what info he needs to relay back to Zero. And I think that's one of the big differences between this iteration of, Zero Gen +1 and the other previous versions of it, Vicky, is that, I think Zero really had to, force Zainu or Sykes to give him that information, whereas Hal does it automatically. He takes initiative. He knows where to go, what space to take, who needs to be put down when we have Falcons looking to take space. So it's just... yeah, it adds just this whole new dynamic, this whole new element to the team that has made them go from, one of the 2 top teams in the world to a very clear #1.
They're a very scary team, and that's why we keep harping on this, because it's just a level of competition you don't really get to see elsewhere, especially in a battle royale, right? You have RNG factors as an element here in a game like this, but you try to eliminate the RNG as much as possible with your decision on the POIs, your legend compositions, obviously, knowing where these beacons are more likely to spawn out here too. And it looks like you saw a little sneak peek there. It is. All right, that's kind of teasing us a little bit, but the circle will be pulling towards either No Name or even between No Name to Overlook. We've seen this circle plenty of times where, who knows, sometimes we've seen it pull towards the bins on the left side of Overlook, out on the outskirts of that ring console, or even towards No Name and north of No Name here, where Guild Esports could really take advantage of, since they have the Evil Harvester, but they don't have that ring beacon. They have it on the other side, actually. They have the Overlook here,
Guild do manage to grab that, so that's, it's going to be super useful information for them. This is exactly the kind of game that Guild likes to play, right? Like, zone, bam, straight there. It does make it a little bit harder because it means they don't really get much chance to grab Evo on the way. If you look at where the Evo Harvesters are placed, Vicky, there's one to the north, which would take them well out of their way in terms of being able to, rotate and get priority. And the other one is south of, or north of No Name, actually. I think that's the one that they potentially should have gone for, but they are playing just for Overlook at the moment.
They did at the very beginning. They did play a little split off, so that way they could at least get that Evil Harvester once it became online there. And then we saw them actually just reunite together over by Overlook. And I don't expect them to be moving because they are one of the teams with the Watsons. We've seen a lot of Watsons, obviously, in this lobby, but they're going to be bunkered down and preventing other squads from trying to get control over that ring console by Overlook. And so many other teams have already gotten ahead of the curve and trying to rotate here. You can see LG with Funk is literally one, but the gold knockdown onto Sweet. He gets taken out first, and that's a really bad sign here with KCP looking to see if they can capitalize off of this.
Just looking at the furrow in Sykes' brow there, he's worried. This is not a good situation for Luminosity to be finding themselves in so early, especially when they're... they're in 4th spot right now. They're looking pretty good to make it into Sunday. And I don't know if we've talked about this enough, Vicky. Getting top 9 is important.
Yeah.
If you make it into the LCQ, if you're in that bottom 11, not a good place to be. Only 2 teams out of 20 make it out of the LCQ. You just don't want to put yourself in that situation.
It's so incredibly brutal, but it's also the insane advantage that teams that have that extra data just watch and figure out what they want to do to approach the teams that will make it out is something else. And Falcons now coming up from behind the chaos that we just saw from Luminosity earlier, coming up from Countdown, but Falcons lose out on Jen originally, but Zero with the hip fire, with the hemlock shots, is able to take down Sykes. You talk about the morale that was shown on Sykes' face there too, but they completely just encapsulated on top of him, while Funk none of my business. He is out of there. He's hasta la vista for real now, going towards Lava Fisher, seeing what he could get done here.
Oh no. Okay, just gets another smoke up in time here to be able to try and get the next res onto Jen Burton. That was an uncharacteristic miss on the spray there from Jen. I mean, we saw that from his point of view. Obviously, he has been slapping today, but that was not the spray he was looking for.
Is Aurora with the red Evo already, by the way? Very quick, with the round one not even done closing. And that's the fact that they do land in Skyhook, but you could imagine what they were able to take advantage of. There was a survey in Grandma's house. They probably were able to get information over by Skyhook, or maybe even a vault key. You know, that also gives you some extra Evo shield points as well. With Kazakh having that red Evo, you already know he's got that purple perk on the lifeline. Probably ready to put it down. Has the gold knockdown, the gold bag here too. That's the perks of having the vault already open. Great call out right there as Team Liquid also flying in from the skies right on top of GK.
Yeah, and that's gold-plated, right? You can see the Kazakhs already picked up that upgrade on level 3, and then, yeah, just catapulting themselves to level 4 with the Evo cache that it does allow you. Disguised, picking up that Sentinel. Always popping the cells just to try and make it a little bit more deadly. Actually, one of the things I only just found out from one of our other customers the other day is that the charging also increases the projectile size.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Of the Sentinel, which makes it even easier to hit the shots.
I love this little overhead, guys. LG is currently respawning Sykes and Sweet. It is not over for the LG squad. And even called it an evac tower from Countdown here. Maybe trying to wrap around in the safer approach. This is early circle, obviously. This first ring here that's closing. So they could take a slower approach through Skyhook if they wanted to, and maybe even come up from behind Aurora.
Okay, where's the zone going? Does it go towards the tunnel? That's going to be my call, and you can call me a fool in 2 seconds if I'm wrong, but I should have asked you to make the prediction, Vicky, because you're the one who's smashing it out of the park today. But look, actually a bit more towards Overlook. You know, potentially could keep going down towards those tunnel entrances. I think I'm just calling for that because I enjoy those circles. I find it quite fun when you get to play sort of bottom and no name and up above the vault tunnel.
And then see all the teams are going to fight for their lives when they come out of like the vault tunnel area as well from the Geyser side. A lot of areas to coexist, but that's also why we highlighted Guild and their positioning early on. Not only is that their POI, but having the ring console, they're just going to be camping that the whole time, you know? Something that characters that could scan the survey beacons don't have that luxury like that, where you could only do that with Control Legends and ring consoles.
Nah, it's a fantastic point. You know, we were looking at it. Do they play for Ghost Town? Do they go north? But yeah, you're right. They just want to stay on that ring console in order to essentially sort of play like an edge team in terms of, you know, scanning ring 3, ring 4 information and then making their move off that. It's just that you don't often get circles where you can just sit on a ring console all day. Usually those sight lines are compromised in some way, but not here.
Makers also kind of taking a look at the ring console over by Geyser, although I do believe this circle is going to be benefiting the likes of Guild, or even the squads have already called out No Name here. A lot of open area though, so if this does pull away from Guild, you could expect them to be in a tough position with Red Rams being right behind them. I like how we get to now take a look at teams like Aurora that we know like to play by the edge, but Luminosity slowly figuring out their footing again after having a very rough start, losing out on Sweet earlier, which also means they lost out on the gold knockdown that Sweet had in the very beginning. Oh, they just flew in right on top of them. Oh, no! No, not on a silver platter on top of Aurora. Sykes can't catch a break.
Yep, that's another death in the tally in the column there for Sykes, unfortunately. They're not down and out yet. As you can see, Funk's still up at the top. Zone is very quickly going to start causing problems for him. He's got one syringe left. It's this fight or it's nothing, and it is nothing for Luminosity. Aurora, they're sitting in number 4. They're having a good time. Oi Rain cackling to himself.
when you start off the game like that, if you're looking at Luminosity, I feel like you already know, like, it's just a downfall of momentum. You know, it's just when you start off super rough, get the res, but you're forced to expend your meds, and you don't have a lot to work with in terms of loot. Then you have to play out of the circle, and then you get gate-kept by what you could expect Aurora, right? Because they were rotating north the whole time. A team that likes to play edge. Very capable here as RC having the height right now. Prompu with the pressure on the knuckle cluster. And he's also going to be able to get some more information, but they ran the risk looking at Aurora, playing off this low ground, the mother low, keeping them entrapped.
Yeah, look, evac tower not required here. The other team in such a small area that the Fuse ultimate will very easily lock them in. They try and get out on the zipline. It actually works. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, they just got over the top of the grenades, the mother load.
Sorry, I see them zip through the zip line for free. Like, I mean, okay, to be fair, they are fast. You do have to try to track them a little bit quicker. The ring sometimes, too, could obscure your vision the way that they try to go into that zone. But there's also, like, 2 teams ready to gatekeep Aurora right now. I'm talking about KCP, Disguise, who are lingering by Fragment at the moment. This is even more pressure as you take a look. KCP noting this. Have 1 med kit here, but also taking their time.
Now, this could help Aurora. If Pioneers and Disguise take a little bit too long to deal with each other here, Aurora may have a window of opportunity to get back in the zone. You saw they were fairly low on meds as this fight starts in earnest. Design goes down first and is relying on Q here to buy them some time as they get the reset, and it works.
Double reset. Okay, Design, though, going in to try to get the re-knock out here, too. And then on the outskirts, in the line of sight of EVOs. Disguise now fighting their way and managing to get some space here, too. EVOs, they could take what they can get right now. They're backing away without trying to overcommit, because guess what? Aurora is now showing face.
Aurora's here, and you can see they're on the wrong side of Disguised attention at the moment.
Well, EVOs is still over by the distance with the alley-oop, still taking shots at the stragglers on the outskirts of the train station. Aurora in a lot of trouble, but still managing to stay alive.
There's 5 different teams here. There's currently 5 teams in Fragment. The zone's not
They got the
particularly close.
They got the res at least. They did lose out on 1 from Aurora, but Lifefront staying alive from Kazak is going to be able to get the res into the Bang. The Bang now is able to put down the ults. And you can hear the portal coming in from Design. Where do they go when there is 5 other teams in this pathing into the next zone?
Okay, portal is very good here. That was a perfect time to use that. And they actually rock up and find themselves in the spot next to Evo's Predators here. So that's a nice little pickup.
Even worse if you're Aurora still trying to fight your way as a duo into that next circle. Disguise waiting for you by the train tracks. Reject also looking at you from the high ground that exits out of Epi. Evo's playing off the little lip of the rock, though, in a bit of a difficult spot, aside from the natural landform, because you still have Gaming Gladiators behind you by the train track, by the train car. GK now move in with the alternator. Gold knock, though, not going to help him out here. Racky's the last one alive, 1 shot. And GK Esports get eliminated with Disguise, only having Design to work his magic.
GK right on the bubble as well, 10th spot. Every point is extremely important to the mostly Australian team, the APAC South team there. So they will go out, but there's still 2 more matches for them to make that difference.
Same thing with Disguise, with only Design alive, sitting in 8th here. Evos also needing all these extra points. Can they pop it off? The triple take, the hip fire shots, it's not going to be enough. The Bangalore ult coming in to eliminate Crazy Raccoon. Evos Esports, Design is still alive for his team.
It's Design and Design alone, Vicky, and that's not enough. You need to be keeping them all up and running, and they just can't do it. Guild Esports, in the meantime, have used the ring console for probably the last time to start heading up north, where they can deal with, say, Red Rams, who are still in Overlook in the village. Or, I know we haven't seen much of them so far this game yet, Vicky, but just in case you were wondering, Falcon's probably in God's spot.
I mean, I'm not too surprised. Why not, right? Why not? They just walk through, taking their time. And although this entire zone here is very scattered with the amount of teams holding onto each corner without actually committing into a circle like this. And it's what we mentioned before. It's very out in the open as NIP gets sent back to the lobby. 11 squads left with the flyby to really highlight the pressure. And I talked about the Skies before because they're sitting in 9th place, Genome. There's only 2 more games after this left.
Every one of those teams around that 9th, 10th, 8th spot, they have to be worried about every single point that they're getting. So yeah, Design, if he can just eke out 1 or 2 placement points here, it's a big deal.
And he barely has any ammo here too. Well, Fennel forced their way inside this train cart. They're getting pinged though in the distance. The third party, Twisted Minds, moving in Design, trying to capitalize. He needs extra loot. Hell, they see him in the corner. All right, can't be slick here, even though you put down your portal. See him fixing his glasses here in the cam. Striking Flame still alive with player K, who's able to pop this med kit.
He survives that tiny bit longer though. He gets that 1 extra place, 2 placement points in total there for Designful. So look, he's done the job and probably as much as you could have asked for him in that situation. Okay, we've dealt with all of the madness down on the south side towards Ghost Town. Now we are going to move up to where the real business is going to happen, the north of this map, up above the tunnel. We're seeing Twisted Minds here try and grab a res. Can Strafing find the time to lay a smoke down and get that one off?
That looked terrifying from Twisted Minds' point of view. And even like a mother load on the other side from another team. I think that was Red Rams right behind Reject. Reject were like, all right, they want to go for the res. They dropped down from the high ground. But do they really want to close in this gap with FaZe? Also looking at Guild and e-xolos. That's happening on the other side of the zone from what we saw from Reject and Twisted Minds. Oh, Strafing Flame! Reject get eliminated! Twisted Minds as a duo take care of Reject, and Strafing Flame had an insane nade in the feed.
And that means they should have bought the space. Yes, they have. Easy Flash is back in, and Twisted Minds are back on the menu. They've got a lot of space to themselves. Most of the other teams towards the eastern side of this map. The other 5 squads over there, Falcons now moving up north to buy some space of their own.
As we tune into FaZe, looking at Guild, Red Rams on the other side though, getting crack after crack, every knock onto Legacy. Jesco, 5 goes up and looking behind you. Nags gets beamed. He needs to suppress fire, but they were too fixated on the team to their left without looking who was right behind them.
Yeah, Guild and Red Rams all of a sudden being a problem for FaZe, and can MT get Legacy back up? No! It's a top 4. That's minimum 5 placement points here, but they would have hoped to convert a little more from this overlook zone.
Oh, he still got him.
Oh,
all right. Hold on, he still got him though. You know, at least one more.
He gets the fist bump, and you know what? They deserve it, because as we just say that, they do, they make something out of that situation. Anyway, final 3v3. Team Falcons, Twisted Mind, number 1 versus number 2 right now.
I've seen this before here. Team Falcons looking to finally engage, and Twisted Minds down a member already. Player K working off of the gold knock.
Let's not forget, it was Legends Gaming that ruined things at Overlook at Split 1 playoffs for Falcons in this exact spot. Can they do it again?
History repeats itself, though. It's a trade-off from both sides, with Zero going down. How clearing space with the knuckle cluster here. He slides through. How can he do it? He is one. He gets 1 knock, playing off the knockdown. He has to try to get the reset. Playing incredibly peacefully. Look at this. Oh no, the reload. He fails to do it, but even better for your second place team, Twisted Minds, to get the dub with 92 total points.
Was that last game playing in their head? Was there a little movie reel in the Falcons in the back of their mind? They're wondering, no, not again. And look, I mean, it's not like they have to worry, Vicky. They are absolutely crushing this lobby. But if there's one team who's giving them a run for their money, who, you know, could put a bit of pressure on them, especially come Sunday, it's Twisted Minds. Both of these teams, we will be seeing them in the finals. You can guarantee that right now. They are way too far ahead of the pack. And I cannot wait to see when we get to an even harder and even more pressure-filled lobby. Turn up the heat on that pressure cooker. Will it be Twisted Minds or will it be Falcons doing the better job?
Ever get that feeling of deja vu sometimes, Gino? Seeing it happen all over again. Wow, and you know what's even crazier? Despite the significant lead Team Falcons has, right? The fact that this is the second time where they fell in second in a very close game that they know they could have won first in, their faces, despite having that lead, the disappointment, they want nothing but first. Leave some for the rest of us, all right? All you can eat buffet for Twisted Minds to scoop in. And by the way, that was with Twisted Minds getting that res as a duo, taking care of Reject off camera. That was insane and a crazy place, Nate, to help elevate them to get that dub all the way to the very end.
And it's kind of similar to that Falcons game, right? Where it's like, you know, they have the reset under the tree, and it's just, you've got these, these important turning points.
Absolutely insane. That is it for World's Edge. On the other side of this break, we got some more action in the last two games as we move on to Storm Point. You don't want to miss it.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back to the Apex Legends tournament here at the Esports World Cup. We have gone through 8, and we are on the back 9 and 10 to decide some very important things. Who is going to be going home? Who is going to be one of our 9 teams to qualify for the finals? And obviously, who's going to be caught in between having to go on Saturday and play in that loser's bracket, or last chance, as we're calling it, for this tournament. That is brutal because only 2 teams are coming out of the 18 that play Saturday. So a lot of stakes on the line. AJ Hawk, Zephyrcast, as well as Glitter Explosion on the desk with me. And I'm going to start with you, AJ Hawk. I mean, don't get it twisted. That's the one I'm coming from this last game. Twisted Minds. What a performance so far.
Yeah, we've mentioned them throughout the show. A team you cannot sleep on, sure. Falcons, the top team. We're going to talk about them in a little bit. But right behind them, Twisted Minds, another hometown team who's placed top 5 in back-to-back lands, and they're showing why they should not be forgotten. We've talked about Strafing Flame, one of the best IGLs in the world, putting his team in positions. Easy Flash, I mentioned his mechanics and how he's able to open up these fights. But shout out to Player K because he's had some crazy Kraber shots today, and he just had a clutch moment against Team Falcons to get the win.
I'm not against what Hal decided to do. It was pretty risky. 4 bullets in the Havoc if you walk that back. Player K obviously in a better position, fighting from no movement where Hal slid out into being exposed, but still a valiant effort to win that 1v1.
It's a troublesome problem, especially when you talk about the Watson in that equation, especially with being able to set up the fence line. It gets harder to go for the direct exchange here and find your movement in a 1v1 in those moments. So for Hal, I understand the extension there, but a massive congratulations to Twisted Minds. It wasn't just that. Across the board, had some remarkable performances that not only pushed them up in their win against the Falcons, but so many of these other teams coming out of our match.
Yeah, I mean, I look at that and I go, really didn't even stand a chance. It looked like Hal was close. Every time you're watching Hal, you think, oh, this could be the one. But he had 4 bullets, and you could see Player K with a hemlock ready to go. He just shot forward and finished that one off. The one time that we've seen Falcons look a little bit vulnerable has been in those positions. But overall, in terms of the standing, Lauren, there has been absolutely nothing that can touch them. They are playing not just in another country, another city, on another planet right now.
And we were talking about that during the break, right? I mean, 130 points so far when we're 8 out of 10 matches in. The next highest being Twisted Minds, who obviously just won, but they're at 92. And then it just drops off yet again at Team Liquid for 73. I mean, we knew that Team Falcons were going to be a dominant force. Right now, they're absolutely proving us right. They're going to obviously do this again on Sunday. They need to do it again on Sunday if they want to take home the title. But we still have some other teams that are kind of consistently, quietly performing and keeping themselves in that top 9 like you were mentioning.
Yeah, and I think when you look at that as well, I wanted to point out a team, DSG, who is in 10th position right now. That is usually a qualifying position if you watch a lot of Apex Legends, but in this tournament, only our top 9 go forward and guarantee their spots on Sunday. That would be massive, obviously, for DSG Designful. His story didn't even talk to Lace as he was walking down near enemy. He was locked in with the headphones. He had a briefcase. Was he delivering something? Did he just pick it up? I don't know. Backup jerseys, maybe. Maybe they sweat a lot on stage. I'm just going too far now at this point because you know what? At the end of the day, they're used to tension. They know eyes are on them. And that leads us to what is going to be happening now because we've got to take over back to Storm Point. I'm going to leave this one to you, Ben, right here because DSG, they're landing North Pad. That's a decent sign. But what do you take away from this map setup so far?
You know, we talk a lot about those teams that need to make it in. Of course, you've got the DSG up there, but so many of these other rosters in a very similar situation. Two that I'm most interested, though, about is this is one of the first tournaments that we do get to see eliminations on day 1. And, of course, while, yes, KCP have had their struggles early, Command Center is, of course, left alone. I look more towards Checkpoint here where we have seen the struggles of Fennel against Reject. And at the bottom of the board, this could be something that does position them down to 20th, where they are our first team, well, on the flight back.
2 games left. Lauren, we've seen this a bunch. This is kind of what happens when you start to feel the tension. It's not quite match point, but it's as close to it, especially if you're on those bubble teams at the back end of the lobby right now. And guess who it is? It's Pioneers who are sitting in 20th on move. We talked about it. This is an opportunity that's not going to be easy to get. You do not want to leave all that prize pool behind going out right now.
100%. And you also don't want to have to deal with that last-minute additional pressure of being in the last chance qualifier. This is an opportunity, especially on Storm Point, when they have a free drop POI, to get themselves looted up early and potentially go for some aggression. I mean, the worst case scenario is they end up in that last chance portion of it, but best case scenario is they at least get out of 20th. Just get themselves out of the bottom spot and keep them a little bit above in the safety position because you don't want to go home after today. They have showed us what they're capable of in the past.
Yeah.
They just need to do it here.
I mean, rather make adjustments, right? AJ Hawk, you watch, and a lot of people know you from your videos on YouTube talking about the analysis of what went wrong at a tournament. Part of that reflection, though, as we get to enjoy and sit behind, needs to happen quickly here. You do not have time to sit back and let AJ Hawk make a video about you. So what are the conversations these coaches are having now to get their teams ready?
Well, I think you mentioned the coach is actually huge because not every team has a coach, and if you do have one, this is where you got to make your money. Okay, if you're in the spot where you're going to get eliminated, whether that's talking to the players in terms of strategy and actually saying this is something we need to change. Should we change the comp? Should we maybe not contest here? Should we speed up the rotates? What are you noticing that strategically can help your team, or is it as simple as guys, we need to calm down?
Yeah.
Okay, because we're not playing like ourselves. Something's going wrong here. That if we just calm down, play our game, we know we can do this.
That's one of the best points I think we could have ended on. Sometimes it is about the tactics. Sometimes it's just hit your bullets onto the other player. Sometimes it's mentally understand that you might not have done well before, but you can change your fate. We'll see if KCP has what it takes to change their destiny. Sitting in 20th, can they survive, or will they be the first team eliminated at our Apex Legends EWC tournament? Let's find out as Mark and Dan take away the cast.
Thank you very much, Rain. And yeah, we're getting into the business end of things right now. You can see some of the map overheads and teams obviously doing their preparation as to if they have a contest, what teams are going to be near them when it comes to those rotates. But I mentioned the fact it's business time down now because we get to decide essentially what area of the tournament certain people are going into, right? Who's going to qualify? Who's going to be going into that last chance? And of course, unfortunately, who's going to be going home?
Yeah, one team going to go home. We heard talk, Pioneers, they're down there, but they do have their own POI. Still a little bit worried about the likes of Reject Winity, who are kind of in that bubble as could be eliminated. They are going to be contested. They had 0 points from Storm Point the first time we saw it earlier on today. So there's going to be a few teams that we'll be looking at the bottom of that leaderboard, but of course we also need to focus on the top 9. I think we kind of know who's going to be finishing first at this point, but there is still a chance. There's still a chance that Twisted Minds could catch the likes of Team Falcons, but there is a lot to look at going into matches 9 and 10.
So they're kind of the magic numbers to keep your eyes on right now as you look at the series ranking. This is the overalls at the moment. You can see on the left-hand side, that top 9, all in gold, would qualify, would go through to the finals. Unfortunately, that 20th position is the other one to focus on. That team will be going home if you finish at the end of these next 2 games on Storm Point at the bottom of the pile. Everybody else will go into that last chance qualifier to try and fight back for a place in that final. But even if you're there, Dan, it's a hard place to get out of and get back to that final.
It really is. And when we look at those bottom 4, the teams who are trying to fight to stay within the tournament, when it comes to Storm Point, the most points any of those 4 teams got was 3. Fennel got 3 points across 2 maps. Pioneers got 1 point. Both the other 2 teams got 0 points. So it was a real struggle for all 4 of the teams at the start of the day. But can they close out the day in a more dominant fashion?
Yeah, a little bit of a drought at the bottom of the table, but 2 games to put it right. And we all know that here on Storm Point, 1 fight can change everything for the momentum of your day. You win that, the confidence is there. The bravado comes back as well, and all of a sudden, 3 points being the maximum that one of these teams, as you mentioned, has got from one day, when it can be picked up in just 1 fight. So 2 games to go here. We're into Storm Point. We do have some contests still to sort out.
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on Reject Winity. Can they actually win their contest? That was one of the big reasons why they weren't able to get any points on Storm Point, so we can see them diving in now. Is there going to be the same contest is my biggest question here.
We turn our attentions to that contest. Like we say, is it going to be free here, Checkpoint, or is there going to be a couple of teams still approaching? And interestingly enough, it looks like they might have it to themselves. So that is the almost the cushion of all cushions, right? You're expecting maybe something to be a little bit different, but no, it seems like there is a split going on.
Well, Fennel also struggling for points, and they decide, well, maybe this contest is not going to help us either, and they've decided to drop in and around the checkpoint areas. You can see they're kind of split, or sorry, I can see on the map, they are kind of split, whereas Reject will get the majority of the checkpoint location. So now we can check in with Fennel. Both these teams, remember, in the bottom 4, and certainly could be eliminated here today.
I mean, I don't want to cut you off, and I hate to do so, but if you are Reject and Fennel right now, look at that zone. The question is there a ring console near them that is going to give them that information to get those priority positions? And I'm kind of squinting, trying to see through. Yes, indeed, Reject have it. So Fennel deciding to split the loot might be good in some ways, but they've given up the ring console that's going to give them the guaranteed information of where this zone is going. So for Reject, It doesn't get better. Opportunity-wise, it doesn't get better. To put points on the board, knowing you can get a pro position, they have to make the most of this game.
Yeah, this is really bad news for Makers and Pioneers, the two teams who are in tied last position on 12 points. They are 5 behind Fenno and Reject Winity at the moment. So all you need is like a pretty average game here at Checkpoint, and you should be able to secure your spot at least in the tournament and not be eliminated here today. But maybe you want to try and go that one step further. Maybe you do want to still get into that top 9. It's still achievable in 2 matches as NIP, they are another squad who are outside of the top 9 right now. 31 points, but still have that chance to get within the top 9 if they can get a good game under their belt.
Just to give you an indication of where the ninth place point total is going into this game, it's GHS Professional who currently hold it on 44 points. So it needs to be a pretty good game from NIP to force their way in. Also, of course, the teams above them don't pick up points as well to kind of make that a little bit more simple. But you can see that they're trying to rotate at the moment. It's interesting to see that actually, you know, FL are holding down the tunnel between where NIP find themselves right now. And Fennel they were the team who was splitting the loot, like we mentioned over at Checkpoint. And they decided to move away and hold that tunnel. Now, it's good to hold teams out, right, if you play for some KP. But one fight goes wrong for them and the team tries to force it. It could be a tough spot to hold.
We're seeing a lot of changes, actually 5 composition changes as well coming into Storm Point. We're also seeing a Conduit featuring Liquid of deciding to play a little bit of Conduit on their side, alongside Horizon and Pathfinder. So really just trying out everything at this point to see if they can pull out the stops and maybe catch the lobby leaders as we check in with GK to see their rotation through. But they are going to be able to have a good position like above NIP and KCP at the moment.
Well, take a little bit of damage as they do try and move forward. So it looks like a plan A ain't working. Let's try plan B. Phoenix kick can be popped here by Raki. That'll get him back up to full health and should be able to maybe rethink what their approach is going to be. They see they have ring console information. They are going to be safe not just in this zone, but the next as well. And it's time to take out the pests, take out the bugs. A couple of spiders to be blown up just to help them on their loot.
It's a little bit concerning for KCP, who are very close to GK. And if, you know, you do get sent on, when you are on the bottom amount of points, you're on 12 points, you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, you're going to play a very different way. You're going to be kind of scared about what could happen around you. But we'll have to see whether maybe they try and take a little bit of a risk here, because it's very easy to think, okay, I'm at the bottom of the leaderboard, maybe we should just play a little bit more conservative, we'll play a little bit more passive. That can just lead to more loss. That can lead to more fights not going your way. Sometimes if you want to flip the script, you actually have to get a little bit more aggressive, but the zone can play a big part in that as to whether you want to try and play in that way.
So for now, kind of a little bit of a quiet start, you would say, here on Storm Point. Nobody really taking any isolated fights. There really hasn't been the opportunity to. A lot of teams are actually stacked up on our map overhead that we can see at the moment on the east side of where this zone is going to be pulling. Team Falcons have headed over to Checkpoint, which is a very smart rotate from them. Maybe they're just playing for ring console information, or they believe it could be pulling back towards them. But I like the split of the mountain range right now, Dan. The fact that we have a lot of teams banking on the eastern side and some still kind of hanging around in the Checkpoint area.
Yeah, there are a few teams still lingering like a bad smell at the moment, but that might be the case where others try and fight those positions away, but Disguised are making their move. They're fighting for 9th position. Let's jump into a listen and see how they're doing.
Are you back there? Are you back in now? Yeah, right in the choke, right in the choke. 3 shots on that. Yeah. They're trying to go third party checkpoint. Let's walk up, let's take the building. Can we hit beacon now? They're trying to go third party that. There's people in the building, or in the choke. Let's just chill, let's just chill.
Let's check out that way.
Well, it's not on us. We might go up checkpoint third of that. Can you come choking? Keep eyes on right. Yeah, 1 second. I don't know if it's what it's smoke. It should be double. Watch us last choke. Yeah. Everyone's playing for this. One teams are playing for checkpoint. Let's go over there. Push forward. There's no, we can fight this. I might take it.
Out the comms back into the game, and it seems like Disguise tried to maybe think about playing up towards Checkpoint, but saw there was multiple teams there, so it looks like a little bit of a change of plan for them. You can see they're wrapping around and maybe about to engage with GK Esports, who are just ahead of them on this choke.
This is such a nervy game, by the way. Remember, if we were to see the likes of Pioneers or Makers get eliminated, that could be them out of the tournament and their key being crushed. By the way, found out who gets to crush the key. whoever wins this group. So in the moment, it would be Falcons. But they haven't won it yet. They still have 2 games left. Twisted Minds are certainly on the hunt.
Well, we mentioned how ring console information is one of the most valuable pieces of info you can get in all of Apex Legends. And we mentioned also how there was a split between teams on the eastern side and the checkpoint side of the mountain range. Well, good news if you went with the checkpoint side, or maybe you played for that next beacon, because checkpoint side is where it's going to be pulling. So Falcons up on checkpoint, they're feeling very good with themselves. You got e-xolos, Laser, they're there as well. You've also got Guild Esports and FaZe who are playing the choke. So all of those teams you would expect to see in towards our end game as we jump over for the POV of Team Liquid, who have got a long road ahead of them.
And as I said, a change of composition for Team Liquid, something a little bit different. Conduit usually indicates they were prepping for some sort of contest that was going to be happening on their side of the map, just in case it came their way. 73 points, a little bit too far behind the likes of Team Falcons now. It would only be Twisted Minds to catch them, but Team Liquid can still put themselves in a fantastic position for those finals to try and get points on the board to give them some sort of advantage. But at the moment, it looks like they will try and take this fight. It's from a little bit of a distance, so I'm not sure whether it will actually finish off here.
Well, Crazy Raccoon are on the other side of this, and you can see that one thing that they do have on their side is an aggressive composition for fighting here, Team Liquid. The Horizon is going to be able to use that grab lift. Elsewhere, though, we'll leave that for a second, because RC are going up against Disguise. Disguise, by the way, keep a note, 10th place overall. The top 9 will advance to the finals. If it stays as it is and Disguise fall out of the lobby right now, they will go into the last chance lobby and they will have to fight their way back. So this is a huge moment for Disguise.
Yeah, of course, one more match to then gain those points, but it would be a very difficult situation for them. You don't want to be in that spot where you have to fight tooth and nail in match number 10. Instead, get the job done now. Put yourself in one of those safe scenarios where you can at least have a more comfortable match 10. LG, speaking of comfort, they don't have much of it in the moment. Funk's gone down and will be taken all the way down.
Elsewhere, Crazy Raccoon have been eliminated. It was Team Liquid who we left that fight with a few moments ago, where they managed to clean it up, and it was a pretty clean-looking fight by the looks of things. So Crazy Raccoon will be our first team out, and Reject will be out as well.
That's great news for Makers and Pioneers. You can catch them up in this game.
Not good news for Reject, though.
No, it is not good news for Reject. It means now going into match 10, they could potentially be in last place going into match 10, right? You give the opportunity to Makers and Pioneers to catch you up here. This had to be Reject's chance. We looked at where Reject were dropping and we thought, okay, well, surely there's points on the board for them here. No, will not be.
Well, GG, who are in 6th at the moment, their job is to solidify their place inside of the top 9. We've seen some pretty good performances from them today, some pretty good games put together. However, a little bit of a swing that really didn't work out there from Light. Lufka's trying to back him up. There is going to be one knock on either side at the moment. Elsewhere, you can see FaZe getting a little bit involved there. So 3 teams in the vicinity here down at the southern side of checkpoint. Lufka can't quite connect with those final shots there to get the knock, and now has to try and escape with his life.
Yeah, trying to escape and should be able to survive for a short while, probably enough to get the bat. And GG are clinging on at this point. You can see Guild are in the same area. Aurora are now pressing up on this one as well. I'm a little bit concerned for GG. If they don't get the chance to reset, Aurora may just jump in on this one because it is full reds. Remember, Aurora got a win on Stormpoint at the start of the day here. 4th place at the moment, looking to try and solidify some more points.
Yeah, no surprise to see Aurora on full reds with the zone where it is and the way they've been able to path their way towards the zone, picking up all those Evo harvesters and all the goodies that come alongside it. Disguised! 1 is down. This is a massive moment for them.
Yeah, they don't want to fall behind the chasing pack, or be part of the chasing pack, should I say. Instead, it looks like they are down to just a 2. Can Wraith come in handy?
Well, they've got to get in a position to get the meds off. This is the thing. Designful's down to just a slither of health. He's going to be able to just about pop the syringe. Should be able to get the medkit off to follow. But Qzia has been finished, so Disguised, it's going to be the game as a 2, and they are still trapped on the northern side of this zone. It's not just them, it's Twisted Minds, GK Esports, Luminosity, all these teams are in the vicinity. It's looking like a rough spot for them.
A rough spot indeed. We can look back at Red Rams and the fight they were able to take earlier as well, and a very successful one as it was Funk taken down. Remember, we saw that happening. Crazy Raccoon also got eliminated. Back to Disguise though, Designful, last remaining player.
Enemies down, so it's all up to Designful now, and even though there is another game ahead of us, this isn't the final game of the day. It certainly is the penultimate one, and maybe Designful's going to be able to do something a little bit magic here. He gets 1 knock, but not going to be able to get the second. And DSG, look at the reaction there from Designful. He is not a happy bunny, and that's pressure for you, right? That's the reaction you have when you know that you might have just thrown away an opportunity.
Yeah, we check in with GHS. Remember, they are the team that were 1 position ahead of Disguise. So now they can create a gap here. Can GHS. They were only 2 points ahead of Disguise coming into this. If you want to create a bigger gap, you can put yourself in a far better position to getting into those finals here on Sunday. But for the side of Disguise, we'll get back to that later.
JHS trying to push in here, trying to be aggressive. Still in 9th spot. You can see the EMP going down as well from Wabu, which is going to not only maybe get some stuns, it's going to destroy all of those fences that were in front of them. So NIP inside. And GHS in 9th. NIP, by the way, coming into this game on 13th. So this is an opportunity. If GHS win this one, they might solidify a spot going into that final game. But for NIP, if they can win this fight, then all of a sudden, things open up for them. However, speaking of the opener, Nasky will go down first. Zane will follow as well. It's 3 players against 1 of NIP, and that will be them dead. NIP eliminated as Team Liquid arrive for the 3rd prize.
Well, Liquid fly on in, and you mentioned they've got a fighting composition, and boy, are they ready to fight. GHS go down. That is good news for the chasing pack that are trying to get into that top 9. But for Team Liquid, they are trying to chase that top 2 at the moment, or just try and solidify top 3. Speaking of top 2, Falcons in and around this building have taken a lot of damage.
Well, the team that's now in 11th place is going to be EXL, who are on your screens right now. 40 points for them. A reminder, coming into this game, GHS had 44. Now, we did see them just pick up a couple of points themselves and some kills. GK Esports will be eliminated in the meantime, as will Twisted Minds, which is good news for Falcons fans, because they were the closest to them at the top. And Aurora have just gone down on the southern side of the zone as well.
Going down like flies. Team Falcons will be eliminated, so Twisted Minds still will be within touching distance going into match number 10. But suddenly it's 9 squads. What is happening in the lobby at the moment? Everyone falling down, and there's only, what, 4 teams that are within the next zone. So all these other 5 squads still have to move from the northeast side.
I think we're starting to see a little bit of desperation coming in from teams, right? Teams trying to force fights, trying to overextend, thinking, hey, if we just win this fight, maybe that'll be enough. Let's take the fight. And elsewhere, you can see that KCP, they're not in a very good spot either. A couple of kills being picked up for them, and it's Makers who are getting the point.
Massive fight. 2 of the teams are at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. Makers versus Pioneers. Makers get the first kill. KCP down on the low ground, but they have been able to escape the sightlines of Makers. But it is just a case of trying to survive, get as much points as possible. You can see live standings. Pioneers on 17 points. They're in 19th. Makers are currently in 20th on 16 points. It is so close between these two. It's going to come down to match 10. We know it, but you could potentially put yourself further ahead with some kills here.
With a bow check, the arrows are flying through the skies and tearing through the oxygen and hitting some bodies on their way forward as well. However, no, not going to come in for now. Now they've got to be careful of what's behind them. They've also got to be careful of what's in front of them, as one player will fall.
That's a pinch and a half, and now Makers, you're going to have to fight out of a bad situation between a rock and a hard place, as it's going to be Evos on the flip side. They'll do the damage, and sadly, it doesn't look like Makers are going to survive this one.
Well, this is great news for Pioneers, right? They're in 19th place. They were worried because they had that first player go down, but now business is taking care of itself by surviving for long enough. Evos have done the work for them. A huge moment in what could be the final standings of this lobby.
Yeah, realistically, you need to see a team that's below you get eliminated, and it could just give you that bonus going into match number 10, knowing you have that lead, as Makers do get eliminated. So they will be in 20th position going into match 10 here, and they're going to have to rescue something from the last game of the day.
For Evos, it's about creating a little bit of space between them and that bottom, that 20th position we talked about, right? If they can do so, they'll feel a lot more comfortable going into our final game, but they're not looking too comfortable now, as they're going to lose one player on their way forward. However, they will exchange one. Fennel will be eliminated. It's all up to the last player alive here to try and get something going. As we move away, Fennel will be eliminated. Evo's Esports will also go. And now the 11th place squad.
By the way, Pioneer's still alive.
Pioneer's still alive, but EXL are in 11th. They're closing in on top 9.
Yeah, there is points up for grabs here, because remember, we saw the big teams eliminated early. As you can see, KCP, Omnu's gone down, so it will be Luminosity falling as well. So KCP still survived to top 5. Those points could be massive for their chances of staying alive in this tournament.
EXL up into 10th. Up into 10th. 1 spot away now. If they were to finish the next game inside that top 9, and remember, we have 1 game on Storm Point after this one's done, then they will be going through to the finals. These really are some nervy moments in these lobbies. One team is probably not feeling quite too nervous right now is Team Liquid, though. 3rd place overall, and with a great spot here to just fire down on everyone who's in front of them.
Liquid certainly closing in on Twisted Minds, and a chance at top 2 here.
That's a banger.
Try and put yourself in a good position for the finals. A great grenade as Pioneers will fall, but 5th position is much needed points they so desperately require.
The EXL still with this opportunity. Force your way into the top 9. Put your fate and your destiny in your own hands. A couple more points and they might just do that heading into the final game of Storm Point. FaZe, in 7th place coming into this game, certainly looked like they might have improved on things at the end of it, but this is the team to watch, surely. This is the opportunity they would have dreamt of.
Yeah, FaZe up into 5th position now, 64 points, creating that gap between themselves and 9th place. But EXL are chasing that 9th place, but they're going to get sucked out of the door, and they need to be careful here.
That's a liquid black hole coming in from the horizon. But they do survive just long enough. The issue for them is they have to move out of that one door. FaZe, by the way, have so much space in this zone. They control the entirety of the northern edge.
Contact on my marker.
Synetic barking out instructions to his teammates as well, trying to hold down so many positions. It's not the first time we've seen FaZe in this kind of spot, right? Think back to Kings Canyon. They commanded so much space, but weren't able to clutch the win. Is this going to be different in this game?
And this should all but secure FaZe's spot in the finals, but it's EXL now making their move, and boy, do they need these points. Boy, do they need the damage, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough here.
Just one knock would be massive. Just one knock might be enough. There's so much damage done, but they can't make the most of it. Is that a moment they'll look back on as an opportunity to just slip through their fingers?
Well, now a chance for points to be grabbed here by FaZe. Create that gap to 9th once more. Synetic's taking a lot, though, and all that space they had suddenly in the open area, and it looks like a team like Gaming Gladiators could take advantage.
GG, who are up into 4th place in the overalls, by the way, might have that opportunity that you mentioned. However, one team who might be looking to close the gap onto 2nd place is going to be Team Liquid. And Nizel has got the biggest gun in the game.
Yeah, Liquid fighting for 2nd. He's got a Kraber to work with now, does Nizel. This is 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the lobby, by the way, that are all competing in the final 3. So there's no teams that are fighting for that top 9 that are really in this. And instead, it's about trying to solidify more advantage points going into that grand final.
He's going to hit the next one. Promise you that. There's no way he doesn't hit the next one.
You lied to
me. I lied to you. I'm sorry, everyone.
There's no way he doesn't miss the next one.
No way he doesn't miss the next one. I mean, as far as the overall standings go here between these teams, not a huge shift is going to happen, right? Like you mentioned, it's 5th, it's 4th, it's 3rd. So everyone's going to stay in and around the same. But Team Liquid have taken some damage. They take all of the damage in the lobby. They will be eliminated as FaZe now make their move.
Yeah, the implications here is getting more points going into the final. Get as much as possible so you can have advantage points going into that Sunday competition. FaZe Clan looking incredible. They have the height and they've got the kill.
Yeah, this should be an end game that's just very, very simple for FaZe to close out. GG trapped on the low ground. You saw they got that knock as well. They're sending everything down. Light is probably looking up and hoping that the heavens will open for him at this point, because it's not looking like he's going to have an opportunity to get out of this situation.
It is just a matter of time now, and actually FaZe, they get fed up with waiting, and FaZe will secure a victory that sends them into the top 4 in this lobby as they begin to chase the top 3 at the very end of this one. One more match still remains, but boy was that a nervy one for teams around the top 9 and at the very bottom of the lobby. Can you believe it? We had Makers fighting Pioneers.
I mean, the crazy thing for me is we had Fennel and Reject both dropping. They don't contest because of the situation they find themselves in. Reject have ring console, dropping a checkpoint as well, and don't make anything out of that game. That's the toughest of pills to swallow for them.
You can see their confirmation rejectability is 0 points, despite the fact they dropped at checkpoint. For Fennel, however, 6 points. Those 6 points could be enough, by the way, to secure them a spot, at least in Saturday's competition, as we look at some of the top performers from that match.
Yeah, big performance coming in from Synetic as well. No surprise when you come in first place. Usually one of your players is going to be up there. 6 kills, as well as a lot of damage being exchanged. These are the overall standings as we now head towards our final game of the day. And you can see how close it is. Makers at the bottom at the moment trail Reject by 1 single solitary point. If it stays like that, Makers would be eliminated.
Makers would have their key crushed, their dreams crushed, as they would be sent home from Riyadh, but also that chase for top 9 is very much alive here, and I cannot wait to see what happens in match 10.
This is going to be a few crazy moments, everybody. While we collect our thoughts, take yourself and grab a quick drink, because the final game of the day is coming up just after this.
What up, everybody? I am here with the CEO, Imperial Hal. Before we get started, how's the hand?
Hand is good. It hurt when I slammed it, but I'm good. I'm good.
All right, you guys won 3 games, almost 5 in a row. What happened in those 2 second-place matches?
The Overlook game, I thought he was going to fence me because I was playing a knockdown, but he just instead fenced his feet. And I also didn't reload, so it was, yeah, I just messed up pretty bad there. But and then the other game, I can't remember, but basically we suck. We should be winning 5 games in a row.
New maps, 10 games, a lot different of Apex than what we're used to, right? You guys dominated. Was it easier than you expected?
I was honestly expected, like, to be pretty easy, even though, last night we were TD-deving and we were getting slammed pretty badly. But we know that every time we play a tournament, we're going to show up. So, as usual.
My man. Some might say levels, but truly a home crowd for you guys, right? What do you want to say to the fans here in the STC Arena and all the fans back home?
Thank you guys as usual. Always, we can hear you guys through the headset. We can hear you guys. Thank you guys. We love the chance. It helps us a lot, and just, keep doing it. We appreciate it.
They're chanting CEO right now. Well, you heard it here from the CEO, Imperial Hal, from the Falcons. Casters, back to you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup Apex Legends Tournament. And let me tell you, if you've joined us right now, you've joined at just the right time. We are into our final game of the day. And let me tell you, Dan, we are set up for disappointment, happiness, all of the emotions you could possibly want to see from tournament play.
If you've seen the film Inside Out recently, it's going to be a little bit like that, but Apex Legends style. Every emotion you could possibly imagine is about to happen because there are so many stories to follow. We've got the bottom of the leaderboard, the fight to stay in the tournament, and then you've got the fight for the top 9 to get into the finals, as well as a fight for those top 3 positions as well to have the advantage going into Sunday.
Yeah, so much still on the line, and just to kind of reiterate to you exactly how it all works going into our final game here on Storm Point. The bottom team in this lobby, 20th position, will be eliminated from the tournament, and much to Dan's happiness, will have their key crushed in the tournament as well. You would love to do that, wouldn't you? I can see it in your eyes. It's
I
like
would
you
love
were
to
built
do it. Not to send a team home, but I just want to crush a key. If you've not seen a key being crushed at the Esports World Cup yet, boy, you wait.
It's quite the sight. It certainly is. And to follow on for what we're talking about with the disappointment side of things, right? The excitement comes from the top 9. Those top 9 positions at the end of this game will go through to our grand finals. Everyone from 9th down to 19th will go into our last chance group. So it's still a chance to make it through to the finals, but it is such a tough road. Quite simply, you want to be in that top 9. Otherwise, you're kind of hoping a little bit that something goes your way in the next games.
Yeah, I mean, last chance where only 2 spots are there available, that is going to be near impossible, it would feel. But this is how the lay of the land looks right now. Falcons on 131 points. They have all but secured first place, unless we were to see a massive game from Twisted Minds.
It would have to be the biggest.
It would have to be an insane game, and Falcons have to be eliminated earlier. So our main focus really is going to be that fight for top 3, the fight, of course, for top 9. At the moment, it's Guild who hold the 9th position on 46 points. Followed closely, though, by EXL, DSG on 44 and 42, but even GK 39. There's still an outside chance for a team like NIP if they were to find a win to push themselves into the top 9 as well.
Yeah, it certainly is very, very close for those spots. And then right down at the bottom, like we mentioned, Makers at the moment are the holders of a title that they will not want to hold on to for much longer. If it stays as it is, and Makers are in 20th place at the end of this next game, they will be eliminated. Around them, though, you can see Reject, 17 points, just 1 point the difference between 19th and 20th. KCP, they're not safe either. And then you even go to Fennel. Even Crazy Raccoon, you would say, could be dragged into something if things don't go their way.
I think that Fennel and Crazy Raccoon should be okay, but as you say, there is still a chance that 20th, 19th, 18th finish in first, second, third with kills, and then suddenly you are terrified of what might happen with those overall leaderboards. But we mentioned Fennel at the start of match 9 because they were the only team out of the bottom 4 that actually put really any points on the board from Storm Point. They do it again, they get 6 points in match 9, and they put themselves just a little bit ahead of that danger zone. As for KCP, Reject Winity, Makers, there is going to be a lot of nail biting going into match number 10.
Well, here we go then. It looks like match number 10 is loading up and we are almost ready to go. You can see each of the teams holding onto their keys at the moment. They're looking beautiful and shiny here on this main stage here in Riyadh. And I got to say, it almost feels like a shame to crush them. You know what I mean? They're so beautiful.
It does, but I have held a crushed key in my hand, and it's almost even more beautiful.
It released your superpower.
It's a moment of history in your hand as well, just seeing one of those crushed keys. But, of course, if you are the winner of the entire tournament here, Apex Legends at Esports World Cup, your key gets put into a totem to be a part of even more history as one of the winners at Esports World Cup.
Well, let's talk about Makers, right? Let's talk about the team at the moment who is at the bottom of the leaderboards, who is probably not thinking about anything to do with putting a key into a trophy or into a totem at the moment. They're thinking about keeping theirs alive, keeping it in one piece, and staying here at this tournament. Struggled for points from the beginning here. Storm Point, though, I mentioned this at the start of the previous game. It's a funny map. Sometimes you can just get on a little bit of a roll. Sometimes you can find a couple of teams who might be desperate for points around you, provide you with some easy third-party opportunities. So we're going to have to see if that does present itself. And would you rather, this is a strange question, I know it was a dangerous one to start with, would you rather, but would you rather be 20th, 1 point behind at the moment, or 19th, 1 point ahead?
Honestly, I'd rather be 20th. I've always preferred being the chasing pack because I feel like you know what you've got to do. Sometimes being ahead gives you a false sense of security where you think, okay, well, we'll play it safe, because we just have to out-survive our opponent.
Yeah.
If your opponent goes in with the mentality of we have to beat our opponent, we get a little bit more aggressive, suddenly they find 3 kills off the rip. You're then 2 points behind, but you might not even know it because you won't see that in the kill feed. You will only see in the kill feed, by the way, if you're a new viewer of Apex Legends, anonymous mode is a thing. You only see the team eliminated. You do not see who is getting the kills. So you'd be there waiting, hoping that 20th team is eliminated, but it could never come.
And then we have to remind ourselves as well, it's not just the teams we're sending home, it's the teams we send through to our finals. And also I will say as well, we're kind of, understandably, we're talking about progression, right? What teams are making it through, which teams are going to be falling, who goes into the last chance. But there's also going to be some bragging rights, so let's be real, right? I mean, we mentioned how Falcons have been dominant in this lobby, and like we heard from Hao in that interview with Peeps, right? He was saying, you know, we suck, we didn't get 5 wins out of 5. And it's like, that's the standard they hold themselves to, right? But I would say, even taking a second place in this lobby at the moment, for Twisted Minds, I think they were on 99 points, if I wasn't mistaken, coming to this. You kind of have to take Falcons out of the equation because they've been that good. But if you were to say to them at the start of today, you finish with over 100 points, they probably think we've won. You know, they probably think we've had an amazing set of games.
I think it was earlier today, we had 3 teams that would have been on match point in a match point format after only 4 or 5 games. Like, that was how well all 3 of those teams were playing at that point. But match 10 is close to being started, and I spoke about nail biting. I kind of want to bite my nails at this point because I'm nervous for a lot of these players because this could be your tournament life down the drain.
Well, here we go then, everybody. The game has been unpaused and we are loading into our final game of day 1 here at the Esports World Cup. And we have to decide who is going to be here moving forward and who is going to be jumping ahead to those finals on Sunday. Long way to come for a lot of these players. Got to make the trip worth it.
Falcons have all but secured first place, but there's still a small job to do. There is still that off chance of an unbelievable historic game that we still have to, you know, you have to give the respect to Twisted Minds.
It'd be funny if Twisted Minds dropped on them. I mean, I'm just saying, no POI draft.
No POI draft, it could happen. We, of course, follow GG after their success in the previous games as well, and we'll have to see whether they can replicate said success from previous games in this tournament. But for other squads, Reject and Fennel, it looks like they have split the POI of Checkpoint once more, so there will not be a contest happening elsewhere on Stormpoint.
Well, interesting to see where the zone is going to be going. And let me tell you where it's going. This looks like a Jurassic zone if ever I've seen one. It is very good news for e-xolos lies there, and I'm trying to just look if they have a ring console as well to give them that information. Can't quite see for now. We'll check in on that in the moment. But FaZe, great zone for them, great prio for Team Liquid, great prio as well. But we kind of got to look at the teams who are at the very bottom, right? What's their priority like to this zone? We're talking about Makers, we're talking about Pioneers. Pioneers from Command generally, have pretty good access, I would say, to most zones, just because of the fact that you can hit that evac and you can use the cannon over a command center to get to the southern side of the map pretty easily. But for Makers, this is a little bit of a journey for them. Downhill, of course, dropping over at the wall, but they're going to be beaten there by a lot of teams.
Yeah, there's going to be a long old journey for a lot of squads. I mean, I guess one of them is Gaming Gladiators that are on our screen right now. They will have to worry about Crazy Raccoon and EVOS being next to them, and ahead of them, FaZe. And we already saw what FaZe were able to do in the previous game versus GG as well. But it's really going to be looking at that top 9 and, of course, the bottom 2. I'm worried for these bottom teams, and Reject Winity and Fennel have already started moving, by the way, and it looks like they might be under a bit of fire.
Well, GK Esports are on our screens at the moment. They're part of that chasing pack, if I'm not mistaken, who are trying to qualify into that grand finals on Sunday. The top 9, remember, and I know I'm repeating it a lot, but if you're just joining the broadcast, we want to make sure you know exactly what's on the line here in this final game of the day. And I've got to say, considering this is an extended series today, 10 games, it's absolutely flown past.
It really has. It's been a great day of Apex Legends, but we'll have to see whether it can end in, you know, is it going to be triumph for someone, or is it going to be utter sadness? I guess we might have both, triumph and sadness.
We will.
To be completely honest. But there's a lot of teams that have already made it, by the way, down towards Jurassic Park. And there's not much room to play. There's a little bit of buildings you can work with, but once this starts to fill up, there's not going to be room for many other teams to find their spot here.
Kurev is trying to hold off any pushes at the moment. You can see he's kind of turning his attention left and right. That's the team coming through the tunnel. Look at the kill feed, though. Oh, this is a back and forth fight going on between Ninjas in Pajamas and Fennel. Looks like there's kind of one player up on either side, and that could have a huge impact as Fennel will be eliminated, because here come LG to third pie. Fennel eliminated. Ninjas in Pajamas eliminated as well.
Fennel eliminated. Remember, they were in 17th. Will they be okay? Is there a catch-up possibility for the 3 teams below them? As for NIP, that means they will not be progressing to the finals, and instead will need that last chance to get into finals on Sunday. And it is going to be very difficult to do so. But now we see Team Liquid having a fight. LG also taking on Reject Winity.
Oh
this
my
could
God.
be massive. Reject Winity, they cannot go down.
I mean, LG might be the Grim Reapers of the lobby here. They don't care where you're placing. They don't care what's on the line for your team. They just want the points themselves, as Funk and Sweet combine to take down 2 members. And the task just got even tougher here for RC, but Dogma did escape. And is it going to be the great escape from here?
If Reject Winity are eliminated, that would mean Makers would only need 2 points, and it would send Reject Winity home. But they did survive. That one solo player. If you can get to the top 15, that's 1 more point. If you get in the top 10, that is 2 more points. It is still life on the line here. There is still an opportunity for Reject Winity.
Nervy moments for everybody at the moment, wherever you're watching from across the globe. If you're an APAC North fan, obviously you're going to be rooting for your boys, wanting to see them come good here. As we take a look at our map overhead now, we mentioned how Jurassic is going to be extremely busy. Well, you can see that on your screen right now. A lot of teams already made their way into zone. Reject, you can see them, by the way. I think Dogma's going to go back for those banners, and Luminosity are moving away. If he can get the banners, he can go back towards checkpoint, he can get the res. Game is not done, tournament is not done yet.
Look at this from Makers as well, right on the north side of the map, up at Wall. They have gone quite far away from this zone, and this could be just an attempt at surviving. Sadly for them, Disguise very close. And remember, if Makers were to be eliminated here, they would be the team getting eliminated from the competition, because they're currently in last place. They need points, and they probably want to see Reject Winity in that kill feed.
It's an interesting point you actually raised there. Very interesting game plan coming in from Makers, right? You can see they've made absolutely no attempt to rotate whatsoever. They are playing right at the northern side, still inside of Wall where they dropped. And yeah, they're going to be able to hit the next ring console when the zone closes as well. But for now, it looks like they're actually going to take the big zip up towards Zoo Station. So avoid everyone. Let everyone else kill each other. And we may be able to get enough points ourselves from that.
Outlive Reject Winity is the game plan here.
Survival game, right?
Just survive. It's a battle royale at the end of the day, but there's always that scary idea that you might try and play late, but there could be other teams up in the areas you are rotating to. So we'll see if the plan pays off. Remember, there's still one member of Reject Winity that is still alive, trying to grasp points for that squad as well. All the meanwhile, GG making their rotation through zone. They're in 5th place. They're pretty comfortable. They are chasing to try and finish in a higher position, maybe get into that top 4, but they will be comfortably going through to finals.
You can see in your map overhead there, right in the middle by Cascade Falls. Reject still alive, but it is still the solo player, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Luminosity are not leaving these banners, by the way. You can see they're still in the same spot outside the tunnel. They know that Reject have got to come back. I don't know if they obviously know it's Reject, of course, but they're just thinking this is an extra KP for him. If the player comes back and he plays for banners, that's a free kill for us. So LG playing the game of patience that Reject really can't afford to play, although it looks like actually Reject might be sticking the Reds actually up on the height of the waterfall.
There is still life here for Reject Winity. They're going to be back up to a full 3, but Luminosity, they were waiting in the area, as you said. And if they do send it, this is worrying times for Reject, but at least they have the high ground, and the damage they were able to lay down onto Funk just kept LG at bay.
Well, they say that a hero can save us, and Dogma's not going to stand here and wait. He gets those banners, he gets back to the res beacon, and somehow or other gets both of his teammates back into this game. That is a monster play from him.
So Disguised have moved away from Makers. That will leave Makers alive for now. And again, they're just playing the surviving game. As for Disguised, it's a very different game here. Trying to get into the top 9. They were 4 points behind 9th position coming into this. That is as simple as a couple of team fights, even one team fight, and getting into the top 10. And that might be enough, depending on what happens above you. But you want to keep this within your hands, of course. But we saw the disappointment in the previous match when Disguise got eliminated, because they knew they would have it all to do here in the 10th match.
It felt the previous game was one of those games where you're watching the decisions being made, and it feels like no decision is being made that's a positive one. It's kind of let's see and wait what happens, and then you end up putting yourself between too many teams to escape from, and the zone closes behind you, and essentially you have your decisions made for you because you weren't proactive enough. Red Rams then trying to fire through the bushes and the palm trees with the longbow in their hands as well. They're in 15th spot at the moment. Should be okay.
Should be okay, but Pioneers down below them, and Pioneers, you know, they've got a little bit to do here to try and get away from the other teams that are chasing them as well. So they probably won't want to take this fight. It's a really worrying situation for them.
GG just lost 1 in the kill feed. Blast did go down, if my eyes did not deceive me. And elsewhere on the edge of zone, KCP are zone wrapping. GG down to just 1 here. Light is the last player alive for now on the Bangalore, which is going to allow him maybe just a little bit of double time to get out of dodge. However, the shots aren't connecting, and GG will go down, but job done for them today. 5th place overall as they fall out of the lobby.
So 17 teams left. Just 2 more teams need to be eliminated before points start to be distributed just via placement. As you mentioned, 18th position Pioneers, still alive and still ahead of the likes of Fennel and Reject Winity. But the zone is closing in. It's decision time for Pioneers. Where do you go here? Do you try and force yourself north against Red Rams, who were previously taking fire at you, and now you're going to lose one? It's looking pretty dicey.
Should be a safe. Should be okay here. You can see that the zone is going to be closing, but they're going to be able to get into zone and should be able to get that res off. But Pioneers at the moment are playing a dangerous, dangerous game. Luminosity eliminated in the meantime. Team Liquid Alienware continue their run today. They've been very impressive, by the way. Team Liquid Alienware, their comeback this season has been something to study. Very, very strong.
They've been incredible. Luminosity, by the way, should have done more than enough to be able to get through to the finals on Sunday as well. So we'll be seeing them on your screens when the grand finals come around. Aurora have just lost 1 in the kill feed, but all the bottom teams still alive.
Still alive.
Everyone at the moment playing very safe. Reject Winity are up at Cascade Falls. Makers are still moving from the north as well. It is really a game of survival.
Well, my favorite player cam in all of Apex Legends is on screen right now. Was on screen.
Was.
Empty. It's back. It's gone again.
It's gone.
But I think MT's face, his game face, kind of sums up how we're all feeling right now. How we're all watching this game, right? It is complete focus. Nobody can afford to take their eyes off the ball at this point, because this could be the end of the tournament. Red Rams have been eliminated in the meantime, and it's KCP who get the points!
So Red Rams were holding out KCP for quite some time. By the way, on the map feed, Makers made it from the north to center zone. Makers are in one of the best positions in the game right now. That's terrible news for the likes of Reject Winity.
Great news for them, though. Great
Always
news
two
for them.
sides to every coin.
It's very, very true. DSG, who are in 11th. A little bit of a different story for them. Aurora eliminated in the meantime, but they are inside of that top 9, should be safe to get through to that Sunday finals. DSG, it's like they feel close, and it does feel close, right? You look at 11th place, you're like, oh, we can't be too far away from 9th, but knowing that other teams are still in the lobby alive ahead of you, that's the problem for them.
So Reject Winity have got a couple of kills on board. They are 3 points ahead of Makers. But Disguise at the moment, they are still chasing this top 9.
Such a tight endgame, and it's going to be an extremely tight moment. Guild, listen in, is ready for us to fire. Let's see what their next move is going to be.
Yeah, daddy now. Running at us. 50 on path. Right side. I just stood down. I died. Oh, fuck, man. 2 points. There's no way that I left that game.
Well, you can see already, I mean, Guild Esports didn't put up much of a fight in that one, but immediately the conversation turns from what happened to 2 points. Is that going to be enough? They were in 9th when they died. Well, will that be enough? Look at the kill feed, though. DSG get one onto KCP.
KCP did put some points on the board. Have they created enough of a gap between themselves and Reject Winity and Makers, those who were below them? But Designful and the rest of the squad here on Disguise, they need points. They are chasing. 45 points they find themselves on. They are so close to this top 9 now. They cannot afford to fall here at this point.
And Design realizes this is an opportunity, right? Because they got the finish as well. So now, if they can isolate this fight, it could be a 3v2 that they should be able to clean up. However, there's also a team gatekeeping them now in Jurassic, and QZ has gone down, and the zone is causing problems again. DSG are caught on the edge of zone once more.
DSG, their chances of getting to the finals here is in the hands of Designful, the hands of Enemy, but they're not being shot. It's because it's on the other side. It's Pioneers who are playing very passive here.
Oh, look, you can see Designful shake of the head, frustration, understandably so. He's left on his own. Pioneers have been eliminated. Will it be enough for them to be here on Sunday? And can the man on your screen do something magical? Team Liquid eliminated, FaZe eliminated. But Designful still stands. How'd you get out of this one? If you're Designful.
I mean, if you want to be any legend, Wraith is one of the best to be, right? He gets the med pack off. Now you've got to try and make the move. Use that Q to full advantage to try and kind of pass everyone who's holding you at this gate, but it is not going to be easy. GK is still alive right now as well, but only on blues.
I think the best thing here for Designful is the fact that GK are engaging with the team up on hills, right? And Twisted Minds, which could create just an opportunity for them to move through. Reject Winity have been eliminated. And Designful, he manages to pick up a kill. Can he get a finish though?
Gets the kill, but more importantly, gets out of the zone. By the way, Reject Winity eliminated. It opens things up for Makers, but Makers still in last place right now. They were a few points behind Reject Winity. And Designful fighting tooth and nail.
Designful manages to get one. He's still alive here. Half health. Can he get it? Oh my, Designful! Twisted Minds get destroyed at the hands of Designful. What a play that could be.
I mean, they might have Twisted Minds after that one, but now GHS looking to try and do the same thing. Can they be the ones to take down Designful? Surely not twice, but Disguised into 9th position. Will they be caught by anyone else? Has Designful just pulled off a madness for them as GHS, they're in 8th spot. They should be good now. 7 squads remain, by the way.
GK in 12th. Maybe they are the one team that could upset things here. They have an opportunity, but what a moment that was for Designful and DSG fans. I'm not sure if it was a 2v1 or a 1v1, but who cares? Because it felt like Designful was 3 men on a mission there.
Unbelievable, and it's really going to be looking that and saying it could be one of the biggest fights for them. Speaking of big fights, Falcon's still alive and still ruining the hopes and dreams of other teams in this lobby. But at the moment, only 2 of them still here. But we've seen it before, you can do damage, but now how the last remaining player, surely you can't get out of this one. Will not. 5 teams remain. One of them is Makers, and Makers have just overtaken Reject Winity. Reject Winity will be eliminated from this tournament. Their key will be crushed.
I mean, talk about leaving it late. Talk about making decisions. GK Esports eliminated in the meantime. They were 11th, and now EXL with that elimination, with another team falling, have got themselves into the 9th place position.
It's been back and forth in the top 9. It could be heartbreak, of course, for Disguise, who previously held that position. But realistically, we've got to talk about Makers for a second. They were in last place coming into this game. Now they are center zone. They are in the top 4. They've surpassed that position of 19th, and they have knocked Reject Winity out of this tournament.
I mean, it's a rotation that dreams are made of, right? I mean, we were looking at it, we're like, oh, this is interesting. I wonder what they're trying to cook up here. Landing over a wall, stayed at wall. Did not make any attempt whatsoever to move towards that zone. Zipped all the way to the northern side, and then somehow managed to wrap the whole lobby to get into this position. It's a masterful piece of navigation to get to this spot, and it has been enough for them to stay alive in the tournament.
Heartbreak, of course, for Disguised, even though the crazy efforts from Designful, they will be in 10th position currently, so they will have to go into that last chance competition on Saturday.
That place is a shark pit. That is tough to get out of, man. Zone 5 starts to close as well. We see Crazy Raccoon having a little poke and a prod.
Well, currently we have 19th, 13th, 14th, and 9th still alive. EXL, of course, just need to out-survive the others. It's going to be a very tall task for Crazy Raccoon to try and catch them at this point, as they are 11 points off of it. But if they were to get every single kill here, it's still doable if EXL were the first team to fall. So it's not job done yet, but they are very close, EXL, to securing their spot in the Grand Finals.
Makers are getting a few kills as well, taking down one player from EVOs. As Crazy Raccoon they need to step forward as well. Bow check in the hands of Shangyun here. Those shots are going to be a little bit more tough by that perfectly placed smoke grenade.
Also, how crazy, by the way, Reject Winity, the fact that, you know, that organization winning a LAN, of course, different players, but the organization winning a LAN to now being knocked out first
to not
at the
qualify
Esports World Cup.
As well, I mean, it's been a real turnaround, and after the extreme highs, there has certainly been some low of lows for them. EXL trying to make their move now. 2 of them gone down, though. And you mentioned how Crazy Raccoon might be able to do something. And maybe Kurev's going to do it for him. e-xolos, laser, eliminated. Here come Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon, they're about 6 points away. There is still a chance here. This is a little bit worrying now. We talked about biting your nails and chewing you off. You might chew your fingers off at this point.
There's one finish. There's the challenge. Can they get the kill? Crazy Raccoon will be champion. But the feeling is they might not have enough kills to push them into that top 9.
I feel like we've been here before with Crazy Raccoon.
We certainly have.
Where we've been at the final moment, they get a win, but then they are just a point or 2 away from qualification, and then that's exactly what's happening here at the Esports World Cup. They came so close, but it looks like they will be competing on Saturday in that last chance competition. They do not quite make it into the top 9.
That's taken a lot out of me, that last game, I have to say. The fact that we have flipped so many teams' positions in those final moments, this is the match results, this is not the final overalls from our series today, but, I mean, Dan, talk us through them.
I mean, we have to give props where they are due. Makers, from last place, finish top 2 to keep their tournament alive. Unbelievable, but this is the series ranking. Reject Winity, they fall into last position. Their key will be crushed. Their tournament is over. And there also is your top 9. And look at the confirmation. EXL, they realize they have done just enough on 52 points.
Yeah, there would have been some nervy moments for them when they saw Crazy Raccoon's name pop up as the winners. Number 1, though, at the top of the leaderboards is Team Falcons. 140 points from the 10 games. That is quite the total, Dan.
That is unbelievable from Team Falcons. I mean, this day has had everything. It's had dominance, it's had highs, it's had lows, it's had 1v3s, 1v2s. Designful almost made the play to keep his team and get his team into the Grand Finals if it weren't for points found elsewhere. It was so close, yet so far. But for Makers, they were in last position coming into this game. They made it to the top 2, and they secure their spot at least in the tournament and will be competing on Saturday. And on the flip side, Crazy Raccoon, they came so close, only 2 points away from getting into the grand finals. They'll have to try it all over again on Saturday.
An insane end to the first day of action here at the Esports World Cup Apex Legends tournament, and I've got to be honest, you couldn't really ask for much more from a day one, really, going right down to the wire for qualification, for elimination. But one team who certainly didn't take it down to the wire today was that team you just saw there. Team Falcons. Jokes were made about talent predictions coming into this tournament. Don't speak too soon. I'm just saying, after day one, you can see why we went there, right?
I mean, when you're asked the question, who do you think will win? If you don't say Team Falcons, you are probably lying with the form they have ever been in. They are the one team that look like the most likely to win the entire competition at the moment. But of course, there is still a lot of the competition to play. We still have to see 20 more teams tomorrow all going up against each other. But Falcons have lived up to the expectations. They've put on a show for the home crowd at the very least.
Well, here are the replays of our last game of the day. Game number 10 on Storm Point. And Pioneers, I think the biggest thing for them was that first fight they won, right? It's the first fight they win. They was wrapping zone, and I was sat there going, oh no, I've seen this before. Someone just turns around at the last second and goes, there's a team wrapping us from zone. And all you've got to do is like 60, 70 damage, break the shields, and the health has already been burned by the zone behind them. They got, I would say, maybe a little bit of fortune, maybe a little bit of good planning on their side. With that rotate, they managed to win that fight. But speaking of rotates, I mean, there's really only one thing that I can think of in this game. I mean, shout out to Dogma, by the way, the way he recovered those banners and gave Reject a fighting chance in that game after they were down in that early game. Absolutely magnificent. We'll talk about this as well, Dan, because this is nuts.
I mean, this is why Design Pool's in the team, right? To do stuff like that, but sadly, it was not quite enough. It was so close, but so far for a lot of teams. But as you mentioned, today has had a little bit of everything. And, you know, that just has me excited for tomorrow because this tournament has only just started and we've already had drama.
Incredible stuff. It's been an amazing day so far. And after the games are done, it's only right we hear from some players. So let's jump down to the main stage for an interview.
And from the stage, again, with the winners, we had a lot of Falcons, but you can't have enough Falcons in Apex Legends. You guys dominated. We are done with that. We're gonna miss you for 2 days. Any cool plans here in Riyadh that you guys gonna be doing in between now and the finals?
Definitely just locking in for the next 2 days. Like, gonna be fun reviewing, watching the games, especially like the LCQ bracket with the 2 teams call. It's gonna be like very, very exciting watching that. Just focus on finals. Job's not done.
Cool. Which of the teams you will be rooting for?
Like basically all the Apex South boys and the Australians, like Mizuchi and Bleed in the other group as well. And then hopefully GK call in the LCQ bracket as well.
That's really cool. Any of the teams that you don't wish to see in the finals?
Not really. I think SSG not calling would be funny, but no ill will towards anyone.
That's really cool. That's really cool. Thank you very much. You guys have nailed it today. Best of luck in the finals. Thank you.
Being seen there, moment of exultation. I wouldn't say elation from Falcons. They feel like job is not done, according to Zero, but they certainly are happy about their performance. I love how Kay was trying to see, you guys gonna do some sightseeing, gonna hang out in Riyadh. I mean, that's a good idea, man. We all wish we could. They do have some downtime, but I know that these guys are all about getting the win. And look at that, the Falcons fly high today, 130, 140 points. Yeah, Zephyr, Jayhawk getting it going. Lauren, like me, saying, you know what, that's cool. We'll represent that in the middle.
We did the stationary ones.
We'll be okay over here. Welcome back to the studio. Rain Day, AJ Hawks, Evercast, and Glitter Explosion. What a day of Apex Legends here so far at the Esports World Cup. Falcons off to an electric start. They will play on Sunday, booking their ticket as our first place team alongside the other 8 in our top 9 who have qualified. However, this leaves a lot of room for things to happen. Now we've got our last chance qualifier where on Saturday our 10 to 19th place teams will be playing. And of course, Lauren, you look at that final 20th spot. It's always sad to see a team go, but Reject Winity will not be continuing on.
And to be fair, we were watching that 20th place spot very, very closely between Fennel and KCP, trying to make sure they weren't there and just barely doing enough to stay out of it. Definitely sad to see a team go, but it's going to just get worse on Saturday. So now everybody that's going to be in that LCQ really needs to pick it up to stay alive.
I think one of the biggest elements that I keep having to say again and again, it's the time off as well. I mean, we have so much distance in this tournament. It's hard to sometimes stay focused with that, Jayhawk, but you had mentioned it. We ended game number 9, went into game 10 with your thoughts on sometimes it could be a mental conversation. It seems like KCP had the right one. It was only a few kills, lasted until about 15th, but they got the job done, and that's an important sign for one of our teams who qualified in the last chance qualifier to get to EWC.
Exactly. Sometimes the hurdle can seem a lot larger than it actually is, but like you said, it's only a few points, a few kills. Just play our game. We don't have to be perfect. There's a lot of room for error. We just have to be better than we have been, and that's what they did. And so I think a lot of teams, they were having that conversation. It's unfortunate that Reject weren't able to overcome it, but like Litter mentioned, some of those teams at the bottom of the leaderboard able to do just enough to get into the LCQ, and that's all that really matters.
And if you're joining us, Reject Winity is the name of our most recent LAN winner in Apex Legends Esports. It was in May of this year that they hoisted the trophy at our Split 1 playoffs, but now they are gone. Of course, they are missing 2 players who are on Crazy Raccoon, but Ben, I'll turn the story to you. Crazy Raccoon, they have a crazy attempt, but this close do not qualify for Sunday. They are now going to need to get one of 2 spots only available on Saturday in our last chance qualifiers.
Which, by the way, is just absolutely insane regarding the pressure there. And even that story alone doesn't just extend to Crazy Raccoon, but so much of the shifting we see in these final moments, especially with the difference of only 2 to 3 points. For moments, we were discussing Guild potentially on their way forward. Disguised had their shining call, and even e-xolos, who had a phenomenal performance making their way into the top 4, were not secured until the very end. If Crazy Raccoon had matched up in a direct fight, they potentially would have taken away that position.
I mean, look at the performance as well from e-xolos, Lauren. They're so even. 27 placement points, 25 kills. It's the difference between one of those kills or one of those placement points that put them into that final. How big is that for an org like e-xolos on this world stage?
Well, I mean, we talk about it a lot, right? South America is historically pretty underrepresented when we get to these global lands. And now something like this where you're starting to see a pickup performance, not only where it knocks out other recognizable teams like the DSGs, but it puts them directly into the finals. We were talking about this while we were offstage waiting to come up here. That just guaranteed them money. No more fighting for it. Doesn't matter if you come in dead last on Sunday. They just secured a cash prize.
They secured a big cash prize. To put it into perspective, first place, I believe, is $600,000, meaning second place is $300,000, third place, it's pretty good, Jayhawk. I think it's all right. e-xolos is going to be happy to be a part of that.
Absolutely, and I think even bigger for them potentially. Obviously, the money's great, but I think these South American teams are always fighting for respect. They want to prove that they are the best. They can compete with the best. These guys, they have a lot of LAN experience, haven't quite been able to put it together, so now they're going to get a chance to prove it in a finals lobby and show the world we're not to be messed with.
One of the things about LAN experience that is so often not discussed is the lack of it for certain regions, and South America is one of them that does not have as many qualifying spots. You look at coming up in Germany, North America has 12, EMEA has 8, South America does not have as many as that. I think it might be around 5 or so. Two, right? Look at that, the opportunities for this moment, Ben. It's special to see what they've been able to do and take advantage of here in Riyadh, and the fact that EWC is even on for them to have this opportunity.
And like we discussed earlier, it's the fact that this isn't even a team that builds this success based off of their Split 1 performance in the original Pro League, which is where many of these teams were invited. e-xolos had to fight for the chance to be here in the original EWC qualifier. So not only are they competing at a level or platform here in Riyadh, they proved themselves before our competition even started, and that is not something many teams can say.
Yeah, and it's one of the greatest things to see a team and a region get that vital experience that might just be the fire starter, right? The spark to ignite a lot of other teams, better competition, better experience that you can take back to South America after this is all said and done. But we had a lot of action here today, so it's time as we round out this evening for our Kidia Play of the Day. This is one of my favorite things to do, look back at all the highlights of really the performances that we saw across the board. It's easy to look at Falcons, Lauren. It's obviously going to be somebody that, stands out, but it's a selection of all of these great moments. So yes, it was Falcons, but there were great moments from Twisted Minds as well, which you came into the show highlighting.
Yeah, I mean, there were some teams that we had expected to really kind of show us what they were made of here. Liquid being one of them. We saw Gaming Gladiators, Twisted Minds, like you were saying, all up here. Obviously, Falcons with the most wins of the day, but Twisted Minds being the only one that was another repeat winner. I mean, there were so many pop-off moments that I'm actually really interested to see what they bring moving forward.
At Player K with that little fence
the
right
Kraber, man.
I didn't.
Player K.
It's just beautiful, highlighting these players in this moment, on this floor or studio. It's just a great experience here in Riyadh. It is a little bit later, too, though, as well as we continue to look at. We've got 4 more days to go. A lot of these players leaving the venue, getting some rest, getting ready, but some players, they're going to be staying up a little extra, maybe even going to a celebratory late-night dinner, especially because of their performances so far. We've got our MVP of the day to give away, and I believe you know who it is. I think this is the person who told you to pick the 2 maps that got picked. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I'm just saying, Jayhawk. Imperial Hal.
I mean, Imperial Hal, he's called the CEO for a reason. We talk about him, all his accomplishments, the most LAN wins of all time, 33 kills, 14,000 damage. What a day from the CEO. His team goes out on top. He dominated all the way throughout. Wasn't able to win that 1v1 against Player K, but, I think they'll be happy with the points that they were able to put up. Most kills in the lobby, and he was the leader.
And Hal, that expectation of being the best, it's something that is in Hal's blood. He had 4 bullets in that Havoc. You saw Player K had time to set up a couple Watson fences, shoot the Hemlock 3 or 4 times, a couple shields. So you could see even that, his standard is so high, and that's what makes them so great. Imperial Hal often deserved of a lot of criticism through the past of how he's reacted in terms of his teammates and that performance, but what's been amazing to see is his journey of maturity as he's learned to control that, channel that, and then obviously now take that in a new direction in this risk with Falcons that has paid dividends already that many people would say is enough for a lifetime. But of course, they're still looking for the main trophy at the end of the day, Zephyr. That is the championship. We've said it again and again. If they don't win, all of this really is for naught.
Right, and for many of these teams on the other side of this equation, it's a chance to prove themselves. We already walk into EWC knowing that we have a mountain to climb, and for so many of these teams, one target at the very, very top. So while that pressure is already on the Falcons, for so many of these other rosters, this could potentially be an accolade that we discussed for years, because at the end of the day, as incredible as day one has been, the Falcons are still technically unproven.
It's true. I mean, it's one of those things they probably don't want to hear, but I'm sure they feel it because that desire inside to prove themselves still exists. I'll kind of throw that to you, and you can handle it as you wish, Lauren, or essentially help us wrap up your thoughts on today, because yes, it is amazing to see a team so successful still have this level of passion to want to dominate. We did see them dominate. It was a heck of a performance from Falcons today, but a lot of takeaways from day one here at EWC.
Yeah, I think obviously Falcons' performance being such a blockbuster performance in groups is definitely a takeaway. They'll also be getting those 9 additional starting points heading into Sunday, which is something we haven't even talked about yet. And giving that to a team like Falcons is a massive boost. Even though the match point's a little bit higher, they've kind of already negated that by getting first place in their groups. Now we have to see what Group B can bring to the table and just how good they can be. It's going to be an exciting competition.
And also, they only play 2 times, now and then Sunday, so they don't give you a lot of tape to try to figure out what they're doing and how to stop it. Ben, your takeaway on today and day one here at Apex Legends?
A lot of kind of phenomenal, we'll say, the expectations of some of these top performing teams, while some did show up, some did not. We got a lot of squads that came through that maybe weren't quite the expectation. Obviously 3 from EMEA, some other squads sneaking in there like GHS as well, and e-xolos, of course, from our qualifier. So the fact of the matter is we walk into tomorrow with Group B, where we do have some of those incredible faces like Mizuchi, TSM, of course, Bleed, and so many other incredible rosters. Nothing is guaranteed here at EWC, and day one has clearly shown that.
Bit of a toss-up, you know, 2 teams that kind of needed to perform on the bubble. I was talking about NIP and Nasky. I was also talking about Liquid Alienware for 2 different reasons. One has a chance to chase a trophy. Club championship here worth $7 million. They get one step closer today. Jayhawk, great having you, man. Good day one. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Actually, speaking of Liquid Alienware, I did want to highlight, I think that in this group stage, one thing that really stood out to me is the kills, because we saw that cutoff was a little bit lower.
Yeah.
It was in the 20 range. And if you think about it, in 10 games, if you can just get 1 to 2 kills a game, a little bit of placement points here and there, you'll be there. That doesn't require a lot of great gameplay, honestly, just to avoid that bottom spot. And then on the top end, we saw Liquid, Falcons. These teams are putting up 60, 70 kills. These are huge numbers. And so obviously, once we get to match point, placement matters a lot more. But right now, if you can slay out, you're going to reap the rewards.
Well, you 3 have been phenomenal. This is just day 1. We've got 3 more days of this, though. Falcons and some of the teams who have already qualified with their bonus points on Sunday will have a few days off while they watch the competition. But tomorrow, things continue for Group B. 20 more teams have a chance to go for gold, to hold on to those keys and have maybe an opportunity to make Esports World Cup history. But it's going to take a lot to get it done, and you've seen the competition today. It doesn't get any easier the farther you go. We are here in Riyadh. It's been one heck of a day 1, and we can't wait to continue. Same time, same place tomorrow. And as always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you at the EWC.
world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly.